She sits alone in the darkness. Her gaze is cold and steady. A sharp glance scans the room. The man sleeps soundly beside her. Her eyes widen in the shadows. A mysterious glow fills her eyes. A massive boom echoes through the room. The red-haired man jolts awake and asks if that was an explosion. Ludwig looks toward the doorway and asks if it is the Empress standing there. As blue flames begin to crackle around her, Olive notes that Emperor Ludwig is finally awake. Looking around in confusion, the red-haired man asks what in the world is happening. Ludwig wonders if she used magic to create those blue flames, though he knows that should be impossible within the Imperial Palace. He notes that Olive cannot even use magic, leading him to conclude this is the work of someone who wants him dead. Seeing her smirk, the red-haired man wonders if she could actually be responsible.
A sudden wham makes things crumble.
Blood drips from his hand as Ludwig realizes the elemental mage is behind this, regretting that he did not kill her when he had the chance. With his eyes glowing red, the man curses Goldrote for repaying the mercy he showed her by sparing her life with this betrayal. Blood drips from his bare feet as Ludwig tells the Empress that even he cannot put out these magical flames. Ludwig reaches for her and explains that all hope is not lost since the fire hasn't reached the windows, suggesting they jump together even if they risk a fracture or two.
A loud smack rings out sharply. Ludwig is stunned when she tells him not to touch her, leaving him to ask what she means.
Olive lets out a loud shout, demanding that he keep his hands off of her. Glaring with intense hatred, Olive tells Ludwig that if he wants to live, he should go ahead and jump by himself. Clenching her fists, she confirms that the elemental mage lit the fire, but only because she was the one who asked her to do it. Ludwig asks if this is yet another attempt to kill him, but claims he would gladly accept anything from her hands, even death. Ludwig holds her close and insists that he does not care if she wants to kill him, but he cannot bear the thought of his love dying in agony as the flames consume them, while Olive twitches in disgust and begs him to stop. Shaking with rage, the blonde-haired woman screams for him to stop saying he loves her. A narrator box reveals her resentment over being kept trapped in the palace against her will. Olive looks down in sorrow, noting that he killed everyone she cared about, including her entire family and all of her friends. She questions how he could possibly dare to speak of love after everything he has done. A muffled sound escapes as Ludwig covers her mouth. A sudden slump is followed by a pained coughing fit as Ludwig calls out Olive's name. Ludwig realizes the smoke will reach her soon and tells her it is enough, urging her to run toward the window, but she interrupts by stating she did not start the fire to kill him. After Ludwig asks for clarification, Olive reveals she started the fire in order to kill herself. Olive declares she would gladly choose death over being held prisoner by the man who destroyed everything she loved. Ludwig asks if that is truly what she desires, and when she says yes, he admits he does not understand. He wonders what in the world he should have done differently. Olive asks what he said in response to his silence. Ludwig explains that all he ever wanted was to be with her, and that he did everything in his power to avoid losing her. He thinks to himself that killing the people around her was a mistake he did not mean to make. As he stares into her eyes, he justifies his actions by thinking he did not have a choice. Olive repeats his words back to him in disbelief, questioning how he could call it a mistake or claim he had no choice. A sudden, sharp grab sevs out. A loud slam follows a whoosh. Hovering over him, she calls him a liar. A memory surfaces of Olive in a blood-stained dress, recalling how she saw him kill her brother with her own eyes. She remembers watching him stand there, staring coldly at her brother's body. He turns with a bloody face. Returning to the present, she mocks his claim of having no choice and calls him a psychopath who enjoys killing people. Olive screams that he needs to die and tells the bastard to hurry up and die already while blood drips onto him. Tears trickle down Ludwig's face as he resignedly says he will accept what she wants. Panting as the world blurs, Olive is asked by Ludwig what he should have done differently to earn her love. Olive lets out a mocking laugh, questioning how he could even ask such a thing after all his atrocities. Looking at him with a cold gaze, Olive tells Ludwig that he should have behaved like a decent person if he wanted her love. As a hand falls with a sudden flop sounding, Olive thinks that perhaps things might have been different. Ludwig pulls her into asylum and grace. Ludwig stares blankly as he repeats her words about being a decent person. With a peaceful smile, Ludwig pulls her close in a hug as the fire consumes them and asks if this is truly what she wanted. Ludwig notes that even if her suggestion were possible, it is now too late to turn back time. A massive blaze roars as Ludwig begins a final thought. A chain snaps with a sharp creak as Ludwig expresses his wish for one more chance. Ludwig's eye reflects the destruction as he considers what he would do with another life. In the darkness, Ludwig vows that he would have tried to be the man she wanted.
A sudden, sharp gasp escapes the young blonde girl as she jolts awake. A door opens with a creak as Isabel, the maid, asks if Miss Olive is finally awake while the girl coughs. Young Olive coughs violently in bed, prompting Isabel to call out her name in concern.
Panicking over her frightful coughing fit, Isabel offers to summon a doctor, but Olive insists it is not necessary. Olive explains that she just had a nightmare, leading Isabel to ask what the dream was about. Looking dazed, Olive recalls her throat burning and being unable to breathe, though she cannot remember the dream exactly. Olive groans and wonders if she simply dreamed of having never-ending hiccups. Isabel laughs and remarks that such a dream must have been truly awful for Miss Olive. Olive flails her arms and yells that hiccups are no laughing matter while Isabel continues to chuckle. Isabel suggests that 12-year-old Olive Charlotte might want to skip today's tea party at the Imperial Palace if she is unwell. Enthusiastically waving her arms, Olive insists she must go because her mother promised treats and Planus promised to show her the rose garden. Isabel laughs and agrees that Olive wouldn't want to miss such a delightful party.
Isabel tells the bright-eyed girl that it is time to start getting ready. The young girl's disappointed frown. Bored at the palace, young Olive complains that the party is incredibly dull.
After licking some frosting and eating 10 pieces of cake, Olive is told that Planus had to leave suddenly on other business. With a sparkle in her eyes, Olive remembers her brother's warning to stay put, but decides exploring the palace is fine. Olive lets out a hop as she decides to head off on her own. She stands triumphantly among the flowers. The sprawling palace gardens feature a labyrinth.
A small red-haired boy stands alone.
A soft rustle stirs the boy.
The boy's dark eyes look downward.
The boy blinks and murmurs. Ludwig recognizes his younger self and wonders if he is seeing a vision of his past before death. He watches his fingers wriggle and notes that the sensation seems incredibly real.
He realizes this is no vision.
Shocked to find himself holding a weapon, young Ludwig wonders if he somehow survived. Seeing his reflection in the water, Ludwig asks if he has been turned back into a child by a spell.
Staring at the garden, he notes the changes around him and wonders if a magic circle transported him.
He recognizes the roses and fountain, realizing this is the garden he frequented when he was in that state. Ludwig is surprised to find a hunting knife in his hand. He notices a large blade crack. Recalling an accident where his sword cracked during his youth, Ludwig questions if he has truly returned to the past.
With a sudden jolt, Ludwig realizes that if he has traveled through time, then Olive must still be alive. He begins a sudden dash, calling out Olive's name while hoping she is nearby during the day of the accident.
Young Ludwig shouts frantically for Olive, desperate to confirm if she is really there. A sudden, rapid dash sounds out as he shouts for her to answer him if she's there. He reflects on the possibility of being granted a second chance. The boy continues to run, calling out Olive's name while fearing what it would mean if she weren't there. He concludes that life would be meaningless without her. Young Olive smiles brightly, admiring the beautiful garden and the roses in full bloom, as Planus described. Leaning against a tree, she enjoys the cool breeze, but senses something is wrong. A narrator box notes that she is lost, having never been told the garden was actually a maze. Panicking and clutching her head, Olive fears her mother's reaction and curses Planus for not warning her while recalling his advice not to go alone. She looks up in surprise, wondering if someone is calling her name. Olive's eyes sparkle with hope as she realizes Planus must be looking for her, though she finds his voice strangely bossy. Relieved that she'll avoid a scolding, Olive waves and calls out to her rescuer. She points the way, telling Planus to come toward her. Her voice trails off as a young boy with red hair approaches her with a large weapon in hand. Olive is suddenly struck by the realization that the boy is not Planus. Staring at the boy, she wonders why he was calling her name and why he is carrying such a large knife. Overcome with terror, she wonders if he has come to kill her. A sudden, sharp swoosh sounds as she screams and throws a stone at him. A loud thwack rings out as the stone hits the boy, prompting him to note she's alive while she screams for him to get away. A series of dull bonk sounds follow as she continues throwing rocks, claiming he won't gain anything by killing her. She suddenly pauses, looking at him with a confused expression. The red-haired boy gazes at her with an intense, steady look. He begins to smile, noting that it looks like she is safe. A soft rustle stirs as he gives her a warm, genuine smile. Gazing at him in a daze, Olive thinks he looks incredibly handsome when he smiles. He leans on his sword and jokingly asks if she is still going to throw stones at him, leaving her speechless. A sharp shing sounds as he sheathes his weapon, explaining he was only hunting rabbits, while a flustered Olive asks why he called her name. With a clink of his gear, the boy claims that her brother asked him to search for her. He asks if she got lost after sneaking away from the tea party, noting that is how he remembers it. Olive asks if he is one of her brother's friends, assuming he must be older than her despite looking similar in age. A soft swah sounds as he extends his hand, clarifying that they are actually the same age. He offers to walk her to the entrance, and she hesitantly agrees to gap. She hesitates, realizing she does not recognize the name Ludwig. Olive wonders if he is truly friends with her brother, since Planis never mentioned a friend with that name. She asks for her brother's name to test him, and he correctly identifies him as Planis. Noting his uncertain tone, she wonders if he usually uses last names, and asks if her brother mentioned her age. Olive asks if her brother talks about her, but the boy explains that everyone in the palace knows she is the daughter of Chancellor Charlotte. A soft mumble escapes as he looks down, noting to himself that is not why he knows her. Olive asks if they have met before since she doesn't remember him, then asks if he knows the way out. He laughs and says he could never forget the garden where they first met, while a confused Olive notes they just met now. He insists she holds his hand so she doesn't get lost again, and she shyly agrees. She reflects that while she isn't sure she trusts him, he does know her brother's name. A steady step sounds as she decides it should be safe to follow him. Walking through the roses, she remarks that she hadn't realized how deep into the maze she had wandered. As they walk, he tells her she has always been the type to dive headfirst into her interests and talk about them all day. Olive looks at him with utter confusion, wondering what in the world he is talking about. Ludwig leads her toward a floral arch with a peaceful expression. With a gentle smile, he tells her she is lucky he knows his way around the maze so well. Her heart gives a sudden bump as she thanks him and asks him to wait before he leaves. A soft flutter sounds as he turns and asks her what exactly it means to be a decent person. Taken aback by the strange question, Olive explains it is just something someone said to her and that everyone has different standards. Olive questions the young boy about the identity of the person who spoke so poorly of him. Looking intently at her, Ludwig emphasizes that her personal opinion on the matter is incredibly important to him. Olive is taken aback by his handsome appearance despite the rumors, eventually defining a decent life as one lived with a clear conscience. Ludwig admits that maintaining such a conscience seems nearly impossible for him, though he hopes it might change his fate. Confused by his cryptic words, Olive asks for clarification, while Ludwig remains mysteriously silent. The atmosphere in the garden turns peaceful as the red-haired boy gazes warmly at the young girl. A sudden, sharp whish sounds as the boy reaches out and takes the girl's hand in his. Kneeling before her, Ludwig gently kisses her hand in a display of formal devotion. He bids her a polite farewell, expressing his genuine pleasure in their brief meeting. Olive is left standing alone, her face turning a bright shade of red from the unexpected gesture. Ludwig checks to see if she can find her way out of the garden alone, and she nervously confirms she can. Turning back one last time, the boy promises that things will be different when they meet again. The narrative shifts to the map of Byzantium, the dominant empire of the Western continent. Within the vast imperial grounds stands the Garnet Palace, a place designated for those exiled from the royal family. This isolated palace had served as the third prince's lonely residence since his earliest years. Ludwig Magenta sits at a dark table, the weight of his station and exile clear in his posture. His life was a stark contrast to royal luxury, marked by humble clothes, poor food, and the scorn of whispering servants. Shunned by his own father since birth, the young prince was left to fade away within the palace walls without proper care. Forgotten by the world, Ludwig endured his miserable circumstances in near total isolation. Despite the neglect and the cruelty of others, the boy remained indifferent to the opinions of those around him. A dull clack sounds as he sets his utensils down, calling out to the nearby servants. The startled maids receive a cold command to remove the meal he has barely touched. A maid offers a shallow bow, promising to return with dessert, as the narration notes the emperor still provided for him. The treacherous attendants secretly siphoned off the prince's funds for their own benefit. Ludwig remained unbothered by their theft, sitting alone in the grand, empty dining hall.
Material wealth meant nothing to him, as even the finest luxuries could not fill the void of his existence. His dark, tired eyes reflect the deep dissatisfaction he felt with his previous life.
However, seeing Olive in the garden has ignited a new, singular desire within his heart. Ludwig reflects on his past devotion to Olive, desperately wishing for her to return his love.
He recalls the horrific reality of her previous life, where she screamed for him to die in a fit of rage. Back in the present, the young prince stands in the shadows of his room, lost in deep thought. A soft mutter escapes him as he vows to prevent the tragic events of the past from repeating. Resolved to change his destiny, Ludwig begins making careful preparations for the future. A cold glance follows as he realizes he must act immediately, noting that a long time has passed since his last summons. Major Domo Finduke enters the room, expressing surprise at being called to the prince's quarters at such a late hour. A dark smirk plays on Ludwig's lips as he focuses on elevating.
The prince begins his interrogation by questioning the man's origins in the kingdom of Satine.
Finduke confirms his past, unaware that Ludwig is detailing his relocation and his noble title.
Ludwig continues to recite the man's personal history, mentioning his marriage and his 2 children.
The atmosphere turns chilling as Ludwig flatly accuses the major domo of murdering his own wife. Panicked and defensive, the man cries out in disbelief at the sudden and grave accusation. A steady tap sounds as Ludwig paces, detailing how the man hid his wife's body in the sewers after she asked for a divorce. Trembling with fear, Finduke asks how the young prince could possibly know such a dark secret. A sharp snap sounds as Ludwig dismisses the question, clarifying that he intends to use this information for blackmail. A heavy gulp escapes the major domo as he realizes the dire situation he is in. A heavy step sounds as the man considers his options, thinking that no one would care if an exiled prince disappeared. Looming over the boy, Finduke contemplates a desperate act to keep his secret hidden forever. The man flinches as Ludwig asks a pointed question about what else was found in the dark sewers. Holding a glowing blade, Ludwig smiles wickedly and reveals that he has recovered the remains of the man's wife. Beads of sweat roll down Finduke's face as he wonders where the boy could have possibly hidden such a weapon. Finduke ponders the boy's cryptic words. A jolt of panic strikes the major domo as he wonders if the boy has been monitoring his dark secret. A quick swing sounds as Ludwig prepares a sudden, forceful move. A heavy wham echoes through the dark as the man lets out a pained ugh. Looming over the fallen man with a dagger, the red-haired prince demands that he show proper respect while his master is speaking. With a chilling look in his red eyes, Ludwig notes that the man is finally at a more appropriate height. He asks if he should continue his explanation. A new dawn breaks over the palace 3 months later. As time passes, the atmosphere within the Garnet Palace begins to shift fundamentally under new management. The palace is soon filled with servants truly loyal to the prince, while those who had been stealing from him vanish completely. Standing as his attendants finish his preparations, Ludwig listens as they confirm that everything is ready for his planned excursion. Having finally secured his stolen wealth, the young prince begins to grow his fortune through more questionable means. He begins lending money to desperate nobles facing poor harvests or financial ruin. Ludwig charges massive interest rates, knowing full well that most nobles will be unable to pay him back. He prepares to collect on their debts. A steady rattle sounds as the prince's carriage travels through the vast lands he has claimed as collateral. Seated inside, the major domo asks what exactly the boy plans to do with so much land. Leaning back casually, Ludwig mocks the man's curiosity, noting that land is much harder to steal and run away with than simple currency. A jolt of nervousness hits Finn as Ludwig questions his unease, explaining that this trip is the first step in a new business venture. Looking confused, the man asks for clarification regarding their destination. The major domo questions the choice to visit the White family, known for their magic, suggesting that a different noble might be more financially profitable. Ludwig lets out a tired sigh and a small grimace, calling the man's simplistic and pathetic mindset into question, while the major domo silently insults him. The prince reflects that starting a business requires a product, which in turn requires specific skills. He determines that research is necessary to acquire those skills. He identifies a need for high-quality materials. A loud slam rings out as a massive pile of books and scrolls is dropped onto a table. Looking at the huge pile, Ludwig flatly declares that he is taking all of the documents.
A long-haired man with glasses lets out a soft sigh, stating that he never gave the boy permission to take his things. The silver-haired Duke Austin White smiles and clarifies that he only gave the prince permission to borrow the materials. Ludwig argues that his financial contributions give him the right to take whatever he wants, prompting the Duke to complain about the boy's remorseless behavior. A soft flap sounds as the Duke examines the papers, noting that Ludwig has only picked the most valuable documents regarding agriculture and herbal medicine. Austin asks if the boy is planning to start an herb garden, but Ludwig impatiently tells him to just hurry up. A sharp gasp escapes the Duke as he realizes the boy found a banned book he tried to hide, while the prince simply lets out an annoyed tsk. A sudden spring sounds as the Duke shouts that his family's treasures are worth far more, demanding 5 times the original payment. Ludwig reminds him of his promise to let him borrow anything, while the Duke wonders what he did to deserve such a difficult disciple. A sudden shudder takes the boy as he mocks the Duke's age and supposed senility, while Austin vows that no one will take his resources while he is alive. A sharp stab of annoyance hits as Ludwig tells the Duke to let him know when he plans on dying so he can move the whole library to his own estate. Ludwig mockingly tells the man he can die in peace knowing his books will be used well, leaving the Duke fuming with rage. A loud shout echoes as the Duke tells the boy to take what he needs and leave his house immediately. A soft flutter of birds sounds over the Duke's estate as the guests depart. Just as the Duke predicted, Ludwig establishes a massive herb garden and uses the research materials to study medicine. Carrying another stack of books, Ludwig claims to have memorized several texts on ethics, while the Duke sighs and wonders how someone so ruthless can be so talented. Wearing protective gear, the young prince begins making rapid progress in his medical experiments. A sharp clink and slosh sound as Ludwig lifts a glowing pink vial, noting that the results look very promising. His first creation is a powerful elixir designed to immediately break fevers. His second product, known as Panacea, is a potent painkiller that also possesses hallucinogenic properties. Demand for his effective new medicines quickly begins to skyrocket. The new products begin to circulate widely throughout the market. Ludwig's fever elixir becomes a staple medical supply, earning him a massive and steady fortune. Even a tiny amount of his specialized Panacea becomes worth hundreds of gold coins. Finn Duke gazes at the stacked bundles, mentally calculating their immense value. He expresses a secret desire to steal a bundle, frustrated by the prince's constant surveillance. A crisp jingle sounds from the bell as the shop door is opened. With a knowing smile, the red-haired prince calls out to Finn. Finn offers a nervous greeting while Ludwig questions the man's habit of lingering after deliveries. Ludwig Magenta approaches with a smirk, suggesting Finn is overly fond of the medicine. A sharp flinch rattles Finn as the prince warns him about the dangers of coveting property. Ludwig laughs and compares Finn's terrified twitching to a dead frog he once saw. Finn trembles with dread while Ludwig shifts the conversation to his successful medicine, Panacea. Ludwig reveals his plan to pull Panacea off the market, much to Finn's astonishment. Finn is stunned into silence as Ludwig commands him to compile a list of specific customers. Finn protests that the move will cut half their profits, but Ludwig remains unimpressed. Ludwig grabs the man's collar, questioning why he is so personally concerned with the revenue. A dark aura surrounds Ludwig as he smiles and asks if Finn has a hidden motive. Finn is paralyzed by fear, unable to find the words to respond to the prince's interrogation. A quick dash sounds as Finn flees the room, promising to complete the task immediately. Ludwig reflects on reports that Finn has been stealing the medicine for unauthorized sales. He notices the distinct blue spots under Finn's eyes as the man departs. Ludwig confirms through observation that Finn is a heavy consumer of the Panacea himself. Looking cheerful, the prince believes his wealth is now sufficient to win over Olive's family. Finn looks back nervously, determined not to sell anything that might cause future trouble. Ludwig walks away humming a light-hearted tune, feeling satisfied with his preparations. The sun shines brightly over the grand and elegant Charlataire family manor. Inside the quiet library, a long-haired man sits comfortably on a large sofa. A heavy stomp sounds from the hallway as he smiles, anticipating a visitor. A blonde woman peers into the room, searching for her brother. Olive Charlataire beams with joy as she finds her target. A loud thunk echoes as the man closes his book, welcoming his sister. Planus Charlataire greets Olive with a relaxed and friendly expression. Planus comments on her early arrival just as a fast dash sound signals her approach. A sudden whoosh sounds as Olive lunges toward her brother with full force. Planus looks startled and slightly panicked by her sudden, aggressive display of affection. A heavy wham sounds as Olive tackles him, loudly wishing him a happy birthday. Planis lets out a pained groan, clearly physically shaken by the impact of her tackle. Olive smiles brightly and thanks him while keeping him trapped in a tight embrace. The sound of a heavy cough fills the library as Planis struggles to catch his breath. Planis tries to hide his condition while Olive tilts her head in suspicion. He offers a thumbs up and insists he is fine, despite bleeding from his mouth. Olive mentions the birthday party, appearing slightly flustered and distracted. She asks if Prince Carl will be attending, causing her brother's mood to sour instantly. Olive pleads with sparkling eyes while Planis wonders if she cares about him at all. A sharp crack sounds as Planis clenches his hand, annoyed by her focus on another man. He asks why she cares so much about Carl, and Olive insists she is merely curious. A sudden spring sounds as Planis shouts that his birthday should be the main event. With a knowing glint, Olive teases him that his reaction confirms the prince's arrival. She points at an imperial seal on a letter, shocking her brother with her keen observation. Planis finally admits that Carl is coming, which sends Olive into an immediate frenzy. Panic-stricken, Olive realizes she must find a dress and prepare her makeup for the guest. A loud bang sounds as Planis slams the desk, shouting for his sister's attention. Shadowed by frustration, Planis demands an explanation for her sudden obsession with the prince. Olive shouts at Planis, demanding to know why he dislikes the prince. Planis mocks her legal knowledge, noting that defamation only carries a minor fine. Olive rants about Prince Carl's many virtues and their father's approval. Planis argues that the prince is heartlessly dedicated to his subjects over family. Fuming with anger, Olive declares that every part of the prince is attractive. Olive swoons over the prince's features, while her brother reacts with intense annoyance. Planis privately concludes that his sister must be under a powerful blinding curse. He frowns deeply, insisting that his negative views are simply objective facts. A sharp jab sounds as Olive mocks Planis for his own physical weakness. Planis suggests she choose his more caring friend Cyan instead, but she refuses. A loud yell echoes as Olive leaves, ignoring her brother's complaints about her. A heavy thud sounds as she departs, leaving Planis to sigh in frustration. A sudden tap sounds as Planis notices something odd about the imperial letter. A soft rustle sounds while he wonders if he overlooked a specific detail. He rereads the official notice regarding the royal family's intention to attend his party. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the identity of the guest. The scene shifts to the grand ballroom where guests mingle under shimmering lights. Olive wonders aloud when Prince Carl will finally make his expected arrival. Her eyes sparkle with pure excitement as she waits in great anticipation. A silver-haired woman tells Olive to focus on her brother instead of Carl. Olive remains lost in her daydream while her companion offers a sarcastic response. Lily Cornwell, Olive's best friend, laughs at the depth of Olive's sudden infatuation. A gentle stroke sounds as Lily teases Olive about her years of academic isolation. Olive rejects the idea that she is just seeking a post-graduation romantic escape-a-day. A sharp clench sounds as Lily continues to playfully mock Olive's seriousness. Fired up, Olive shouts that she is completely and totally serious about him. A question mark appears as a voice from behind comments on Olive's blush. The red-haired Prince Carlos suggests Olive join her brother in working for him. Carlos Magenta, the second prince, offers a warm smile amidst a floral background. Startled, Olive greets him formally, but he asks her to use his name. A soft pat sounds as Carlos mentions her recent academic efforts at the academy. A rhythmic stroke sounds as Carlos congratulates her, leaving Olive blushing and flustered. He encourages her to spend time with Planis, who supposedly feels lonely. Olive laughs and expresses doubt that her brother actually misses her that much. A dark aura surrounds Planis as he grabs the prince's wrist in anger. A sudden drag sounds as Planis hauls the complaining prince away from the group. Olive tries to call out while her best friend laughs at the situation. Lily advises Olive not to worry, suggesting the prince does not share her infatuation. Olive begins to tremble as Lily continues to blather on about facing rejection. Olive snaps and jokingly threatens her friend for bringing up the word rejection. Carlos complains about his wrist while Planis offers to change his own behavior. A quick whish sounds as Planis shows the official imperial letter to the prince. Carlos questions the fuss, but Planis demands he read the actual guest name. The prince remains dismissive, noting that the emperor is not the guest. A sharp jolt of shock hits the prince as he realizes the truth. The mood in the room shifts as guests notice the tension between them. Prince Carlos looks back with concern as guests admire his handsome features. A speech bubble mentions the rumors of the mysterious and unseen third prince. A man with dark red hair and eyes stands sternly beside Prince Carlos. A sharp glare and annoyed tsk escape the red-haired man in the black outfit. The purple-eyed prince looks shot. Ludwig stands tall while Carlos watches. Ludwig wears a look of disgust. Carlos notes Planus works for Ludwig. Ludwig's hand reaches out for Carlos. Planus steps in to greet Ludwig. Planus welcomes Ludwig's friendly birthday visit. Ludwig notes Carlos seems unhappy there. Ludwig suggests Carlos would prefer he died. Ludwig clenches his hand with frustration. Ludwig claims he came for the birthday. Ludwig dismisses claims of ulterior motives. Planus praises Ludwig's successful medical career. Planus questions Ludwig's new political interests. Carlos wonders if Ludwig is searching. Ludwig wonders where the call went. Ludwig finally spots his target nearby. Ludwig beams with a radiant smile. A sudden ting sounds as Ludwig blows. Ludwig rushes off with quick steps. Lily asks if Olive knows Ludwig. Olive assumes the prince seeks mother. A sudden wish sounds as Ludwig arrives. Olive is stunned by Ludwig's arrival. A sudden grab sounds as Ludwig acts. A heavy kneel sounds as Ludwig bows. A soft kiss sounds on Olive's hand. Ludwig looks up at Olive joyfully. Olive stares at Ludwig in silence. The guests gossip about Ludwig's proposal. A blunt pff sounds from Olive. A heavy do-done sounds as Ludwig freezes. Ludwig reflects on his failed romantic plan. Ludwig wonders why Olive looks so cold. Ludwig is visibly shocked by her gaze. Lily explains Olive was watching Prince Carl. Lily reveals Olive's obsession with Carlos. Ludwig glares at his brother in anger. Ludwig mentions rescuing Olive years ago. A sudden jolt sounds as Olive remembers. Ludwig laughs, confident his face is unforgettable. Olive suddenly recognizes Ludwig as a liar. Planus silences Olive's loud, angry rat. Planus warns Olive she's insulting royalty. Olive offers a nervous, formal apology. Carlos tries to call out to Ludwig. A cold fss sounds from Ludwig's glare. Olive notes Ludwig's paralysis near his brother. Planus warns Olive to behave herself. Lily teases Olive about her leader role. Lily suggests the third prince fell in love at first sight, but Olive argues that if he truly loved her, he would have visited her at least once since he already knew her identity. Lily admits she hopes the prince doesn't love her, noting that the rumors regarding Prince Ludwig are quite disturbing. Lily explains that the emperor had the prince locked up and exiled at birth due to a bad omen, which is why almost no one knows of his existence. Stunned by the revelation, Olive repeatedly nods and admits she never imagined there was another member of the royal family. Olive worries about her earlier rudeness, but Lily reassures her that her family's power protects her from such mistakes, though she notes Ludwig seemed more hurt by Olive's lack of memory than her words. Lily reminds Olive that she originally wanted to speak with Prince Carl and points out that her brother has already reached him first. A sudden gasp sounds as Olive realizes she completely forgot about her original goal in her state of flustered confusion. A quick dash sounds as Olive rushes off to find the prince before the party ends, while Lily jokingly promises to dry her tears after her inevitable rejection. Lily sighs and watches her friend go, pitying the girl's chances but acknowledging that the heart wants what it wants. A quick turn sounds as Lily decides to see what the other prince wants now that Olive has gone to see the second prince. Lily looks directly at the prince and asks what he wished to speak with her about. The red-haired prince looks on with a stern and unreadable expression. The prince continues to stare forward in silence. A sharp glare sounds as Ludwig asks Lily if she is a member of the Cornwell family. Lily is surprised he recognizes her and mentions that her family runs a modest tea business that is humble compared to Olive's. A quick wave sounds as Lily expresses her honor that the prince even knows her family's name. Ludwig bluntly tells her to drop the act, which leaves Lily appearing confused and asking what he means. Ludwig stares at her, claiming the tea leaf business is merely a front to cover up what her family actually does. The Cornwell clan is revealed to lead the Black Hounds, the Emperor's secret network of spies who work undercover as the royal family's eyes and ears. Lily drops her cheerful facade, staring back with a sharp and serious intensity. Lily laughs and asks Prince Ludwig for his forgiveness. Lily explains she knew very little about him and wasn't sure if he was aware of her family, but Ludwig dismisses her excuse as a test to see if he was a clueless dolt. Lily admits she couldn't swear her allegiance to someone who didn't even know her family name and needed to be certain. She continues to explain that making sure was a necessary step for her family's loyalty. A casual shrug sounds as Lily maintains her composure.
Lily suggests they return to the main order of business, assuming that his interest in the Cornwells means he requires specific information.
Lily admits she hopes this doesn't involve Olive, as she'd hate to choose between loyalty and friendship, but the prince reminds her that royal orders take precedence over personal feelings. Lily acknowledges her position with a serious look, and the prince expresses his satisfaction that she knows her place. A soft rustle sounds as Ludwig confirms that he has indeed come to her seeking information. A heavy dun sounds as Ludwig seriously declares that he wants to know everything about Olive's personal tastes.
Lily is left bewildered and sweating, noting that the prince and Olive seem quite close.
Ludwig references novels and demands to know everything about her, but when Lily mentions she likes cake, he clarifies he wants to know her taste in people, though he notes food info could also be useful. Lily asks if he is specifically asking for her ideal type, and the prince enthusiastically confirms that is exactly what he wants. Lily is stunned that he brought up her family's secret history just to ask about Olive's ideal type, while Ludwig insists anything concerning Olive is of the utmost importance. A rhythmic tremble sounds as Lily shakes with laughter, claiming she is just chilly, while the prince remarks that the weather has indeed been cool lately. Lily bursts into tears of laughter and asks why he never visited her if he loved her so much and already knew her name. Ludwig looks down thoughtfully and explains that he simply wasn't worthy yet. He elaborates that being a royal wasn't enough to claim her love, especially since he had been abandoned by the emperor. Ludwig explains that he felt the need to improve himself on a personal level before approaching her. He laments that even despicable men can change with effort and wishes he had learned that lesson sooner. A sudden scratch sounds as Lily comments that figuring that out as a teenager isn't too bad, though Ludwig realizes he briefly forgot his own age. A soft sigh sounds as Lily finally agrees to tell him. A sudden gasp sounds as Ludwig becomes visibly excited that she has decided to open up about Olive's preferences. Lily admits he doesn't deserve points for his behavior and she didn't want to tell him, though she finds him funny. He argues his looks alone should earn him a high score. A soft scribble sounds as Lily begins describing Olive's personality and tastes while Ludwig diligently takes notes in his book. A quick scritch sounds as Ludwig finishes his writing, satisfied that he now has plenty of information. A heavy thunk sounds as Ludwig closes his notebook, telling Lily her laughter was enough payment, while she mutters about not wanting to hear complaints about money later. Lily asks if he plans to fix the things on the list and try speaking to Olive again, but Ludwig firmly rejects the idea. Ludwig admits he was slightly concerned about Olive's earlier reaction, but knowing her ideal type has convinced him there is no longer any need to worry. Standing proud and confident, Ludwig declares that he is almost exactly the type of man Olive is looking for. Lily laughs nervously, asking Ludwig how he calculated his compatibility score. Ludwig remains perfectly composed, citing his objective analysis of the facts. Teary-eyed and overwhelmed, Lily asks if he truly intends to approach Olive for a date this very second. Ludwig confirms his immediate plans with a simple nod. Stunned by his directness, Lily's jaw drops as Ludwig reiterates his plan to secure a date. Ludwig begins listing the personal improvements he needs to make before their first outing, while Lily watches him from behind, completely lost for words. Glowing with self-assurance, the prince offers a winning smile. With a casual wave, Ludwig departs to find his target, leaving a sweat-dropped Lily to process the madness. Lily begins to regret sharing her friend's secrets, realizing she may have overestimated the prince's common sense. Elsewhere, Olive scratches her ear with a curious look, sensing that she's the current topic of conversation. A rhythmic scratch sounds as she puzzles over the sensation. Olive glances around the crowded room, wondering where Planus could have wandered off to. Catching sight of movement outside, Olive spots Planus standing with Prince Carlos near the garden gate. The two outside turn in surprise as Olive approaches them. Olive demands to know why they are lurking in the garden and why Planus was following her earlier. Ignoring the bickering, Olive turns to Carlos and insists she has something private to discuss with him. Carlos is visibly taken aback by the sudden attention. Carlos asks Planus for a moment of privacy, but she stubbornly refuses to move. A heavy sigh escapes the prince as he tries to play peacemaker. Carlos offers a polite apology for his brother's odd behavior earlier, explaining that Ludwig is simply socially inexperienced. A soft twiddle sounds as Olive fidgets with her hands, blushing as she assures Carlos that she wasn't actually upset. Carlos asks Olive to try and be friendly to Ludwig in the future, noting his brother's lonely childhood within the palace. A loud whack sounds as Olive silences Planus' protests, eagerly promising the prince she will do her best to be kind. Turning back to the matter at hand, Carlos encourages Olive to speak her mind, wondering if Pluna's presence is making her uncomfortable. Blushing deeply, Olive begins to hesitate as she prepares to deliver her message. From the shadows of the doorway, Ludwig watches the interaction, having finally tracked Olive down. Ludwig prepares to make his move, only to be stopped in his tracks when he hears Olive call out to his brother. Olive leans in with a look of intense longing and determination. Carlos stares back, completely perplexed by her sudden intensity. The atmosphere shifts as Ludwig looms in the background like a silent, purple specter watching the pair. Ludwig is left speechless, his face a mask of hollow shock as he watches his plan crumble. Carlos is caught in a cold sweat, reflecting on how even his political career didn't prepare him for this level of personal pressure. Planus offers a deceptively sweet smile, though a predatory aura of a leopard manifests behind her. Ludwig looms with a murderous glare, his aura taking the shape of a wolf as he silently threatens Carlos with dire consequences if he accepts Olive's advances. Terrified by the unspoken threats, Carlos quickly rejects Olive's request, claiming he has urgent business to attend to. A sharp glint sounds as Carlos realizes he has to redirect the girl's attention elsewhere to save himself. Ludwig suddenly appears as if out of thin air, standing tall behind his brother. Carlos desperately tries to palm Olive off on Ludwig, suggesting they are a better match due to their similar ages. Planus mutters a correction in the background. A sudden grab sounds as Carlos shoves his brother forward, pleading with him to keep Olive occupied. A rhythmic sparkle sounds as Ludwig fixes Carlos with a chilling, knowing gaze, questioning if he's actually being serious. Turning back to Olive with renewed confidence, Ludwig promises to grant her every material desire and take her wherever she wishes. Olive recoils with an awkward look, flatly rejecting his offer and reminding him that she was in the middle of a conversation with Prince Carl. Ludwig lets out a heavy sigh, bluntly telling Olive that his brother is entirely unworthy of her feelings. Ludwig begins a scathing critique of Carlos, labeling him a selfish coward who would abandon anyone to save himself. Ludwig confidently asserts his own superiority, leaving Olive to question what could possibly make him think such a thing. Olive stands her ground, stating that regardless of his opinion, she is the one who decides who is worthy of her time. A sharp fss sounds as Olive snaps at him, declaring her distaste for people who insult others to make themselves look better. The two erupt into a heated bicker, with Olive refusing to listen to a stranger's insults, while Ludwig insists his words are based on personal experience. A low growl sounds as a furious Olive is dragged away by Planus, who warns her to watch her mouth in front of royalty. Ludwig is left standing alone in the dark, utterly bewildered by how his carefully crafted plan resulted in such a disaster. Lost in dark thoughts, Ludwig reflects on the misery he's endured for her sake, wondering if he is truly incapable of changing his fate as a massive snake coils around his psyche. An oppressive darkness settles in with a cruel command to just give up. A soft shh sounds as a scarred version of the prince smiles with a chilling, predatory malice from the shadows. The dark message concludes with a possessive vow to finally claim her. Back in the present, Carlos tries to soothe his brother, but a sudden jolt sounds as he is paralyzed by the terrifying intensity in Ludwig's eye. A jagged red mark across the red-haired prince's face catches the light, resembling a deep and ancient scar. In a dark memory, a younger version of the prince stands with glowing red eyes while clutching a sharp, crystalline shard. A sudden, sharp shout of his name echoes through the silence. His attention is taken by a sudden, quick hiss sounding as Ludwig snaps back to reality with a startled look. Carlos places a steadying hand on Ludwig's shoulder, a soft pat sounding as he advises his brother not to let past mistakes affect his treatment of Olive. Ludwig looks visibly shaken, questioning why such a dark image just flashed through his mind. Breaking into a cold sweat, Ludwig wonders if the strange sensations are returning, though he notes he hasn't felt ill recently. Elsewhere, Olive stands her ground with a determined shout, while a resigned Planus watches her friend's outburst from the side. A heavy thud sounds as Olive delivers a crushing blow to Ludwig's ego, flatly refusing to go on a date with him. Ludwig descends into a frantic panic, arguing that her refusal makes his entire journey pointless, while Carlos tries to convince her to give his brother a chance. Desperate to change her mind, Ludwig grabs Carlos' shoulders with a painful crunch, promising to become best friends with his brother if she agrees. Ludwig offers to change any part of himself she finds distasteful, but a flustered Olive insists such drastic measures are unnecessary. Looking deeply wounded and dramatic, Ludwig claims that her dislike is the one thing he absolutely cannot endure.
Olive is left completely speechless and bewildered by the prince's sudden and intense emotional display.
Ludwig asks for clarification, wondering if her refusal to date him is a sign of personal dislike, while a sweating Carlos watches the awkward exchange.
Tears well up in the prince's eyes as he whimpers, asking if she truly feels no affection for him at all.
Olive shuts her eyes and lets out an exhausted sigh as a quick ping sounds. The scene shifts to a sunlit library where Planus questions the massive mountain of paperwork Carlos has piled on his desk. Carlos peeks out from behind the towering stacks, admitting he intentionally made the reports as difficult and long-winded as possible. Planus realizes Carlos is punishing himself with extra work out of guilt for sending his sister on a date with Ludwig. As Planus fumes in the background, Carlos tries to downplay the situation, claiming a simple meal and a day together is no cause for concern. Planus erupts into a furious shout, accusing Carlos of betraying Olive just to appease his brother's unusual obsession. Carlos winces as his ears begin to ring, though he defends his choice by explaining he simply wanted to do something kind for his brother for once. Planus grows serious, reminding Carlos of the terrifying incidents that occurred during Ludwig's childhood and questioning the prince's current stability. A soft tap sounds as Carlos looks down, admitting that the memories of those past events still haunt him. Carlos softly argues that the childhood tragedy wasn't actually Ludwig's fault, attributing it to an outside cause. Planus remains unconvinced, stating that regardless of the cause, the dangerous outcome is the only thing that matters. Looking him directly in the eye, Planus asks if Carlos can truly guarantee that Ludwig won't repeat his past behavior with Olive. Carlos maintains his defense, insisting that Ludwig is now an adult who is actively trying to control his impulses.
Carlos stares off into the distance with a somber and conflicted expression.
He confidently asserts that he has taken every precaution to ensure Olive's safety during the outing.
Planus looks at him with skepticism, demanding to know exactly how he could be so certain. Carlos suggests that he would never be foolish enough to send the girl away without a reliable backup plan in place. Offering a reassuring smile, the prince tells her there is no reason to worry about the day's events. Outside, a rhythmic clop sounds as a carriage travels down a sun-drenched road, while Carlos reveals that a secret watcher has been tracking Ludwig's every move. Perched atop the moving carriage, a brown-haired man in a black hat tips his brim with a knowing, predatory smile. The carriage continues its journey through the rolling green hills as a soft clop sounds. Inside the moving carriage, a rhythmic rattle sounds as Ludwig insists that Olive drop the formal titles and address him simply by his name. Olive fidgets nervously before asking if she might pose a question to the prince. She notes that he looks remarkably different from the last time they met, admitting she hadn't thought such a change was possible. Ludwig sits across from her, looking every bit the polished and handsome noble in his dark red coat. Olive expresses concern that he changed his hairstyle just for her, but Ludwig confirms it while she wonders when she ever expressed such a preference.
Ludwig explains he was trying to match her taste for men like Carlos as a bright sparkle sounds, while Olive mutters that she wasn't talking about hair at all. Ludwig laments his inability to manifest dark circles or change his height to match his brother, leaving a resigned Olive to simply ignore his misguided efforts. Ludwig boldly promises that her time with him will be far more enjoyable than any moment spent with his brother. He confidently predicts that she will eventually recognize his superiority, while an invisible fire of annoyance begins to fume around Olive. Olive finally snaps, declaring her hatred for his constant insults and vowing that she will refuse to have any fun on their date. Ignoring her outburst, a rhythmic rustle sounds as Ludwig claims to be an expert on her desires and praises her scholarly talents. A sudden flinch sounds as Olive is caught off guard by Ludwig's knowledge of her private academic rejections. With a quick wish, Ludwig produces a formal, wax-sealed letter, revealing that he knows exactly which prestigious institution she truly desires to join. Olive gasps as she recognizes the prestigious seal on the invitation Ludwig holds out to her. A sudden do-done sounds as Olive realizes they are on their way to the legendary Eastern Arcane Tower, a dream destination for any scholar.
Olive wonders if someone without mana can really enter the exclusive domain, while Ludwig hints that their visit will involve much more than just a simple tour. Ludwig explains how the tower is the center for studying the advanced magic of the ancient empire, known to many as the Land of Mages. Olive is left completely speechless and wide-eyed by the realization of where the prince is taking her. The grand and sun-drenched Eastern Arcane Tower looms ahead, its massive golden spires reaching toward the sky beneath spinning magical rings. Inside a dimly lit classroom, a researcher in a brown hood and white robe delivers a lecture on ancient runes. A soft chatter sounds as the presenter asks the students to vacate the massive, checkered floor lecture hall by 3 o'clock. Olive sits in the audience with Ludwig, appearing deeply focused and perhaps a bit overwhelmed by the weight of the academic surroundings. Ludwig leans in and asks Olive if she found the presentation to her liking. Olive remains silent for a moment with her head down, making Ludwig wonder if his carefully planned date is falling flat. A rhythmic twinkle sounds as Olive suddenly erupts in pure joy, her eyes sparkling with intense excitement. A flurry of ramble sounds as Olive gushes about the incredible research while Ludwig watches her with a satisfied, knowing smile. A sudden clench sounds as a determined Olive admits the presentations make her want to rush back to her studies immediately. Ludwig suggests visiting a bookstore specializing in ancient documents, catching the blonde girl completely off guard. A quick ta-da sounds as Ludwig takes her through a library filled with rare texts and a workshop dedicated to traditional ancient artwork. Ludwig continues the tour with another grand ta-da, showing her an exclusive exhibition of artifacts accessible only to a chosen few. A loud pile sounds as Olive and Ludwig are buried under a massive mountain of shopping bags and scholarly books. Looking radiant, Olive listens as Ludwig suggests they take a well-earned rest at a specialized cake shop. A heavy heap sounds as the two sit at an outdoor table, surrounded by the literal mountain of their successful shopping trip. Ludwig beams with confidence, noting that she has clearly had far more fun with him than she ever did with Carl. A sudden clench sounds as Olive privately admits this has been the most enjoyable day of her life, while Ludwig praises his choice of cake shop. A sharp glare sounds as Olive prepares to challenge the prince's claim, determined to find a flaw in the day's perfection. A quick whish sounds as a waiter arrives with their order, while Olive jokingly doubts that the cake will be able to satisfy her high standards. A quick jab sounds as Olive plunges her fork into a perfectly layered strawberry shortcake. The waiter and Ludwig watch in a silent gape as Olive prepares to devour the entire slice of cake in one massive, unrefined bite. Tears of pure joy stream down Olive's face as she declares it the most delicious cake she has ever tasted in her life. Olive pauses mid-cry, her attention caught by something strikingly familiar about the waiter's appearance. The silver-haired waiter looks startled, admitting he never expected to see her at his family's business. Olive stares at the young man in shock, realizing she has stumbled upon an old acquaintance. She asks for clarification, wondering if his presence here is truly just a coincidence. The silver-haired boy offers a wide, friendly smile in response to her bewilderment. Olive expresses her mock offense, scolding him for not telling her he was running such an incredible bakery. The boy explains that his family of knights was worried the business would fail, which is why he kept it a secret from his friends. Olive is thrilled to find out her friend owns such a successful shop, her eyes glowing with happiness. A low loom sounds as the waiter notices Ludwig fuming with a murderous, glowing glare in the background. A soft scratch sounds as Olive introduces Ludwig to her friend, a young waiter named Million. A formal introduction identifies Million Goldroat, a silver-haired boy with orange eyes who claims to be Olive's second best friend. A dark fume sounds as a jealous Ludwig realizes Million is a childhood friend, causing his irritation to peak. Ludwig reflects on the name Million, certain he has heard it somewhere in his past life, but unable to place the connection. The red-haired prince stares intensely at the boy, trying to identify which knightly house Million belongs to. A soft whisper sounds as Million warns Olive about Ludwig's explosive jealousy while she frantically denies they are in a relationship. A gentle pat sounds as an unknown hand reaches out to touch Million's silver hair. Million is startled as a beautiful woman with long silver hair and glowing orange eyes appears behind him, whom he identifies as Lithian. Lithian offers a radiant smile, her colorful crystal earrings catching the light as she greets them. A sudden twitch sounds as Ludwig finally makes the connection, remembering that Million is the brother of a woman he once despised.
Ludwig glares at Lithian with a shadowed face, his mind racing with memories of his previous life.
Ludwig reflects on the dark realization that in his past life, Million would have perished on a fateful day.
The scene shifts to a cold and cavernous throne room, bathed in an oppressive blue-tinted light. A younger version of Ludwig, crowned as king and draped in royal fur, sits upon the throne with a chillingly vacant and predatory gaze.
Walter Windsor, the gray-haired aide, informs the king that the head of House Goldrote is requesting an audience.
The red-haired King Ludwig asks if the visitor is Sir Felix, but Windsor clarifies that it is someone else. A somber notification explains that Sir Felix perished during the king's revolution just 1 month ago. Windsor reveals that it is actually Sir Felix's daughter and heir, Lithian, who has come seeking an audience. A soft chuckle sounds as Windsor dismisses Ludwig's claim that he lacks the power to make any decisions.
A loud slam sounds as someone forces their way into the room while Ludwig prepares to dismiss the visitor.
Windsor looks on in shock as a frantic guard warns that Lady Goldrote is entering without permission. A heavy thwack sounds as the silver-haired Lithian knocks a guard aside with a look of cold determination. A dull slump sounds as defeated guards are left scattered across the floor of the Grand Hall. A rhythmic step sounds as Lithian approaches, noting the length of time since their last confrontation. Radiant and fierce, Marquis Lithian Goldrote appears before the king and demands to know how he has fared. Glaring with intense hatred, Lithian expresses her sincere hope that the past month has been agonizing for him. She openly denounces the red-haired king as a heartless murderer while he stares back with a hollow expression. Lithian observes the massive shift in palace staff, noting the total elimination of the Second Prince's faction. Windsor questions whether she intends to hide her true motives by aligning herself with the Loyalist faction. A condescending chuckle sounds as Windsor explains that such violent restructuring is necessary to secure the Emperor's power. A sharp glare sounds as Lithian rejects his justification, calling the king's previous actions a horrific atrocity. Windsor tells her to remain realistic and stop making such absurd claims about their political maneuvers. Lithian refuses to acknowledge the past events as a revolution, claiming they fall far short of any legitimate uprising. She maintains that there was absolutely no moral or logical justification for the violence committed that day. Surrounded by the dark memories of fallen comrades, Lithian declares that the event was nothing more than a massacre. Windsor laughs at her perspective, arguing that the success of the movement is what defines it as a revolution. He gestures toward the throne, insisting that Ludwig's secure position validates the transformation of the empire. Lithian coldly dismisses his rhetoric, stating she has no patience for his manipulative and petty word games. A low crackle sounds as Lithian manifests a glowing aura, threatening to incinerate the palace and everyone within it. A nervous twitch sounds as Windsor calls her bluff, reminding her that magic is neutralized within the palace walls. A soft rustle sounds as Lithian reaches for a weapon, clarifying that her presence is a formal declaration of war. A sudden swing sounds as she draws a blade, lashing out at the man she considers a traitorous scoundrel. A sharp swoosh sounds as she attempts a lethal strike, fueled by the conviction that the king must die. A metallic clang sounds as the attack is blocked, followed by a clatter as her weapon is knocked away. A hooded guard from the Black Hounds intercedes, checking on the king's safety after neutralizing the threat. Undeterred by her failure, Lithian vows that she will eventually be the one to end the king's life personally. Her glowing orange eyes narrow as she promises that he will live the rest of his days under constant threat. A quick swish sounds as Windsor orders her immediate arrest, but she manages a swift and calculated escape. Lithian scorns the Black Hounds for their lack of loyalty, noting how quickly they found a new master to serve. The hooded guard argues that their only duty is to the throne itself, regardless of who occupies it or how. A sharp snap sounds as Lithian mocks the guards for having no personal principles or sense of justice. A massive boom sounds as a wall of fire erupts, serving as a diversion for her retreat. A pained sounds as the guards are forced to shield themselves from the blinding heat of the blast. A fierce blaze sounds as Lithian disappears, leaving a final warning for Ludwig to live in constant fear. A soft mutter sounds as Ludwig contemplates the nature of death while Windsor demands the guards pursue the intruder. Ludwig commands his men to stand down, revealing that the flames were merely a clever magical illusion.
He calmly notes that Lithian is no match for his elite guards without the aid of her elemental magic. Ludwig lamentably admits that he is simply a figurehead for the Loyalists and remains a prisoner within his own palace. Shifting the conversation, the king asks if Windsor has fulfilled his request regarding the girl named Olive. Windsor begs the king to reconsider his condition, clearly troubled by the demand he made to take the throne.
He points out the political danger of marrying a woman from a rival faction that led the recent opposition.
A sharp turn sounds as Windsor becomes desperate, asking why such a small request is being treated so seriously.
Ludwig offers a chilling smile, suggesting that he may have to orchestrate another violent uprising if his demands aren't met.
A final, dark promise looms as the king threatens to display the heads of those who oppose his will.
The gray-haired aide looks on with a deeply concerned and weary expression. Lithian offers a gentle smile, stating clearly that she and the prince have never crossed paths in this current lifetime.
A nervous bead of sweat forms as the red-haired prince reflects on the unsettling nature of the woman's presence.
Ludwig is troubled by her familiarity, wondering if she somehow possesses memories of the timeline he once ruled.
A radiant glow surrounds Lithian as she warmly expresses her delight at seeing the prince again after so many years.
She recalls how he used to follow Prince Karl everywhere like a puppy, while Ludwig privately hopes she doesn't truly remember his past actions.
A soft rub sounds as Millian looks on while Olive asks if Lithian already knows Ludwig.
Ludwig is baffled by her timeline, calculating that he would have been a mere toddler when she claims to have seen him following his brother.
A sudden flush of panic hits Olive as she denies being on a date, while Ludwig remains focused on his dark memories of Lithian's past impression.
A quick glance confirms Ludwig's suspicion that, despite her words, the silver-haired woman likely doesn't remember the previous life as he does. He concludes that there is no possible way she would treat him with such kindness if she remembered the man he used to be.
Ludwig reflects on the weight of the past, noting that even a return to life cannot erase the stains of history from his own mind.
Lithian marvels at the prince's impressive height, unable to hide her genuine surprise at how much he has grown. A soft shake sounds as Millian tries to restrain Lithian, who admits she expected the prince to be as short as Prince Karl.
A quiet whisper sounds as Millian warns her about being too blunt with royalty, fearing her lack of filter might cause trouble.
Lithian laughs off his concern by claiming she could win any fight, while Millian shudders at her prone-to-violence nature. Olive looks up from the table in surprise, asking for clarification on Lithian's status as the family heir. A wide smile appears as Millian questions the logic of high-ranking noble heirs serving as waitstaff in a cake shop. And nervous twitch sounds as Lithian admits with a strained laugh that she actually has no money. A sudden gasp sounds as Millian clarifies that Lithian is the only one in the house who lacks funds, leaving Olive in shock. A narrative note explains that Lithian traded her noble title and inheritance for the chance to open her own bakery.
Millian and Lithian describe their falling out with their father, explaining how they had to open the shop using a personal loan and their own meager savings.
A cheerful ta-da sounds as Lithian presents Millian as her free labor, much to the waiter's annoyance and Olive's silent horror. The conversation takes a turn as a hand reaches out to pat Millian's silver hair. Millian pleads for his release, mentioning that his duties with the Night Corps already keep him far too busy. A dark shadow falls over Lithian's face as she reacts with mock disbelief to her brother's request for actual wages. She reveals that his constant flirting with the customers has caused chaotic brawls that drove away all their regulars. A low loom sounds as Lithian looms over her brother, declaring him her slave until the shop's lost profits are recovered. A quick wink sounds as Millian tries to look charming, while Lithian reminds him his job is to attract customers, not date them. A rough drag sounds as Lithian hauls Millian away, leaving Olive to pity the young man's constant misfortune. Olive beams with joy, finding the fact that her childhood friend runs such a wonderful bakery to be a delightful surprise. A sharp frown sounds as Ludwig pouts, leading Olive to joke that he looks exactly like a grumpy duck. Ludwig finally confesses his irritation, admitting he hates how others keep distracting her from their time together. Olive is caught off guard as Ludwig sincerely tells her that spending this day with her means everything to him. A soft sparkle sounds as Olive realizes he was simply jealous of the silver-haired siblings taking over their conversation.
A quiet smirk sounds as Olive realizes Ludwig's behavior is strikingly similar to her friend's possessive little sister.
A sudden pff sounds as Olive reflects on how younger siblings often mimic their elders, noting the similarities between Ludwig and Carl. Olive decides to ignore the tension and refocuses on the dessert, noting how incredible the cake looks.
As she takes a bite, she acknowledges that Ludwig clearly put a massive amount of effort into planning the perfect day for her. Ludwig watches her closely, making a mental note of how she smiles at food she likes for future reference. The prince admits that while the date started under pressure, he is now fully committed to focusing on their time together.
Olive offers a genuine, heart-melting smile that radiates warmth and true happiness.
Ludwig is momentarily stunned, his face flushing deep red as he gazes at her in silent adoration. Olive notices his sudden awkwardness, finding his inability to maintain eye contact quite endearing.
She admits that despite her initial reluctance, she has had a wonderful time and appreciates his careful planning. A loud rattle sounds as Ludwig stands up in excitement, his confidence returning as he hears her praise.
Olive laughs at his sudden surge of pride, noting that his usual arrogant confidence has quickly returned. Ludwig lets out a pure, joyous laugh that fills the space with a sense of genuine connection.
A sudden ch sounds as Olive is taken aback by the rare sight of the prince looking truly, effortlessly happy.
Flustered and blushing, she jokingly demands that he stop smiling at her with such intensity.
Olive is flustered by the prince's deadly smile, frantically waving her hands while insisting that Prince Carl still holds the top spot in her heart. Ludwig admits that he hasn't had much reason to smile in his difficult past and hopes his expression wasn't too awkward.
Olive becomes incredibly flustered, deciding she needs to practice her reactions at home to avoid further embarrassment.
A soft pfft sounds as Olive tries to stifle her amusement.
Olive breaks out into a hearty, genuine laugh.
She laughs while calling Ludwig a clever guy who can also be surprisingly naive at times.
A nervous gulp sounds as Ludwig looks away, clearly affected by her laughter and presence.
Olive decides to ask him for a favor now that he's in such a good mood.
Ludwig immediately agrees, eager to do anything for her as a reward for planning such a wonderful day.
Olive mentions the upcoming spring ball in May, noting that they are both coming of age this year.
Ludwig's expression darkens as he asks for the reason behind her inquiry.
The red-haired prince looks intensely flustered and determined.
A heavy dud-dun sounds as Ludwig lies face down on a desk in despair while an aide asks if he is all right.
A quick poke sounds as Musset checks if the prince is dead, only to find him alive and well after grabbing him by the collar.
Musset notes that the prince is feeling down because Olive rejected his invitation.
Musset reminds him that there is still work to be done despite the heartbreak.
A low seethe sounds as Musset tells Ludwig that moping won't change the outcome of his failed proposal.
A loud whoosh sounds as Ludwig grabs Musset, venting his frustration over the aide's complete lack of tact and common sense.
A sudden fling sounds as Ludwig tosses Musset away, declaring that his mouth needs to be permanently shut.
A quick twirl sounds as Musset spins through the air under the watchful gaze of two small, cat-eared girls.
A cheerful ta-da sounds as Musset sticks the landing while the two young girls clap and Ludwig looks on with pure annoyance.
A soft rustle sounds as Musset adjusts his suit and calmly asks the prince to settle down.
Musset is formally introduced as the new majordomo of the Garnet Palace.
Ludwig's eyes narrow in fury as he asks if he looks like someone capable of being calm.
A sharp clench sounds as Ludwig blames Musset for the failed plan to make Olive like him.
Ludwig snaps the name of his aide in frustration.
Narrated text explains that the Spring Ball is a special coming-of-age event held at the Imperial Temple.
The ceremony is also a time to give thanks to Jupiter, the god worshipped in Byzantium.
It is noted that most people prefer to attend the ball with a lover or a crush.
This tradition has been a core belief passed down through generations.
The aide continues his explanation, pleading with the prince to reconsider his perspective.
Musset laughs off the idea, stating that no one would go to the ball with someone they've only known for a few days.
Ludwig defends his choice, claiming it was all part of the strategic plan to win her over.
Musset agrees, but points out a major flaw in the prince's execution. A loud doo-dun sounds as Musset reveals the 3-month project to win over Lady Olive, reminding Ludwig that the ball was the final goal.
Ludwig argues that taking a shortcut makes more sense if the conditions are met.
A quick whish sounds as Musset's young helpers remind the master that his rush led to a brutal rejection and 0 chances of success.
Musset questions what conditions Ludwig is talking about, reminding him that he was supposed to wait until they were close.
Musette is absolutely stunned as Ludwig claims he was just following his own aide's instructions.
In a flashback, Ludwig writes a letter while reflecting on how impossible it is to measure when he has gotten close enough. Musette explains that a few successful dates would be the indicator that the time is right. In Ludwig's idealistic imagination, Olive happily calls his name and smiles at him.
Ludwig takes these instructions literally, pondering them with a pen held to his lips.
He confidently declares that he has successfully met all 3 conditions.
A weary sigh sounds as Musette decides to assume everything was perfect up until the rejection.
A sudden jolt sounds as Musette reveals he is more troubled by what the prince did next. The scene shifts as Musette is shown calmly drinking tea at a table outdoors. A quick glance sounds as Musette notes from afar that the two are getting along much better than he expected. A soft sip sounds as Musette begins to think the first date is a total success.
A loud pff sounds as Musette spits out his tea in shock upon hearing Ludwig ask Olive to be his partner for the ball.
Olive is taken aback, telling the prince his request seems premature, while a sudden chill sounds as she looks at him with a bead of sweat. Ludwig's thoughts race as he wonders why she would say that, especially since he assumed she enjoyed their date.
A quick spring sounds as Ludwig stands up abruptly, shouting that the success of their date and his invitation are 2 completely different matters.
Olive looks visibly frightened, gently explaining that they are practically strangers who just met, noting they aren't even friends, let alone a couple.
She adds that it is far more common for members of the royal family to attend the ball with their own kind.
A sudden gasp sounds as Olive becomes startled by a new realization.
Olive pauses to reflect on the fact that Ludwig did not seem to be on very good terms with Prince Karl during their interaction.
She wonders if he is forbidden from attending with his family because they simply do not want him there, imagining him standing alone while the rest of the royalty remains together.
Olive imagines a version of Ludwig boasting about himself, concluding that with his difficult personality, he likely has no friends at all. She deduces that the fact he asked her out must mean he lacks a girlfriend as well, wondering if this could really be the truth. Olive looks at him with pity, asking point blank if he simply has no one else to take to the ball. Ludwig is left completely speechless by the blunt question, gasping in total shock. A soft clasp sounds as Olive covers her mouth in horror, convinced that her suspicion about his loneliness is true. She imagines people gossiping about the lone prince at the ball, while a teary version of Ludwig stands dejected, worrying about how embarrassed he will be. Olive tells herself she knew there was something strange about him taking a total stranger on a date.
She decides that Ludwig doesn't actually like her and has only been acting overly friendly because he is desperate for a partner, while he shouts back, asking what could possibly make her think that.
Olive sniffles, lamenting that he must be so desperate he had to ask a girl he only met once as a child. Ludwig shouts in frustration that her claims are pure speculation and asks if she is even listening to him.
A sudden grab sounds as Olive reaches out and firmly takes the prince's gloved hands in her own. Ludwig reacts with wide-eyed surprise.
Olive tells him it is okay not to have a partner yet, encouraging him by saying there are still a few months left to find someone if he keeps looking.
She suggests he try asking one of his fellow graduates from the academy, noting that someone might agree if he asks nicely. Ludwig hides his face in his hands, looking dark and dejected.
A sharp swish sounds as Ludwig waves his hand dismissively, telling her not to be ridiculous.
A loud shout sounds as the prince declares that given his looks and popularity, there are plenty of people he could take to the ball. A harsh yell sounds as Ludwig tells her to stop wasting her time worrying about him. Olive is taken aback by his outburst, letting out a small, surprised sound. Olive becomes annoyed, shouting back that she bets he is only attending with his brother because he has no other options. The two begin to bicker intensely, a spring sound accompanying their heated argument. Olive shouts that she is only going with her brother temporarily and will go with someone she likes if asked, while Ludwig slams the table, calling her crush a jerk and telling her he isn't right for her. A narrative bubble notes that their interaction remained tense even after their long argument. Musset looks at a small scene of the two sitting on opposite sides of a carriage, noting that the ride was quite a sight. He points out that despite their fighting, they still had to share the carriage, leaving the atmosphere feeling incredibly awkward.
Ludwig turns his head away in a huff, admitting he isn't sure where all that anger came from. Musette notes that most people would have left quietly after being rejected and asks why he fought with her instead.
A quiet whisper sounds as Musette tells the two small cat-eared girls that Ludwig was just embarrassed because Olive figured out the truth. Ludwig fumes in the background, threatening to kill his aide, while Musette retorts that the prince couldn't even plan a date without his help. A loud wham sounds as Musette slams his hand against a board, declaring that if the prince wants to earn Olive's affection, he must do exactly as he is told from now on.
Musette notes that Ludwig's looks give him an advantage if he just keeps his mouth shut and acts normal. Ludwig hums while reading a small book, wondering if the problem was that he failed to meet all the requirements on a list of Olive's ideal traits.
A quick snatch sounds as Musette grabs the list away, yelling at the prince to forget it and reminding him that being an ideal type is only a bonus.
Ludwig begins to fume with rage, his face flushing as a clench sounds from his tightening fist.
Ludwig demands to know how he is supposed to score points otherwise. A soft flap-flap sounds as Musette waves the book, explaining it takes time and that this is meant to be a 3-month project.
Musette explains that eventually she will start thinking of him and missing his presence. Ludwig looks at him with a grumpy, skeptical expression.
Musette adds cheerfully that she will naturally give herself over to him, while the two young girls pray in the background. A thought bubble shows Ludwig concluding that it is simply a matter of increasing the amount of time they spend physically together.
A nervous hesitate sounds as Musette repeats the word physically, looking sweat-dropped and worried while the two girls watch with curiosity. A dark smirk sounds as Ludwig smiles with a dangerous glint in his eyes, declaring that he has a great idea.
The scene shifts to a massive, empty hall with a large round table in the center where a man sits alone with stacks of paperwork. The long-haired man with a green braid stands over the table, his face cast in shadow as he looks down at the documents. A harsh crumple sounds as the man's hand crushes the paper in a fit of rage, and he let out a frustrated shout. Cornwell looks incredibly distraught, sweating as he asks himself how such a thing is even possible. An inner thought reveals his total disbelief at what he is seeing on the papers. Cornwell wonders if he should report the matter to Carl, but quickly decides against it, believing there is nothing even Carl could do about the situation. A soft rustle sounds as a hand reaches out and takes the documents. A voice from off-screen warns him that he shouldn't crumple up official papers. A quick flutter sounds as Cornwell looks up in shock, startled by the sudden presence. The newcomer notes that, judging by the look on his face, the meeting with the nobles did not go well. Ludwig is shown sitting back calmly, reading the proposal for countermeasures against a human trafficking organization called Nightshade, and noting the headache caused by the issue of beastfolk rights. Ludwig looks directly at Cornwell with a knowing smile, asking if he has correctly identified the source of the problem. Cornwell is stunned, asking Prince Ludwig what he is doing there. He quickly demands that the prince return the confidential document. A sharp swish sounds as Ludwig pulls the paper away, telling him to submit an official request to read it. He notes that the reformists want a proactive response, while the loyalists claim the empire should stay out of it. A firm clench sounds as Cornwell's hand tightens. He calls the situation utter nonsense, asking how they can overlook the fact that dozens of victims are being harmed every single day. Ludwig explains that the issue is not black and white, noting that most victims of the Nightshade human trafficking operations are beastfolk. An oppressive darkness looms as glowing orange eyes pierce through, accompanied by the narrative note that, as of yet, things remain unresolved. A group of weary beastfolk stands in the shadows as the narrator explains that the Empire does not recognize them as citizens. A sudden, heated fume sounds as Cornwell expresses his complete disagreement with the Loyalists' logic regarding the lack of need to punish Nightshade. A fragment of text explains that anyone residing in the Empire and carrying out actual economic activities should be protected. A grand, ornate book representing the Empire's constitution glows with golden light, confirming that protection is clearly stated for all residing there. A dismissive shrug sounds as Ludwig points out the problem is defining the word actual, since economic activity is currently only demonstrable through a bank. A young beastfolk girl cries out while a man walks away, illustrating how they receive miserly wages and are often robbed by employers. Shining gold coins fall into a hand as the text notes they cannot afford the small fortune required to open bank accounts. Cornwell clutches his head in frustration, noting that beastfolk account for 30% of the labor market and provide exceptional physical strength. A dull, throbbing ache sounds as Cornwell warns that antagonizing the beastfolk, who are a pillar of the economy, will have dire consequences.
Flames engulf the silhouettes of beastfolk as he warns they will eventually rebel against inhuman treatment, leading to an economic collapse. A massive line of people marches away from a distant castle, illustrating the fear that they might seek asylum in neighboring kingdoms. A quick, sharp glance as Cornwell explains that reformists are eager to reduce discrimination and that he proposed support measures at the last meeting. The scene looks down upon a massive round table where various officials sit, as Cornwell argues for removing bank obstacles and providing subsidies. Cornwell insists on including beastfolk within the law to prevent criminal spread, while an off-screen voice calls him young and naive. A dismissive, mocking scoff sounds as Walter Windsor, the head of the Noble Council, tells the young man he has no idea what he is talking about. A loud, echoing bang sounds as Cornwell slams the table, while Windsor retorts that excluding beastfolk is the only way to keep the Empire safe. Windsor smiles as he suggests structuring the economy to be immune to beastfolk influence, so they no longer have to tremble at their whims. Windsor asks if his approach makes more sense for long-term profits. Cornwell argues back that beastfolk have potential as consumers and that accepting them would provide a massive impetus for growth. Windsor stares back with total skepticism, asking if Cornwell is actually serious about accepting them as members of society. A bloody battlefield scene shows fierce beastfolk mercenaries as Windsor claims people who lost family to them would never recognize them as citizens. A sudden, firm grab sounds as someone takes Cornwell's arm while he shouts that the Empire ruined the beastfolk kingdom years ago. Cornwell turns to his father, who warns that any further talk would be seen as criticizing the conquests of former emperors. Chancellor Garin Charlataire asks Sir Windsor what solution he proposes for human trafficking, noting it is a mistake to let Nightshade continue unchecked. Windsor claims it is a simple matter because beastfolk bring crime, suggesting that banishing their kind would naturally solve the Nightshade problem. A thunderous, forceful slam sounds as a gloved hand hits the desk. Windsor maintains his stance, declaring that they must completely ban beastfolk from using public institutions of any kind. A narrative bubble notes that a difference of opinion persists between the loyalists and the reformists. A roaring, intense blaze sounds alongside a sharp crack as Cornwell fumes, while Ludwig reflects on how the man was supposed to be weak and sickly. Ludwig notes that the Loyalist discrimination bill looks set to pass because the reformists are slightly short on votes. Cornwell explains that while the neutral faction usually swings the balance, the fact they did not attend the vote was a fatal blow. A massive, surging blaze sounds as Cornwell complains that scholars and mages lock themselves in towers, while Ludwig calls politics a pain for scholarly types. Cornwell lets out a heavy sigh, realizing he needs to visit the towers in person to see if he can turn the tables in his favor. He acknowledges that he will likely be turned away at the door because the researchers are always busy. A faint, knowing smirk sounds from the red-haired prince. A deliberate, echoing step sounds as Ludwig moves forward, asking what if he had a way to help. A quick, sharp flick sounds as Ludwig holds up a paper, asking if he could ensure the neutral faction votes for the reformists' bill. Ludwig smiles warmly, telling Cornwell that if he does just one little favor, he can make that happen. Cornwell looks extremely suspicious, while Ludwig laughs and reminds him that he stands to benefit more from this deal than anyone. A dismissive shrug sounds as Ludwig admits he has no political connections, but points out the scholars are researchers, not politicians. A thought bubble explains that most researchers and mages working in academia earn their livelihood from the Eastern Arcane Tower. Ludwig looks directly at the green-haired man and notes that, as it happens, he has a plan. A steady, rhythmic tap sounds as a gray-haired man with glasses holds a long pipe to his lips with a smile. A firm, insistent press sounds as the master of the Eastern Arcane Tower sits at a table set with tea and cookies. A sudden, energetic spring sounds as the Tower Master stands up, asking Ludwig why he would ever think he'd do such a favor. A heavy, weary slump sounds as the master puts a hand to his head, admitting he isn't in a position to refuse. The master complains that he has told his people to attend important meetings several times, but nobody seems to care. A long, deep inhale sounds as the master smokes his pipe, mentioning that he heard Ludwig sent out dozens of memos. A long, deep exhale sounds as the master of the Eastern Arcane Tower smokes his pipe with a weary expression. A soft rustle sounds as the master warns that if the anti-beastfolk bill currently in the council passes, things will take a turn for the worse.
A sharp, cold glare sounds as the chibi master threatens to keep his subordinates underground for 5 years unless they go and vote against the bill.
A sudden, distressed caw sounds as a bird lets out a cry of panic.
A thunderous, shattering crash sounds as a window is broken, prompting Ludwig to shout from off-screen for them to leave the glass alone. A heavy, exhausted plop sounds as the master collapses onto a sofa, lamenting how a former era of unity has been replaced by modern discrimination. A quiet, rhythmic sip sounds as the red-haired prince reminds him that history cannot be rewritten and the war has been ongoing for ages, though the master calls him a punk for being rude after receiving a favor. The master questions what exactly the prince hopes to gain by coming all this way with such a request. He leans in, insisting that since he has provided his help, he deserves to know the true motive behind the deal. A sudden, playful hee-hee sounds as Ludwig laughs, asking if this is all about Olive, the chancellor's daughter he is enamored with. Ludwig asks if he truly sold out his own teacher just to impress a girl, a fact the master deadpan confirms.
The master lets out a heavy sigh, reflecting on how younger generations often fail to appreciate the weight of their actions.
The scene shifts to a serene house by the river as the master laments his fate and expresses surprise at the mention of children. A sudden, heavy bow sounds as a man with long green hair prostrates himself deeply on the floor.
A nervous, cold sweat sounds as a blonde woman looks down at the man in complete shock.
Cornwell remains pressed to the ground in a formal apology, while the blonde woman stands frozen in confusion. The blonde woman finally finds her voice and asks him what on earth he is doing on the floor. Her eyes remain wide and her mouth agape as she struggles to process her brother's strange behavior. A sudden, loud wail sounds as Cornwell cries out that he is a failure of a brother for selling her out in exchange for a favor at work. A frantic, high-pitched wail sounds as Olive demands he stop being cryptic and explain exactly what Prince Ludwig demanded in return for his help. Olive looks on with visible disgust, asking if she is being forced into another date, though her brother quickly assures her he would never agree to that. Cornwell explains the prince wants to learn the ancient language. Olive is relieved and happy to comply, noting it is a task she already performs for other noble families. A sudden, muffled scream sounds as Cornwell yells into a pillow, unable to understand why the prince specifically requested her out of all possible instructors. He reflects on the prince's immense wealth and fame in medicine, noting that the man could easily afford any professional teacher in the world. A soft, frustrated sniff sounds as Cornwell wonders why the prince is so desperate for her tutoring that he'd put himself in debt. A sudden, knowing hee-hee-hee sounds as Olive smiles, a quick wish sounding as she realizes the likely reason behind the specific request. A bright, enthusiastic twinkle sounds as Olive explains that the ancient language requires a deep understanding of the empire's unique culture and technology to master. She feels proud that her specific research background is being recognized, while her brother looks on with skeptical confusion.
A soft, weary creak sounds as Olive's expression turns nostalgic and a bit sad.
She admits that she is simply happy to have the opportunity to teach an adult instead of just noble children for once. Olive reflects on how people incorrectly assume she turned down research institutes of her own volition. In a dark memory, she sits across from two researchers who deliver news about her academic future. She reflects on how her ability to decipher spells or create new theories didn't seem to matter in the end. The researchers look genuinely apologetic as they discuss the extent of her work in the field of magic. They reveal that her total lack of mana was the deciding factor, a bitter truth Olive acknowledges with a downcast gaze. She explains that research institutes simply do not have the budget to support the theories of non-mages. A heavy, defeated flop sounds as Olive sinks into the sofa, lamenting that her dreams of being a professional researcher were never viable. A sudden, firm squeeze sounds as Cornwell takes her hand while she wonders why she was born without mana. Her brother tells her to ignore those people, insisting that the research institutes are the ones who are truly losing out on her talent. He argues that her dissertation shows her immense potential and that directors who rely on others to do their work have no right to judge her. Olive looks up at him with wide, shimmering eyes and softly calls out her brother's name in appreciation. A sudden, heated yell sounds as Cornwell tells her to just enjoy their family wealth, while she retorts that the money is tax revenue meant for the people. A quick, sharp swish sounds as they argue over finances, with Cornwell offering his salary and Olive insisting she is not broke.
A soft, grumpy pout sounds alongside a grumble as Olive declares she will teach the prince to earn her own way, regardless of his disapproval.
Olive suddenly pauses, realizing she might not be getting paid if this is a favor, but Cornwell informs her a contract has already been drafted. A quick, energetic shuffle sounds as Olive reaches out, eager to see the compensation for her new tutoring job. A soft, hopeful flip sounds as she wonders if the prince will include a bonus for her hard work. A sudden, sharp pause sounds as Olive's face goes pale while she realizes something about the terms. A nervous, frantic tremble sounds as she asks if she is being enslaved in the castle, though Cornwell points out the contract only specifies 1 lesson a week. Olive is left in disbelief at the astronomical pay per lesson, while Cornwell suspiciously concludes that the whole thing must be a scam. Olive flips through the contract frantically, searching for a hidden clause about organ harvesting, while her brother reassures her that he wouldn't have agreed to anything so dangerous. Her brother explains that the prince truly does need a specialist in ancient languages, prompting a surprised reaction from Olive as she examines the document. Cornwell reflects on his initial suspicion of the prince's motives and how he was caught off guard by the man's serious response to his questioning. In a shadowed memory, Prince Ludwig explains his desire to decipher ancient medical and magical texts to find information that modern science lacks. The prince notes he has already exhausted all contemporary data and believes the key to a specific illness lies within ancient literature. Ludwig expresses great hope that the advanced skills of the past can provide a solution, while the green-haired man listens with a troubled expression. A quiet thought wonders if the prince himself is battling a hidden illness despite his seemingly healthy appearance. Olive remains uncertain, figuring that the prince's attendant, Carl, would surely know if his master were actually sick. Cornwell admits that although the prince's political help is vital for the beast folk, he still feels deep reservations about Olive becoming his teacher. A sudden, quick turn sounds as he offers to find a replacement, but Olive questions if his hesitation stems from his previous confrontation with Ludwig. With a bright smile, Olive recalls that her previous date with the prince was actually quite enjoyable, and she doesn't believe he is a bad person at heart. A narrative bubble emphasizes the gravity of the situation, noting that the rights of the beast folk are too important to risk failure. Cornwell begins to recount an unsettling detail about the prince's childhood, his expression hardening as the memory resurfaces. A sudden chilling shake sounds as a dark memory reveals a blood-soaked arm lying motionless on a dark floor. A young, green-haired boy looks on in utter horror at the bloody scene, desperately crying out for a person named Carlos to wake up. Under the cover of darkness, a young Ludwig stands over the carnage with a bloody shard in his hand, while someone shouts for help. A sudden, creepy smile sounds as the red-haired child offers a terrifyingly calm expression despite the blood, leaving the young boy paralyzed with fear. A sudden, piercing cry of a name rings out through the darkness. Snapping back to reality, Olive notices her brother's distress and asks if something is wrong. Cornwell keeps his dark thoughts to himself, deciding it is better not to frighten her with old stories since the prince's behavior has been stable for years.
Olive looks up with wide eyes, her curiosity about her new pupil only growing stronger.
Cornwell strictly commands her to take her strong maid Isabel to every single lesson and forbids her from wandering off alone. A soft, grumpy grimace sounds as Olive complains about her brother's overwhelming overprotectiveness. A sudden, sharp prick sounds as Olive agrees to the terms but is caught off guard by how little time she has to prepare. A heavy, exhausted plop sounds as Olive collapses onto the sofa in disbelief upon learning that the first lesson is scheduled for tomorrow. A sudden, frantic exclamation echoes her shock at the extremely tight deadline. A grand mansion with majestic red domes stands proudly under a clear, bright sky, signaling the start of the new tutoring assignment. A sudden, heavy pant sounds as a beastfolk man struggles to breathe after a long run, while Isabel stands nearby watching their arrival. Prince Ludwig meets them in the courtyard, coughing as he mentions jumping out of the carriage the moment it came to a halt. A soft, weary gaunt sounds as Olive looks completely drained and exhausted while greeting the prince after her long preparation. A heavy, battered sound echoes through the hall as the group arrives, with Olive stating she is finally there to begin the lessons. Ludwig and the young beastfolk children stare at Olive in concern, noticing how tired and sweaty she looks after her frantic arrival. A sudden thunderous slam sounds as a small cat-eared boy accidentally crashes into a glass surface with a cry of pain.
Ludwig demands a clear explanation from Musset, reminding him that he was specifically tasked with ensuring Olive's journey was comfortable. The prince looks incredibly flustered and angry as he observes Olive's state, fearing she might collapse right then and there. A narrative explanation reveals that the moment the carriage stopped, Olive bolted and ran at full speed toward the palace like a flying fish. A sudden, quick whoosh sounds as a carriage speeds away, leaving the beastfolk escort to wonder how he was supposed to stop her. A sudden, long stretch sounds as Olive defends Musette, taking full responsibility for being late and asking where she can set down her heavy luggage. A small cat-eared child steps forward with a helpful smile, offering to carry the bags for her. The girl explains that she and Musette handle all the heavy chores in the household and offers to lead the way to the study. The young cat-girl child reaches out with an eager expression, ready to assist the guest with her belongings. A sudden, quick lift sounds as the children effortlessly hoist the heavy bags, much to the complete shock of Olive and Isabel. The children run off with joyful energy, mentioning the treats waiting for Olive as they carry the heavy books as if they were nothing. A soft, worried fret sounds as Olive insists children shouldn't lift such things, but they cheerily promise to return them at the destination. Bubbles indicate the children leading the way through the castle hallways toward the study room. A sudden, heavy huff sounds as Olive chases after the kids in exhaustion, wondering how they can be so fast while carrying such heavy loads. Olive looks at the children with a mixture of pity and confusion, still unable to believe young children are doing such heavy labor. Ludwig explains that beastfolk possess strength far beyond that of human men, even at a young age, and jokes that they are stronger than he is. A sudden nervous flinch sounds as the kids are caught munching on treats, while Ludwig assures Olive the bags are light to them. A sudden, sharp shout sounds as Ludwig scolds the children for eating Olive's snacks, though they stubbornly argue that they deserve the food. Olive concludes that beastfolk children enjoy treats just as much as anyone else. Musset laughs and asks if this is the woman's first time meeting beastfolk. The light-haired man notes that beastfolk are typically barred from high society noble houses. Olive asks if Musette and the children are allowed to be in the palace. Musette clarifies that Prince Ludwig obtained special permission for them to stay in certain areas. Olive is relieved to hear their presence is officially sanctioned within the Garnet Palace. Olive begins to wonder about their reputations of different species. A narrative bubble asks if being near a barbarous species makes the woman uncomfortable. Musette's expression becomes intensely dark and serious as he stares back. Olive looks back with a startled, wide-eyed expression. Musette admits he dreams of becoming more like a mage, despite having no mana. Olive explains that mages only trust what they have personally confirmed. Narrative boxes explain that while species differ due to environment, it does not imply barbarism. Olive notes that meeting only 3 beastfolk is far too small a sample size to judge. She happily concludes that beastfolk are simply kind people who help with heavy loads. A soft, clever smirk sounds as Musette asks if he is included in that kindness. A simplified visual shows Musette carrying bags while Isabel stands nearby. A soft, happy smile sounds as Olive decides to head inside. Musette and Isabel agree that the woman has a remarkable with words. Isabel advises the man to be more cautious when testing Olive's character in the future. Isabel informs Olive that the lessons must begin immediately to stay on schedule. Narrative boxes describe Olive as a rare person who looks beyond surface-level traits. Musette wonders if the prince even deserves such an exceptional woman. Musette quickly catches himself, questioning why he would say something so bold. A sudden, sharp clap sounds as Olive announces it is time to work. Olive sends the children outside with snacks so they can begin the lesson. Isabel refuses to leave, citing her orders from Master Planus to Ruby. Ludwig is shocked to learn the maid plans to stay for the entire 6-hour lesson. A soft, polite curtsy sounds as Isabel insists on remaining by Olive's side. Ludwig wonders if the lesson is going to be exceptionally difficult. Ludwig reflects on how Olive's personality shifts once the tutoring begins. He concludes that the woman becomes terrifyingly aggressive during her teaching. A soft, weary gaunt sounds as Ludwig collapses onto the table in exhaustion. A sudden, frantic shake sounds as Olive scolds the prince for his poor focus. A sudden, long shake sounds as Olive demands that they finish the day's work. Ludwig's imagination depicts a much kinder, gentler teacher praising his intelligence. A sudden, heated yell sounds as reality shows Olive berating him for his mistakes. Ludwig begs for mercy and promises to rewrite his work immediately. A sudden, battered groan sounds as Ludwig complains about the brutal memorization task. Isabel explains that Olive doesn't understand the difficulty of memorization at all. Isabel suggests using a reward system to help motivate the struggling student.
A sudden, loud shout sounds as Ludwig asks for a more personal reward instead. Olive remembers that she previously used the prince's name at his request. A sudden, firm clench sounds as Ludwig argues that names are a sign of closeness. A sudden, tense hesitate sounds as Olive leans in and stares intently at him. A soft, nervous gulp sounds as Ludwig asks if she truly dislikes saying his name. A sudden, quick tilt sounds as Olive agrees to use his name if he prefers. A sudden, sharp swing sounds as a hand moves through the air. A sudden, painful flinch sounds as Ludwig complains about Olive's surprisingly strong hits.
Ludwig wonders what is going on as he stares back at her.
Ludwig stares in stunned silence as Olive brings her face close to his, her hand gently resting on his head. The atmosphere grows intensely warm and intimate as Olive leans closer to the frozen prince. A sudden, sharp flinch sounds as Ludwig's hand jerks back, his thoughts racing in utter confusion over the proximity. Olive presses her forehead directly against the prince's, leaving him completely paralyzed and blushing. Ludwig's mind reels as he questions why the woman is suddenly pressing her forehead against his. He wonders if she is simply checking his temperature while she keeps her eyes closed in focus. Ludwig observes her with wide, glowing eyes, unable to believe how close she has actually come to him.
A dark memory recalls a past life where the prince brought the woman to live in the palace, yet she never once approached him.
The reflection emphasizes that in that previous existence, she had never voluntarily come near him first. A vision of a woman with a ferocious, bared teeth expression reveals the deep-seated anger of the past life.
The narration notes that back then, all she felt was hatred because she believed he had taken everything from her.
The memory continues to detail the contempt and the burning desire for revenge that once consumed her character.
The scene culminates in the memory of an unquenchable rage that once burned within her eyes.
Returning to the present, Ludwig realizes that the feelings emanating from her now are entirely different than before.
Olive's hand remains softly placed on the prince's hair as the bright sun shines through the room.
He notices a subtle, unreadable expression on her face as she maintains her forehead pressed against his. Ludwig thinks that her light-colored eyes almost look like beautiful stained glass when viewed from this distance.
Olive holds the prince's face with her other hand, her calm gaze searching his own in the quiet room.
A soft, warm blush sounds as Olive asks His Highness if he is perhaps not feeling well today. Olive explains that he seems to be struggling with focus and suggests his reddish complexion might indicate a fever. A sudden, frantic spring sounds as Ludwig shouts in a panic, followed by a sharp startle sounding as he reacts to her diagnosis.
The prince loudly denies his face is red, insisting he is simply overheated, while Olive looks on with a skeptical expression.
A sudden, dizzy wobble sounds as Ludwig stammers that he needs to cool down in the bathroom before quickly catching his mistake.
A sudden, thunderous slam sounds as Ludwig shouts he is going for a drink in the bathroom, accompanied by a quick whish sounding as he flees. Olive asks if she heard him correctly while Isabel stands by the now empty chair, looking equally puzzled by the prince's behavior. Isabel asks if her lady was intentionally flirting, but Olive maintains she was strictly checking for a fever. Isabel points out that people usually use hands for temperature checks, but Olive argues foreheads are more accurate and her hands are cold.
A sudden, heavy plop sounds as Olive decides to let the prince run off and begins correcting his assignments during the break. A sudden, quick scritch sounds as Olive's pen moves across the paper while she works diligently at the desk.
Olive admits to her maid that she was actually a bit skeptical of the prince's intentions at first.
Isabel looks over with a curious expression, asking what specifically Lady Olive was skeptical about regarding him.
Olive suspects the prince's need for a ball partner might just be a pretext to spend more time with her through lessons. She continues to wonder if the entire tutoring arrangement is merely an excuse to be near her.
Isabel reflects on the situation, remarking that if his plan is that calculated, the prince is quite wicked. Olive admits she might be wrong, noting his genuine concern for her brother and the beast folk he has taken in.
She recalls how beast folk children are the primary targets of a dangerous organization known as Nightshade.
Olive notes that he is studying the ancient language to research an illness, though his true motivation remains a mystery. She questions if the prince truly does not have any hidden agenda and simply requires her help. Olive decides to make the next lesson even more intense, though Isabel warns that such a move might be considered abusive.
Isabel suggests that he might be genuine both in his studies and in his romantic feelings for the woman.
A sudden, sharp scoff sounds as Olive reacts in disbelief to the suggestion that the prince has feelings for her. Isabel observes that, judging by his earlier reaction, a crush is the most likely explanation for his behavior. The maid reflects that regardless of his feelings, it doesn't change the fact that he still requires tutoring. Olive jokes that she can't help being pretty like her brother Planus, striking a playful pose for her maid. A soft, amused chuckle sounds as Isabel calls her mistress magnanimous for her outlook on the situation. Isabel suggests the prince might have feigned his flustered state as a clever excuse to escape the difficult lesson. Olive looks on with wide, glowing eyes, processing the possibility that Peace simply ran away from his work. Isabel continues her theory, noting that given the difficulty of the tasks, he is likely hiding somewhere in the vast palace. A sudden dry rustle sounds as Ludwig hides in a corner while Musette mockingly tells him how proud he is. Musette mocks the prince for running away and claiming he needed to drink toilet water while the children watch the embarrassing scene. A sudden, repetitive poke sounding as Musette points out that the prince cannot return to the room after his dramatic exit and looks miserable sitting alone. A sudden, heated yell sounding as Ludwig defends his panicked reaction to their proximity, while Musette suggests that doing nothing would have been a better choice. Sally enthusiastically notes that forehead pressing is a gesture reserved for the closest of friends among her people. A soft, rhythmic rub sounding as Musette corrects the child, explaining that Olive was merely performing a temperature check. Musette suddenly stops his movements as a realization begins to dawn on him. Musette tells his master that he still looks unwell from a distance, noting his face remains quite red. Ludwig stares intensely with dark-rimmed eyes, insisting he is fine and capable of maintaining self-control for now. Musette warns his master that while he dislikes the task, he cannot continue to postpone his hunting duties indefinitely. A dark, heavy atmosphere surrounds the warning that once the prince enters a certain state, the situation becomes dire. Musette admits that in that specific state, it becomes nearly impossible for even him to keep the prince safely contained. He suggests that Ludwig should proactively set a date for the hunt before a loss of control causes a disaster. Ludwig agrees to let his attendant make the necessary arrangements as Musette and Sally look on with concern. A soft, weary sigh sounding as Musette reflects on how the prince possesses a much gentler heart than his appearance suggests. Narrative boxes remark on the deep sadness that fills the prince's eyes whenever the topic of hunting is brought up. Ludwig explains that he has no memory of the process and hasn't had the time to grow accustomed to the necessity of it. A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as Ludwig notices Musette looking terrified and pointing at something directly behind him. A sudden, firm pat sounding as a hand rests on the prince's shoulder while a dark voice addresses him. A sudden, shivering shudder sounding as a dark, menacing version of Olive looms behind him, announcing she has found her target. A sudden, terrified gasp sounding as Olive questions why the prince is hiding in a remote corner instead of visiting the bathroom as claimed. Olive looms over him with glowing eyes, accusing him of trying to escape the lesson, while Ludwig frantically denies the charge. A sudden, sharp crack sounding as Olive grabs the prince's neck while Musette covers the children's eyes to shield them from the violence. A sudden, painful ack sounding as Ludwig begs for mercy while Musette looks on with a completely flat, unimpressed expression. A narrative circle concludes that it is extremely cautious with words when dealing with Lady Olive. The scene shifts to the Gold Rope Bakery, where Isabel begins to question the true nature of Olive's visit to the palace. A sudden, nervous tremble sounding as Isabel realizes the visit was not for a romantic follow-up as she had hoped. Planus reacts with absolute shock and confusion upon hearing that his sister went to the palace specifically to tutor the prince. A sudden, loud slam sounding as Planus recalls his own traumatic experience being tutored by her, though Olive notes it resulted in a perfect score. Planus warns that disrespecting royalty could bring disaster, but Isabel argues that the prince's feelings for Olive likely outweigh any academic pain. A sudden, heavy flop sounding as Planus wonders if the prince is simply using the difficult lessons as a pretext to stay by her side. Olive dismisses the idea, noting that Ludwig works exceptionally hard and pays too high a price to be wasting time on ulterior motives. A soft, secretive whisper sounding as the three of them lean in so Olive can reveal the exact cost of each tutoring session. Planus and Isabel look on with hollow, stunned expressions after hearing the astronomical sum, prompting Isabel to demand Olive pay the bakery bill.
Isabel questions why Olive is so certain that the prince's previous forced date was strictly about finding a partner for the spring ball. Olive explains that since a partner is mandatory for entry, his sudden request in the middle of their date made his motives obvious to her.
A sudden, sharp flinch, sounding as Planus reacts to the mention of the prince's invitation.
A soft metallic clink sounding as Olive laughs at the idea that the prince is so desperate for a partner that he would ask someone he barely knows. Olive looks genuinely puzzled when Planus asks if she actually agreed to accompany him to the ball.
A soft, radiant smile sounding as Planus looks incredibly relieved by his sister's confusion. A soft, delicate sip sounding as Olive confirms she rejected the heartless request, assuming the prince simply wanted any available partner.
Olive looks confused by the intense reactions of her companions. She reminds them that her brother has already promised to take her to the event himself.
Planus wonders aloud why the prince didn't ask one of his many royal relatives to be his partner instead.
A soft, mocking whisper sounding as Olive suggests that Ludwig's difficult personality probably leaves him without any family or friends to ask.
Isabel insists that as a royal, Ludwig could find a partner easily and concludes that he obviously just likes Olive.
A soft, watery sniff sounding as Planus becomes overwhelmed with sentimental emotion over the prince's supposed plight.
A sudden dual yell sounding as Planus scolds Olive for her heartlessness, while she reveals she even offered to set the prince up with her academy friends. A soft, wet sniff sounding as Olive suggests Planus should be the partner if he feels so bad, though he claims he is far too popular to risk it.
A sudden, ghostly wail sounding as Planus imagines a scenario where his jealous fans violently attack the prince for being his partner. A sudden, flowery sparkle sounding as Paulinus laments being so gorgeous, while Olive and Isabel stare at him in silent disbelief. The white-haired man beams with a toothy, radiant smile, clearly very proud of his own perceived beauty. Planus laughs while talking to Olive. Olive's expression becomes intensely focused. Planus asks her to the ball, causing Olive to look horrified at the prospect of his fans killing her. Isabel explains they are childhood friends and notes their powerful family status. Planus argues that going with a well-known friend avoids the drama of jealous fans. He pleads for her help as his last hope, though Olive questions his logic. He claims people won't gossip about her lacking a partner if she goes with her brother. Olive recalls Prince Ludwig saying the same thing and realizes going with Planus is a waste. A sudden, cold chill sounding as Olive reluctantly agrees, delighting her brother. Isabel asks about her tutoring schedule, and Olive realizes it takes an hour to reach the palace.
A sudden, silent pause sounding as Isabel reveals it is already past 2 o'clock.
A sudden, loud clatter sounding as Olive sprints away, leaving her companions behind. Planus asks what Isabel is implying with her words.
A sudden, sharp clack sounding as Isabel tells him to stop making excuses and admit he likes her.
A soft, giddy grin sounding as Paulinus acts shy, though Isabel calls him out on his daily flirtations. Isabel warns him he'll lose her to Prince Ludwig, but he fears being too forward.
A sudden, irritated twitch sounding as Planus claims he isn't the obsessive type.
Isabel decides she is rooting for the prince, leaving Planus feeling insulted. Isabel suddenly realizes that Olive hasn't mentioned Prince Carlos all day. She notes that their conversations have revolved entirely around Prince Ludwig instead. A soft, knowing smirk sounding as Isabel finds the shift in Olive's focus surprising.
A sudden, heavy huff sounding as the prince trembles while holding his sword during a grueling duel.
A sudden, sharp jolt sounding as the prince's red eyes widen in a moment of intense pressure. The dark-haired commander looms with glowing yellow eyes, ready to strike.
The two combatants face each other in the center of the training grounds.
A sudden, loud clang sounding as their blades collide with immense force. The commander pushes forward, dominating the exchange with his strength. A sudden, painful crack sounding as the prince realizes his defenses are being shattered. The commander advises him on the proper mindset during a serious duel. The intensity of the struggle peaks as they lock blades. Narrative text emphasizes the importance of never looking away from an opponent. A sudden, sharp clang sounding as the prince's sword is knocked from his hand. A sudden, unsteady stagger sounding as the prince loses his balance completely. A sudden, heavy slam sounding as the prince falls hard onto the ground. A sudden, sharp shing sounding as a blade is held to the prince's throat. A narrative bubble reflects that the outcome was exactly as expected. Commander Scion Cobalt looks down at his defeated opponent with a cold gaze. The commander announces the end of the match, addressing the prince as Ludi.
The prince stares up at the blade with a mixture of sweat and determination. The commander stands tall, completely outclassing the red-haired trainee.
An instructor with a wide smile calls an end to the training session for now.
A sudden, joyous raise sounding as the instructor declares victory for Sir Cyan Cobalt. The instructor commends the prince for his bravery in challenging the commander on day 1.
He encourages the surrounding crowd to give a round of applause for the new recruit.
A sudden, noisy chatter sounding as the crowd discusses the betting losses incurred from the prince's defeat.
The knights argue over who foolishly believed the rumors about the new guy's talent.
A sudden, frustrated wail sounding as a knight laments losing money to a bad bet. A soft, metallic clink sounding as Cyan Cobalt, the first Knight Corps commander, sheathes his sword. A sudden, angry shout sounding as the knights demand their money back from the fuming prince.
The prince yells back, blaming their own greed for their financial losses.
A sudden, helpful reach sounding as a gloved hand is offered to the defeated prince on the ground. A sudden, icy stare sounding as the commander looms over the red-haired youth, who wonders what is wanted of him. Close-up on the commander's glowing eyes as the prince worries if his hidden identity has been exposed.
Ludwig regrets joining the training session while a fellow knight scolds him for having such a sour expression.
A sudden, heavy smack sounding as a friendly knight strikes the prince's shoulder in greeting.
A sudden, rhythmic throb sounding as Ludwig winces in pain while the knight praises his performance. The knight asks the young recruit if he would like to join the group for a celebratory round of drinks.
The orange-haired knight is jubilant, while his silver-haired companion grumbles about having to pay for the newcomer. A sudden, soft brush sounding as Ludwig politely declines the offer, revealing he is not yet of drinking age.
A sudden, respectful bow sounding as the prince takes his leave from the high-ranking commander. A sudden, irritated sounding as the knights mockingly complain about the younger generation's antisocial tendencies.
Narrative bubbles speculate that the handsome newcomer must be from a noble family, unlike the common knights.
They conclude that the prince's refined appearance makes him look more like a mage than a soldier.
Commander Cyan Cobalt watches Ludwig walk away, questioning why a royal would ever choose a life of war.
A knight notices the commander still has his hand extended and asks if he needs something. A chibi-style scene reveals the commander was merely trying to help the prince up without a reason. Ludwig sits alone and exhausted, feeling utterly crushed by his defeat in the duel.
A sudden, repetitive ramble sounding as Musette scolds the prince for ruining a valuable sword in a reckless fight.
A sudden, sharp clunk sounding as Musette asks why the prince is hiding behind a cute alias like Ludi. Ludwig explains he chose the name for registration and wants to avoid unwanted attention at the palace. Musette argues that he should protect the prince, but Ludwig claims he is only training for exercise. A sudden, quick slip sounding as Ludwig tucks a small red notebook into his pocket to hide his secret. A sudden, heavy plop sounding as the notebook falls to the ground, catching Musette's immediate attention. A sudden, dramatic do-done sounding as the book opens to reveal a checklist for Olive's ideal type. A sudden, triumphant ta-da sounding as the page emphasizes the requirement of being an excellent sword fighter.
Ludwig panics and shouts that he must adjust himself to meet every one of Olive's preferences.
Musette questions if the prince intends to risk his life dueling the elite commander for such a silly reason.
A sudden, loud shout sounding as Ludwig vows to train until he defeats the strongest fighter in the empire.
Musette mocks the idea, pointing out that the list perfectly describes the prince's older brother, Carlos.
A sudden, nervous tremble sounding as Musette doubts Ludwig can beat Carlos or ever be considered kind and thoughtful.
A sudden, booming roar sounding as Ludwig's frustration leads to a loud crash that startles his companion. Chibi versions of the two look up in shock as a loud noise echoes from the floor above.
Musette suggests that the prince's loud shouting must have startled someone on the floor above.
Musette comments on the intensity of the crash that followed the prince's outburst.
Ludwig reaches for his notebook while wondering if someone actually fell from the impact of his yelling.
The scene shifts to the open windows above, where voices wonder if their secret conversation was overheard.
From the balcony, Prince Carlos and his companion peer down at the scene below in a moment of confusion. A sudden, long pew sounding as Prince Carlos sighs in relief that his presence remains undetected. A sudden, warm sweat sounding as Carlos hides on the floor, worried that his brother heard him watching. Carlos admits he tried to duck as quickly as possible when Ludwig shouted his name. A sudden, firm press sounding as Carlos's companion pushes his head down, annoyed by his frantic hiding. A sudden, rough shove sounding as the companion scolds Carlos for dragging them into his awkward hiding spot.
The green-haired person suggests it would be much less awkward to just go down and say hello.
Carlos smiles nervously, certain that Ludwig would just draw his sword and demand a duel if they met. A sudden quiet hesitates sounding as the companion asks if Carlos is simply afraid of losing a duel. Carlos insists he could win, but claims he must defend his pride as the eldest brother.
The companion asks why Carlos allows Ludwig to hate him when he clearly cares for the younger boy. Narrative text emphasizes that Carlos never truly abandoned his brother during their difficult past. A flashback reveals that the emperor strictly forbade Carlos from seeing Ludwig when they were children. Carlos smiles with deep sadness, acknowledging that he still neglected Ludwig when the boy needed him most.
Carlos reflects on the deep loneliness and anxiety his brother must have endured during their separation.
Carlos sits on the floor with a sad smile, willing to accept his brother's resentment if it provides comfort.
A sudden, intense glare sounding as Carlos feels completely overwhelmed by the silent pressure of his companion's stare.
A sudden upside-down pop sounding as Cyan interrupts Plinna's critique of the prince's gloomy and presumptive attitude. Cyan crouches on the ledge, jokingly warning Carlos that his constant frowning will cause permanent wrinkles on his face.
A sudden, disgusted ugh sounding as Planis reacts with visible annoyance to the commander's unexpected and casual appearance.
A sudden, painful whack sounding as a loud scream follows a violent collision between the two companions.
A sudden, loud crash sounding as Carlos notes the unusual amount of chaotic noise echoing through the castle today. Looking out over the Grand Palace, Musette confirms his lord's observation about the strange level of activity.
Carlos remains seated on the floor, looking up and calling out to Planis and Cyan in confusion.
A sudden, shaky tremble sounding as Planis and Cyan huddle on the floor in intense pain from their collision. A sudden, furious yell sounding as Planis scolds Cyan for his reckless behavior and the painful head injury he caused. A sudden, painful throb sounding as Cyan clutches his bandaged forehead while Planis questions his preference for jumping through windows. Planis fumes over the hardness of the commander's head, while Carlos wonders why they have started fighting again. A sudden, quick pull sounding as Cyan removes his bandage and asks if their tension is because Prince Ludwig is nearby. Carlos is surprised Cyan recognized Ludwig, but the commander explains that the prince's face and alias were dead giveaways. A sudden, helpful reach sounding as Cyan extends a hand to help Planis, explaining he feigned ignorance to respect Ludwig's anonymity.
Planis accepts the help, noting that Ludwig likely failed to recognize Cyan because the commander has changed so much.
Carlos laughs nostalgically, recalling how the group used to fight and argue constantly when they were much younger. He looks down with a gentle smile, remembering his efforts to stop their endless bickering during their childhood days. A flashback shows the four children running together during a rare visit to see Ludwig at the Garnet Palace. The narrative reflects on their limited time playing together, which was often cut short by their constant disagreements. Carlos stares off with a wistful expression, longing for the simplicity of those past days they can never reclaim.
Planis turns his attention back to Cyan, asking what specific news the commander came to share with them. Carlos gives a lighthearted shrug. Planis explains that he discovered something quite unusual in the official records and came to report it.
Cyan looks serious, revealing he stumbled upon the strange information while reviewing the Night Corps registry earlier that morning. A sudden, sharp swing sounding as Cyan announces his presence to the palace administration to begin his investigation. A sudden, low creak sounding as the commander enters the room and asks for the person in charge. A sudden, energetic spring sounding as the startled administrator stands quickly to greet Commander Cobalt and offer her assistance.
Cyan asks for information regarding Ludi Remble, the specific new recruit who joined the training session earlier that day.
A sudden, sharp flap sounding as Cyan flips through the paperwork, suspecting there is a significant error in the recruit's file. The administrator checks the current year against the file and confirms that the registration date from 2 years ago is correct.
She points out that although he registered years ago, he never trained or did missions despite regular performance reports being submitted. Cyan asks if such an arrangement is even permitted, while the administrator notes her superiors confirmed everything is officially in order. She explains that such anomalies sometimes occur within the royal family's core, though his sudden appearance for training is unprecedented. Cyan ponders if the recruit belongs to the secretive Black Hounds, while the administrator offers to double-check with her superiors.
Cyan decides to investigate the matter personally, asking the administrator for the name of the person who delivered the suspicious records.
The name Mary Hawks is revealed. Planis reacts the shuck.
Cyan asks if the name is familiar, and Planis confirms that he knows exactly who Mary is.
A sudden, awkward scratch sounding as Carlos smiles sheepishly, realizing his secret meddling has finally been discovered by his friends.
Planis shakes with barely contained rage as Carlos explains he received an urgent request to alter Ludwig's registration details.
A sudden, heavy whoosh sounding as Carlos admits he didn't expect the commander to check the records before the changes were finalized.
Planis grabs Carlos by the collar and yells, demanding to know if the prince understands the gravity of his actions.
Carlos tells Planis to stay calm, arguing that his status as a royal grants him the authority to tamper with the knight list.
Planis shouts back that simply changing a name isn't the problem, implying the prince went much further than that.
Narrative text details how Ludwig was registered under a false identity and kept away from all duties while receiving ghost reports. Narrative text confirms that these specific irregular conditions are the defining characteristics of the elite Black Hounds. Shadowy figures in dark cloaks loom, representing the mysterious and formidable members of the Black Hounds.
Planis warns that the Black Hounds are the Emperor's private army and that forging names on their list is a treasonous offense.
Carlos admits his name isn't officially recorded, explaining he only created a false trail to deceive the military administration.
Planis grows concerned about the palace employee who saw the documents, asking if Carlos plans to have her dismissed to cover his tracks.
A sudden, quick brush sounding as Carlos smiles, explaining he left the clue intentionally so the employee would mention his name if a problem arose. The prince's internal thoughts reveal his selfless intent to take the blame for any consequences instead of letting his brother, Ludwig, suffer. A sudden, warm smile sounding as Carlos looks genuinely happy to protect his brother's future.
A sudden, deep frown sounding as Planis expresses his frustration at Carlos's habit of acting alone and taking on unnecessary risks.
A sudden, sharp smack sounding as Planis strikes the prince, who only laughs and asks why he is being punished.
A sudden, quick rub sounding as Planis demands to know the real reason Ludwig went to such extreme lengths to join the Knight Corps.
Carlos begins to speculate on his brother's motivations with a knowing look. In a simplified scene, Carlos explains his theory while Cyan and Planis listen with skeptical expressions.
A sudden, light scratch sounding as Carlos laughs, admitting he doesn't actually know the exact reason for Ludwig's sudden ambition.
A sudden, low grr sounding as Carlos reminds them how impressed Olive was with Cyan's skills when they were children, causing Planis to seethe with jealousy.
Carlos suggests that Ludwig's entire motivation for joining the Knights might simply be a desperate attempt to impress Olive. A sudden, sharp wham sounding as Planis kicks Carlos in the leg out of pure annoyance, while Cyan watches the chaotic scene in shock. A sudden, heavy stomp sounding as Planis storms away, vowing not to help when the prince's reckless plans eventually fail.
Cyan looks down at the fallen prince with a mixture of pity and concern, wondering if the kick actually broke his bone.
A sudden, painful ache sounding as Carlos clutches his knee, insisting he was telling the truth while wincing from the impact.
Cyan acknowledges that while Carlos had his reasons, involving the Black Hounds was an incredibly dangerous move.
The commander expresses his wish that Carlos had consulted them first, as he and Planis would have gladly provided their support.
Carlos explains that he didn't want to burden them with extra work for what he considered a personal whim. Cyan tells the prince he should at least try harder to avoid getting caught in his own web of lies.
Narrative text reflects on how everything in Ludwig's life seems to be connected to his feelings for Olive. The story emphasizes that Olive is the singular focus of Ludwig's thoughts and actions.
Cyan watches the brothers, thinking about how devastating it must have been for Ludwig when Olive rejected his invitation to the ball.
The scene shifts to a quiet afternoon at the Grand Garnet Palace.
The massive, ornate palace stands tall under a clear blue sky, signaling a change in focus.
Narrative text transitions into the current reality of the situation at the palace.
A sudden, bright blaze sounding as Olive scolds Ludwig for his repeated mistakes, demanding he take his extra lessons more seriously.
A sudden, low whisper sounding as cat-eared children watch from the door, worried that their master is wasting away under the pressure.
A sudden, quiet peak sounding as the children observe how thin and weak the prince has become during his intense studies.
The children beg Musette to do something, fearing that Olive will never love a prince who appears so frail.
Musette defends his master's honor, but privately admits that the prince can be a bit of a pushover. One of the children wonders if Olive's constant scolding is a sign that she actually hates the prince.
A sudden, quick glance sounding as Musette considers the possibility of a hidden romantic dynamic between the two. Inside the room, Olive continues to critique Ludwig's work as he sits slumped in his chair. Musette gets defensive when the children mock his lack of romantic experience, claiming he has had many lovers in the past. A sudden, joyful sparkle sounding as Musette notes that despite the scolding, the pair has actually grown much closer over time.
The cat-eared children continue their observations, curious about the progress of their master's education.
A sudden, nervous tremble sounding as Ludwig presents a paper to Olive, his hands shaking after countless hours of effort. A sudden, loud, teary sounding as Olive cheers with joy, celebrating the fact that Ludwig finally wrote an essay without a single error. Ludwig looks completely drained and gaunt, expressing his frustration at how slowly he is progressing through his medical studies.
Olive ignores his exhaustion and beams with pride while showing off the perfect document he produced.
A sudden, slow rise sounding as Ludwig stands up wearily, while Olive continues to heap praise on his remarkable achievement.
A sudden, quiet pause sounding as Ludwig asks Olive to drop the polite flattery and give him her honest opinion.
A sudden, brutal honest sounding as Ludwig admits he expected to finish much sooner, while Musette notes how accustomed the prince has become to Olive's bluntness.
A sudden, frantic fret sounding as Olive tries to shift the conversation away from his studies to the upcoming spring ball.
A sudden, cold sweat sounding as Ludwig points out that her rejection means he has no choice but to attend the event alone.
A sudden, quiet shuffle sounding as Olive hesitantly mentions that she might not be attending the ball with Planus as originally planned.
A sudden, sharp crack sounding as Ludwig's eyes widen in shock upon hearing that Olive has promised to go to the ball with a friend named Million. Ludwig reels from the revelation that Olive might have accepted his invitation if he had simply asked her a second time.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounding as Ludwig realizes he made a terrible assumption about her having already found a partner.
A sudden, quiet sneak sounding as the cat-eared children lurk in the background, while Olive offers to introduce Ludwig to a real friend. Olive gives Ludwig a bright smile, encouraging him to keep trying because he is handsome enough to find a partner quickly.
A sudden, energetic hop sounding as the children pounce on Olive for a hug, declaring it is now their turn to play.
Olive playfully scolds the duo, saying there are no more treats, but the kids excitedly ask if she enjoys cake. One of the children mentions that Musette bought a large amount of cake for them the previous day.
A sudden light jump sounding as the children explain they want to share their snacks with Olive as a thank you for her kindness.
A sudden, hopeful twinkle sounding as the children look up at Olive with wide, expectant eyes. A voice calls out from off-screen, apologizing for the interruption and the children's behavior. Musette laughs as he approaches, noting that he tried to tell the kids Olive might be tired of sweets, but they insisted on sharing. The lion-eared man invites Olive to join them outside for tea and cake so they can spend some time together. Musette adds that she shouldn't feel pressured if she has other duties, while Olive looks noticeably overwhelmed by the invitation. Olive happily agrees to stay, feeling touched by the children's thoughtfulness as they hug her with joy. A sudden nervous shake sounding as Musette tries to snap Ludwig out of his dazed state while the prince stares into space.
A sudden, sharp jolt sounding as Ludwig's eyes widen in a moment of sudden clarity and shock.
Ludwig panics about another man taking Olive to the ball, but Musette bluntly reminds him that he is also just another man to her. A sudden, low sigh sounding as Musette explains that competition is inevitable for someone as smart and kind as Olive.
Ludwig clutches his head in despair, realizing his narrow focus on winning Olive over caused him to overlook potential rivals.
Musette tells his master to remain calm, arguing that his progress with the lessons is the most important thing. A sudden quick raise sounding as Musette signals for Ludwig to stop worrying about the ball and focus on the immediate tea time.
Musette grows serious, telling Ludwig to listen closely because the upcoming interaction is a vital opportunity.
Narrative text notes that after months of effort, Olive is finally beginning to view Ludwig in a more positive light.
Musette clarifies that her interest is purely platonic for now, which Ludwig receives with a silent, stunned expression.
Musette explains that Olive appreciates Ludwig's dedication and his growth as a student over the past 2 months. The servant predicts that Olive will likely ask a personal question during tea if she feels any connection to him. A sudden, firm pat sounding as Musette tells Ludwig that his response to her question will be the defining moment for their relationship. A single bubble emphasizes the importance of remembering one specific piece of advice for the upcoming talk. Musset looms over Ludwig, ordering him to answer any personal question as naturally and effectively as possible.
Musset gets extremely close to Ludwig's face, demanding a clear confirmation that the prince understands the gravity of the task.
The scene shifts to the garden, where Olive begins pouring tea for Ludwig during their outdoor gathering. A sudden, slow sip sounding as Ludwig reflects on his past performance, wondering what more he could possibly do to impress Musset.
Ludwig's face contorts in shock as the unexpected taste of the tea hits him.
A sudden, wet pfft sounding as Ludwig sprays the tea out in disgust, complaining about its intense bitterness. A sudden, heavy cough sounding as Ludwig chokes on the drink while Olive frantically searches for a handkerchief. The children pout, calling Ludwig mean for rejecting their tea, while the prince wonders how anything could taste so toxic. Olive laughs at the mishap, though Ludwig insists that the drink tasted worse than the most bitter medicines. A sudden, quiet sniff sounding as one of the children checks the tea while Ludwig suspects a medicinal herb was added by mistake. Olive rests her face on her hand and asks Ludwig if he likes children, catching him completely off guard.
A sudden, sharp startle sounding as Ludwig realizes this is the exact personal question Musset warned him about.
Ludwig's internal thoughts emphasize that this is his one chance to provide a perfect, well-considered answer. Olive smiles warmly as she repeats her question, waiting for Ludwig to reveal his true feelings about kids.
Ludwig admits he hasn't given the topic much thought, while one of the children watches him with a trembling expression.
Ludwig gives a very formal and sincere speech about children being a vital resource for national development, making the moment feel like a job interview. Olive tells him to relax, explaining she only asked because he seems to have an unusually informal bond with Betty and Sally. Ludwig argues that there is a misunderstanding, claiming that children simply don't respect his authority. Olive points out that he doesn't actually do anything to stop them, and Ludwig replies there is no reason to be harsh with playing children. Olive smiles to herself, seemingly pleased by his answer and his gentle nature. Olive brings up the agreement Ludwig made with her brother regarding their lessons. Olive suggests that the children are the real motivation behind his actions, leaving Ludwig looking surprised and speechless. Olive laughs as she teases Ludwig about her hidden motivations for helping him. Ludwig insists he truly needed her lessons, while Olive playfully dismisses his frantic explanation. Olive pauses for a thoughtful moment. Her hands fidget nervously as she prepares to ask Ludwig a serious question. Ludwig reacts with visible surprise. Olive explains her brother mentioned Ludwig's interest in researching a rare illness through ancient documents. She admits his intense dedication to studying the subject has been bothering her lately. Ludwig rubs his teacup anxiously. A sudden, grossed-out blurg sounding as the children react to the tea, while Olive notes the prince could have simply hired a translator. A sudden, frantic flap sounding as Olive wonders if Ludwig is just overly professional or hiding something. Olive offers to help with whatever is troubling him, assuring him he doesn't have to share if it's personal. She encourages him to relax and promises to answer any questions he might have in return. A sudden, light pluck sounding as Ludwig takes a sugar cube while asking for total secrecy. Ludwig explains that any noticeable illness or disability provides people with a reason to find fault with a noble. He confirms her suspicions, admitting that he is researching his own mysterious condition. Ludwig fidgets with the sugar cube, explaining that his body accumulates an excessive amount of mana. Olive is stunned to learn that having too much mana can actually cause illness. A sudden, quick glance sounding as Ludwig notes they are outside the palace's magical barrier. He explains that the mana in his body acts as a heat source for a combustion reaction. Narrative text explains that concentrated mana produces heat and creates blue magical fire. Ludwig notes that when mana builds up on combustible material, the temperature rises rapidly. A sudden bright whoosh sounding as the sugar cube in Ludwig's hand erupts into blue flames. He explains that his illness creates a similar burning flame inside his own body. Ludwig uses the burning cube as a grim metaphor for his physical state, alarming Olive. A sudden, loud whoosh sounding as Olive panics, but Ludwig tries to calm her by calling it a minor fever. A sudden, quiet calm sounding as Olive realizes he uses magic to vent the excess mana before it consumes him. Olive assumes the condition isn't serious as long as he discharges the energy regularly. Ludwig agrees that the discharge usually solves the problem, but reveals there is an unusual complication. Olive looks on with intense curiosity. A sudden, sharp snap sounding as Ludwig creates a spark, explaining he can only control a tiny fraction of his mana. Narrative text describes how the remaining unused mana builds up over time. A sudden electrical zzz sounding as Ludwig describes his body burning until he passes out from the pressure. A sudden soft poof sounding as Ludwig admits he has no control over how the energy is eventually released. A sudden metallic clank sounding as Olive learns these episodes occur once or twice a month now that he is an adult. A sudden low mumble sounding as Ludwig suggests there's an even more pressing issue.
Olive asks if he has consulted a specialist to find a more permanent solution.
Ludwig recalls visiting an arcane tower where an expert admitted that medicine could not cure a loss of mana control. A sudden quick flip sounding as the blue-haired expert suggests searching ancient literature for clues. A sudden heavy clunk sounding as Ludwig decides to keep studying while Olive asks if he still has the ancient books. Olive stands up abruptly, demanding to know the current location of the research materials.
Ludwig mentions they are in his lab and offers to let her see the rare documents.
Olive declares her intention to help him and even offers to sign a formal oath of secrecy. Ludwig tries to decline the offer to avoid bothering her, but Olive insists it isn't just about the books.
Olive reveals that she suffered from a serious illness as a child and understands his struggle.
A sudden, painful cough sounding as Olive remembers being bedridden and unable to control her own life.
In a dark memory, young Olive prays for the pain to end, even if it means sleeping forever.
Ludwig is speechless as Olive laughs, explaining the illness finally vanished when she was 5. A sudden, meaningful glance sounding as Olive credits her family for her recovery and emphasizes the need for support.
Ludwig notes how quiet the children have been while Olive asserts her expertise in reading ancient texts.
Ludwig worries about being a burden, but Olive reminds him that as his teacher, his health is her concern. Olive laughs with genuine, radiant warmth.
Ludwig watches her with quiet, wide-eyed wonder.
Olive insists that helping a friend is natural and that their bond is special. She notes how quickly they've grown comfortable together in just 2 months.
As she confidently decides to assist with his research, Ludwig remains silently stunned by her kindness. The prince's expression softens into a somber, thoughtful gaze.
A dark premonition shows Ludwig blood-stained and panting, certain his true self would only inspire her hatred. He trembles at the thought that anyone, even the old version of Olive, would despise his monstrous state.
A sudden, cold trickle sounding as his red eye stares out from a blood-streaked face during a painful awakening.
His internal thoughts call out to Olive amidst an overwhelming, dark void. A sudden, agonized scream sounding as the darkness is punctuated by a sharp, jagged cry of pain. Sunlight bathes the majestic spires of Byzantium's imperial palace.
High above the grounds, a voice asks if Amanda has heard the latest palace gossip.
Freshly washed linens flap gently on lines in the bright garden. Amanda, a handmaiden with light purple hair, playfully asks if Tessa is repeating another tall tale. A sudden bright twinkle sounding as Tessa, a brown-haired girl with freckles, eagerly asks for the newest scoop. Tessa asks if Amanda knows Amy, a black-haired maid from the Western Wing, as they hang laundry together. A sudden light wish sounding as Tessa begins her story about a mysterious event from the previous week. A sudden playful flap sounding as Tessa uses a sheet like a ghost to claim Amy was killed by a palace monster. A sudden quick whip sounding as Tessa pouts when Amanda doesn't immediately buy into the scary story. A sudden rhythmic shake sounding as Amanda reveals Amy simply moved back to the country, ruining the dramatic tension. Tessa insists that there is still a grain of truth hidden within the wild rumors. In a memory, Tessa recalls the head butler sighing heavily while she asked about her missing friend. A sudden, weary sigh sounding as the butler notes that several staff members have recently vanished without warning. A sudden, sharp startle sounding as Tessa realizes that such irresponsible behavior is completely unlike the Amy she knew. The butler admits the situation is so bizarre that he wonders if palace staff are being abducted. Tessa remembers promising to give proper notice if she ever decided to quit her job.
The two women discuss whether a monster could really be behind the disappearances.
Amanda considers the possibility, noting how quickly such terrifying stories can take root in the palace. A sudden, heavy step sounding as Amanda mentions an even more chilling rumor currently circulating among the servants. A sudden, frantic scan sounding as Tessa nervously checks their surroundings while Amanda remains skeptical. A sudden, dismissive wave sounding as Amanda asks why her friend is making such a big fuss. A sudden, quiet whisper sounding as Tessa leans in to reveal the supposed identity of the murderous beast. Tessa shocks her friend by suggesting that the monster is actually the newly crowned Emperor Ludwig. Tessa frantically warns Amanda to keep quiet to avoid being arrested for defaming the royal family.
A sudden, low snicker sounding as Amanda finds the idea of the Emperor being a monster hilarious.
A sudden, energetic flap sounding as Tessa tries to convince her laughing friend that the danger is real. Tessa challenges Amanda, asking if she has ever even seen the Emperor in person. Amanda smugly reveals that she has indeed seen him right in that very hallway. A sudden, shocked jolt sounding as Tessa demands to know exactly when this encounter took place. Amanda reminds her of a time when she had to cover Tessa's shifts during an illness. A sudden, low groan sounding as Amanda remembers struggling with an impossibly heavy laundry basket. A sudden, heavy pile sounding as she regrets trying to carry everything in a single trip. A sudden, soft whine sounding as Amanda pushes through the exhaustion to finish her chores. A sudden, quick swirl sounding as a loose piece of laundry catches the wind and flies away. Amanda gasps in frustration, realizing she doesn't have the time to go chasing after stray linens. A sudden, clumsy wobble sounding as Amanda leans far out of a window to grab the escaping cloth. A moment of breathless realization hangs in the silent air. A sudden, terrifying shudder sounding as Amanda feels her balance slip away while she tips into the void. A sudden, forceful yank sounding as a hand grabs her collar, stopping her fatal fall just in time. Amanda shouts in terror as she begins a fatal fall, but a sudden, frantic whoosh sounding marks the moment a hand reaches out to save her. Emperor Ludwig looks on with a focused expression.
Amanda collapses on the floor, gasping for breath as she recovers from the shock of nearly dying.
Ludwig asks if she is all right and apologizes for his carelessness while helping her up with a sudden, energetic hup sounding. A sudden, loud shout echoes through the hallway as Amanda is scolded for her reckless behavior. Ludwig continues to berate her for jumping out a window for a mere handkerchief, reminding her that she would have died if he hadn't been passing by. Amanda begs for forgiveness, explaining she was rushing to finish her chores, while Ludwig lets out a sudden, weary sigh sounding. Ludwig promises to address the workload with the staff office, but advises her to speak with the head butler if she feels overwhelmed. He offers a grim warning that while objects can be replaced, a person cannot be brought back from death. Ludwig holds the handkerchief and tells her to be more careful in the future. Back in the present, Tessa's eyes sparkle as she listens to the story, wondering why Amanda is making such a face. Tessa squeals with delight, calling the rescue a scene out of a fairy tale. Amanda sighs and warns Tessa to be careful with her words, insisting that the Emperor who saved her would never hurt anyone. Tessa leans in and agrees that the rumors of a murderous monster seem completely far-fetched. As Tessa expresses hope to meet the wonderful Emperor, Amanda is silenced by a sudden, sickening crunch sounding. Amanda collapses to the floor with a sudden, heavy thud sounding, coughing up blood. In a horrific turn, Ludwig stands behind a bloodied Amanda with a vacant, terrifying stare. Amanda's body falls with a sudden wet slump sounding as her spine yields with a sudden sharp crack sounding. Tessa watches in paralyzed horror as blood sprays the room and her friend hits the floor with a sudden, dull thud sounding. Tessa trembles as she stares at the mangled remains of her friend. Ludwig looks down at his blood-soaked hands as a sudden rhythmic rub sounding fills the silence. He lifts his gore-stained hands and casually mentions that he will summon a doctor for her. Ludwig's expression suddenly shifts as a sudden, violent shudder sounding passes through him. Tessa suffers a sudden, terrified jolt sounding as a jagged scream of pure agony rips through the hallway. Ludwig clutches his head and mutters to himself in a panic, asking how this could have happened.
He trembles with the realization that he has killed someone once again.
A voice from the hallway calls out, directing Marquis Windsor toward the commotion. Tessa hears the sound of people approaching with a sudden, heavy rush sounding. Marquis Windsor and a group of nobles enter the room, noting they heard a scream. The Marquis is shocked by the gruesome scene before him. Ludwig kneels in the blood, muttering incoherently as the newcomers realize the Emperor is the one in the center of the room. The Marquis rushes to Ludwig's side, asking if His Majesty is injured. He looks around the room in confusion, demanding to know who harmed the Emperor and the maid. Tessa screams for the Marquis to run, revealing that the Emperor is the one who killed Amanda.
The gray-haired noble stands over Tessa and coldly notes that her knowledge makes her a witness.
He looks down with a chilling gaze and orders the Black Hound to eliminate all witnesses. Tessa is cut off by a sudden, sickening stab sounding as she flinches in pain. A sword pierces through Tessa's chest as the Marquis looks on in disbelief. Tessa's body hits the floor with a sudden, final thud sounding, while the Marquis lets out a sudden, sharp gasp sounding. The gray-haired noble turns his head and asks the Marquis if he didn't hear the order.
He repeats his demand for the Black Hound to get rid of every witness. The Black Hound, a masked blonde woman in a hood, stands ready to follow her orders. The Marquis protests that the servants were innocent as a sudden, quick swish sounding occurs behind him. The Black Hound executes the man with a sudden, forceful jab sounding through his back. Blood sprays across the room with a sudden, wet splat sounding while Ludwig remains in a daze. Ludwig stares into the void, his eyes wide with a growing madness. The gray-haired noble sighs and rubs his forehead, complaining that the situation is giving him a headache. Ludwig collapses on the floor, muttering that something is wrong and desperately calling for Olive. He breaks into a distorted smile, convinced that Olive is the answer to his problems. As Ludwig struggles to his feet with a sudden, weak stagger sounding, he maintains his desperate belief that Olive will help him. The Black Hound walks away from the dazed Emperor, who continues to call for Olive. A sudden, heavy trudge sounding is followed by a sudden, wet squelch sounding. Marquis Windsor rubs his eyes, lamenting his mistake in placing an uncontrollable beast on the imperial throne. A sudden, sharp ache sounding. The mustachioed official questions if it was necessary to kill the head butler, causing the Marquess to look up in surprise. The Black Hound steps in a pool of blood next to a body. A sudden, wet squish sounding as the official notes the butler was a trusted servant. The Black Hound stops as a sudden, soft rustle sounding occurs, noting with surprise that the silent assassins are finally speaking up. Marquis Windsor stands firm, declaring that his orders are the Emperor's and must be followed. The Black Hound remains silent as the Marquis warns that any disagreement is a direct defiance of His Majesty's authority. The Marquis lets out a sudden, weary sigh sounding and dismisses the subordinate's empathy, ordering the bodies cleared immediately. A sudden, dark whoosh sounding as the Black Hound turns to carry out the task. The Marquis assumes the Emperor killed more on his way. The Marquis reflects on his choice to crown the Emperor, letting out a sudden, sharp tisk sounding at the current mess. The mustachioed official points out that the disposals can't be covered up forever as suspicion within the palace grows. A figure in a dark cloak stands among piles of bloodied bodies as rumors begin to circulate. The official reminds Windsor that he personally selected the Emperor and worries about the fallout if he is dethroned. Windsor suggests that the Emperor might simply suffer an unfortunate accident instead of being dethroned. The official is horrified at the suggestion of hiring an assassin, a sudden, sharp startle sounding. Windsor calmly notes that there is no need for him to get his own hands dirty. A red-haired boy stands amidst a scene of carnage, with victims lying dead all around him. A white-haired woman in a dark cloak stands in the shadows. A narration box explains that someone holds a particularly deep grudge against the Emperor. A close-up shows a tearful, bloodshot eye filled with hatred. A narration box says they will simply hand the grieving person a knife and let them do the rest. A sudden, cheerful chirp sounding fills a sunlit bedroom as voices call for their master to wake up. A red-haired boy sleeps as a sudden, quiet snooze sounding. One of the cat girls insists they must wake him as he requested. Two cat-eared girls decide it's time for their secret wake-up method. A sudden, firm nod sounding. A sudden, quiet whisper sounding as the girls prepare a launch boost for the one named Sally. On the count of 3, the blonde cat girl is launched toward the bed. A sudden, rhythmic clack sounding, followed by a sudden, quick whoosh sounding. Sally delivers a wake-up kick. A sudden, heavy wham sounding as the master lets out a sudden, pained herk sounding. The red-haired master sits up, coughing uncontrollably. A sudden, pained axe sounding. The master squeezes a catgirl's head as a sudden, firm squeeze sounding. He notes he didn't ask them to kill him. A catgirl stretches while complaining about how early it is. A sudden, long stretch sounding. She asks if he is trying to sneak out without Musette knowing, suspecting he's up to no good. The red-haired master admits Musette would give him an earful if he discovered today's secret plans. The catgirls are intrigued and curious, dying to know what he is going to do. He confidently declares that knowing one's enemy is the key to winning any battle. A grand green palace stands under the sun, a sudden soft mumble sounding as someone studies mana transplant experiments. A green-haired woman named Olive sits at a desk in a library, finding a useful book on mana's effects on the body, a sudden, soft mumble sounding. She reads a case study on high mana levels, a sudden, rhythmic tap sounding as she takes notes. Olive realizes this is the same case she read about previously. She notes the lack of progress in mana research, letting out a sudden, soft scratch sounding as she writes. She ponders her lack of medical expertise. A sudden rhythmic poke sounding as she taps her head in frustration. A sudden loud creak sounding as she considers studying the problem together with Ludwig. A green-haired man appears, surprising her with his presence. He scolds her for staying in the library without eating, a sudden slight tilt sounding. Olive asks if it's time for lunch, specifically requesting a sandwich. The man reveals it is already past 4 o'clock, a sudden loud "do done" sounding in the shock of the moment. Olive is upset that they had lunch without her, but he clarifies he just arrived. He asks what has her so focused, causing her a sudden, sharp startle sounding. Olive decides to keep her research a secret, fearing the man Planus's reaction to her helping Ludwig. She tells Planus her research is just a hobby. Planus delivers a letter to her. Olive asks the green-haired man who sent the letter, noting she wasn't expecting mail from anyone. He explains that it came from her friend, Million Goldroat. The man explains he intended to deliver it at dinner, but brought it early because of the urgent-looking red seal. A sudden, sharp rip sounding as Olive tears open the envelope. Olive assumes it is a simple tea invitation until she notices it was sent by express mail. A sudden, soft flip sounding as she unfolds the parchment. Olive's expression twists into one of sheer, wide-eyed terror as she reads the message, a sudden, startled gasp sounding. The green-haired woman leaps to her feet in a panic, a sudden, quick spring sounding as her brother asks what the letter says. Olive stands frozen in shock, clutching the letter as realization sinks in, a sudden, cold sweat surrounding. The scene shifts to a serene, bright blue sky filled with fluffy white clouds. A tall clock tower stands over a sun-drenched town, a sudden, rhythmic rattle sounding from the streets below. A horse-drawn carriage speeds down a cobblestone road, kicking up dust. A sudden, heavy rattle sounding is accompanied by a sudden, deep rumble sounding. The coachman whips the horses into a frantic gallop, a sudden, loud whinny sounding and a sudden, sharp clunk sounding as they race forward. The carriage wheels spin with incredible intensity as they turn a corner, a sudden, harsh kurr sounding and a sudden, fast rattle sounding. The vehicle skids to a halt in front of a building marked Goldroat, a sudden, long screech sounding. The carriage settles as the horses come to a complete stop, a sudden, final clatter sounding. Olive's private coachman, Mr. Peterson, turns with a cheerful expression and announces that they have arrived. A fancy green shoe steps out onto the pavement, a sudden, heavy swing sounding followed by a sudden, loud creak sounding as Olive notes how fast the trip was. Olive gives her coachman a thumbs up and a wink, thanking him for the incredibly quick journey. Olive glances back and urges Planus to hurry, fearing that Million might be in grave danger. A sudden, pained irk sounding comes from her brother. Planus is hunched over and miserable, suffering from severe motion sickness. A sudden, wet blearge sounding as Olive asks what is wrong. Mr. Peterson apologizes for the speed, while Olive scolds her brother for being so physically weak. Olive tells Planus to rest in the carriage and enter through the back door later. He weakly protests that the situation is too dangerous. Olive bursts into the room with her arms wide, shouting for Million and asking what trouble he has found. A sudden, loud burst sounding. Inside, a white-haired woman reacts in shock, while Million explains he slipped a secret note into the earlier letter. The three sit together on the floor as Olive notes that everything in the shop looks perfectly fine. The white-haired woman asks Million what he wrote to cause such a panic. Million holds up his letter and claims his good looks have trapped him in a forbidden love, a sudden, proud ta-da sounding as Olive realizes she expected a violent brawl. The white-haired woman gives Million a painful noogie, a sudden, firm squeeze sounding as Olive asks for the real story. The woman explains that around lunchtime, Million began to feel as though someone was watching him, a sudden, loud crack sounding from his head. Million tries to explain his side, claiming he was being held hostage for free labor, a sudden, rhythmic throb sounding in his aching head. The scene shifts back to earlier that morning at the Goldroat Bakery. A narration box introduces the tea of the day as Evening Alina. A teapot pours a stream of dark amber liquid. The tea splashes into a white porcelain tuck. Million serves two ladies, explaining that the tea is popular for its refreshing taste and aroma. The white-haired boy beams with a charming, fanged smile. He suggests a scone with smooth cream to perfectly complement the fruity scent of the tea. Other patrons in the bakery are charmed and ask the boy to take their orders as well. Million agrees to serve them immediately, but secretly notes that something feels unusual. He glances around the shop, trying to identify a strange presence he cannot quite describe. A narration box notes that there is a bizarre feeling coming from somewhere among the customers today.
Million feels an intense gaze that is very different from the usual admiring glances he receives.
The boy focuses his orange, slit pupil eyes on the crowd, a sudden, heavy stare sounding.
In the present, Million squeals that he is simply too gorgeous for his own good. The white-haired woman tells him to put the teapot back on the table. Million continues his story, determined to see who the new mystery person was.
He scans the room, wondering which of the new customers is hiding their face.
He identifies a red-haired man sitting alone at a table, reading a newspaper. Million notes that a man watching him like this is uncommon, then approaches to offer a coffee refill. The red-haired man refuses the offer, a sudden, quick turn sounding. The stranger looks up, revealing sharp, glowing red eyes and a focused expression. Million is taken aback, admitting that even under the hat, the man's looks might rival his own. The boy wonders why the man seems so familiar, as he never forgets the faces of those who admire him. Million's eyes go wide as he suddenly remembers exactly who the red-haired man is. The green-haired woman named Olive reacts with a sudden, springy startle sounding as she shouts out in shock toward the white-haired boy.
Clutching her head as a sudden, soft, squeaky sounding fills the air, Olive asks if the new person who likes Million is who she thinks, and the boy chirps back a happy confirmation.
A red-haired man wearing a black hat sits in the bakery with his coffee as a sudden, soft trickling sounding occurs, thinking to himself that he is uncomfortable involving himself with the royal family.
Olive holds her head in frustration as she is reminded that she has been tutoring the red-haired man for months and should be close to him by now.
Million clasps his hands with a bright smile, asking Olive for a favor to persuade the man to leave the shop. In a high-angle view of the bakery, Million begs Olive for help as the red-haired man continues reading at his table while he asks if she will do this for him.
Bathed in a sudden, bright, flashing sounding, Olive imagines herself as a clever mastermind, realizing that Million is the one the red-haired man likes, while a boy nearby questions what she's doing with a chair.
Olive smiles gently to herself, thinking that while she is happy for blossoming love, there is one major problem she needs to address. A thought bubble explains that Olive intends to tell the man that she has already agreed to go to the spring ball with his beloved Million. Olive broods in the shadows with a sudden, heavy thumping sounding as she realizes she acted like a jerk, while a memory of a laughing green-haired woman appears behind her. A sudden, sharp cracking sounding accompanies the image of a dejected red-haired boy, as Olive realizes her rejection must have devastated him, even though he is an imperial family member. Olive closes her eyes and worries about the social consequences if people find out she stole the prince's lover. Realizing her reputation is at stake, Olive panics and fears she will be a social outcast forever. A sudden, rhythmic rattling sounding occurs as the red-haired man looks up from his tea, surprised to see Olive standing before him. Olive lunges forward with a sudden, harsh swishing sounding, startling the man as she insists she wasn't spying on his ball partner to find weaknesses. Patrons in the bakery begin to chatter as Olive makes a sudden, fast, whooshing sounding entrance, causing a scene while grabbing the red-haired man. The red-haired man is taken aback with a sudden, sharp startle sounding and a sudden, soft shuffling sounding as Olive approaches him with intensity. In a panic, Olive begs for a chance to explain as a sudden, loud crunching sound occurs, prompting the man to ask her to let go of him first. A sudden, quiet whispering sounding spreads through the bakery as customers gossip about the lady and wonder if the man has dishonored her. Dragging the man out with a sudden, heavy flinging sounding and a sudden, rhythmic stepping sounding, Olive declares they need to talk outside while Million watches in shock.
A sudden, loud slamming sounding.
Million squeals with delight while the white-haired woman looks exhausted, begging him not to make the situation even more complicated. Ludwig looks down, dejected and sweating. Standing in an alley as a sudden, quiet, empty sounding fills the space, the man notes how secluded it is, but Olive insists it is the perfect spot. Olive makes a sudden, firm grabbing sounding as she seizes the man's shoulders, telling Ludwig to listen closely while he asks what she needs to explain. With a sudden, heavy, serious-sounding tone, Olive tells Ludwig she will let him take Million to the ball if that's what he truly wants. Olive shakes him with a sudden, forceful yanking sounding, shouting that he should just be honest about his love for Million so she doesn't stand in his way. Looking completely flustered, Ludwig shouts for her to calm down and asks who she thinks he actually likes. Olive puts a hand to her chin, claiming her logical reasoning led her to believe he was upset because she snatched Million away, leaving Ludwig to wonder if he heard her correctly. Ludwig screams in frustration, telling her that her reasoning is wrong and she needs glasses, while Olive remains calm and insists her observation was sound.
Olive clarifies she has no interest in Million, causing Ludwig to reveal he only came to the bakery to find clues on how to make her like him more.
Ludwig removes his hat and explains that he is trying to move past his previous failures to succeed in getting closer to her next time.
Surprised by his confession, Olive looks at him with wide eyes as he continues to explain his motivations for being at the bakery. Olive softly whispers his name.
Olive blushes amidst a shimmering haze.
Ludwig looks away with a sudden, heavy frowning sounding as he expresses his frustration. A sudden, loud shouting fills the alley as Ludwig insists he's been truthful since they met, while Olive admits she thought he was just desperate for a ball partner. Ludwig twitches with annoyance, noting it isn't normal to ask someone out immediately upon meeting. Ludwig gives her a sudden, firm shoving sounding as he explains he assumed she had other hidden intentions.
Olive falls to the ground with a sudden, loud crashing sounding, crying out in pain. As Olive prepares to scold him for pushing people around while he's angry, she notices a sudden, soft wishing sounding in the air.
Olive's eye widens in pure horror. Blood begins to fall with a sudden, rhythmic dripping sounding from Ludwig's arm as his hat lies forgotten on the ground. Ludwig stands wounded with a dagger embedded in his chest while Olive looks on in utter shock.
An ominous, dark atmosphere takes over.
Olive screams out for Ludwig. Ludwig lets out a pained groan and begins a sudden, heavy, staggering sounding as Olive rushes to his side, terrified by the bleeding. A sudden, sharp jolting sounding. Heavy black boots make a sudden, rhythmic stepping sounding as Ludwig realizes he threw himself in harm's way to protect someone he thought was a bodyguard. A man in a dark cloak twirls a dagger with a sudden, quick twirling sounding, mocking them for having a tryst in a back alley. Clinging to his consciousness, the red-haired man asks the attackers who they are and notes that throwing knives is a poor way to get someone's attention. A blue-haired man with a tattoo on his hand retrieves his weapon with a sudden, sharp snatch, sounding mocking the victim and telling him he would be better off praying to God for salvation since he will be dead soon. Looking closer at the markings on the stranger's hand, the red-haired man's eyes narrow as he wonders if these people are the dangerous group he suspects. A sudden, sharp startle sounding. The red-haired man is caught off guard as someone nearby shouts for the attackers to stop. A loud voice yells from the shadows, questioning if the criminals have any idea who they are targeting. Olive makes a sudden, quick dart, sounding as she lunges in front of the red-haired man to protect him, while he stares at her in complete disbelief. The green-haired woman stands her ground and declares that her companion is a prince of Byzantium, warning the attackers that they could be charged with treason, even as the prince tries to stop her. The lead attacker remains unfazed, admitting they know he is royalty and noting that his status has been a significant problem for their mission. The man explains that palace security was too tight and the presence of a lion beast folk guardian prevented them from making their move sooner. As a vision of the lion beast folk named Musette appears behind her, Olive realizes with horror that the attackers were intentionally waiting for the prince named Ludwig to be alone. She realizes the situation is far more grave than common street crime. The attackers joke about needing 10 men for the job, but the leader insists on not taking risks given the massive reward for killing Ludwig. A sudden, soft whisper sounding and a sudden, light patting sounding. Ludwig places a gloved hand on Olive's shoulder and tells her to get behind him. Ludwig warns that these people cannot be reasoned with, prompting the green-haired woman to ask if he truly knows their identity. A close-up reveals the distinct marking on the back of the lead attacker's hand, confirming the prince's worst fears. Looking grim, the red-haired man identifies the group as members of a dangerous organization called Nightshade. Olive is stunned, recalling that a man named Planus had mentioned that name to her before. Ludwig explains that the group is notorious for abduction and murder, but his warning is interrupted by a sudden, quick whish sounding. A sudden, loud clanking sounding and a sudden, sharp zing sounding fill the air as Ludwig summons a glowing magic circle to shield Olive from a flurry of blades while shouting her name. A sudden, dark spurt sounding. A sudden, wet splat sounding follows as Ludwig is hit, letting out a pained groan while more blood spatters against the ground. The green-haired woman stares in silent horror at the prince as he continues to bleed. Olive finally finds her voice and screams Ludwig's name in desperation. A sudden, low voom sounding occurs as Ludwig uses his blood-stained hand to maintain the golden magic circle protecting them. A sudden, slow drip sounding. Fresh blood hits the cobblestones beside a discarded dagger.
Ludwig looks back at the terrified woman, struggling to stay upright while her eyes fill with tears.
A man with dreadlocks is shocked to see the target using magic, complaining to his cloaked employer that they weren't hired to fight a mage. The employer asks if they are backing down, but the dreadlocked man demands a higher payment to compensate for the added difficulty of the job. He notes that dealing with mages always requires a premium fee.
The cloaked figure with a single glowing eye remarks on how much work it takes to catch such slippery targets.
The dreadlocked man argues that while they had an agreement, he must be flexible to make a living for his group.
The employer yields and agrees to pay whatever is necessary.
A dark thought bubble emphasizes that the prince must be eliminated at any cost.
The employer warns that they will not tolerate even the smallest mistake. The final condition for the bounty is that the prince's head must be delivered to them. A sudden, dark smirk sounding. The dreadlocked man is pleased to accept the high-paying contract.
A sudden, loud shout sounding. The man yells for someone named Shardik to finally start earning his keep. A sudden, wet spurt sounding. The volume of the shout is so intense that it causes physical pain to those nearby.
An orange-haired boy tells the man to stop yelling and mocks him for looking like a fool.
A sudden, soft patting sounding. Rubbing his ear, the boy named Shardik insists he won't lose his hearing just because of the man's outbursts.
Shardik brags about his promising future as a former member of a high-level magic institute, while the man with dreadlocks dismisses him as an incompetent errand boy.
Ludwig is shaken by the revelation that the young boy was part of a prestigious magic academy.
He realizes that if Shardik is telling the truth, they are in a hopeless situation and can only hope the boy is bluffing.
Knowing he is outmatched, Ludwig tells Olive to run while she still can, but a voice tells him he won't allow that.
A sudden, quick leap sounding. Shardik teleports instantly and appears right in front of the prince with a cheerful, eerie smile. Ludwig's eyes widen in terror as he realizes the boy possesses the ability to teleport. Shardik treats the deadly encounter like a game, telling Ludwig that he should be honored to fight a world-class mage.
A sudden, heavy thump sounding. The boy blocks Ludwig's path and mocks him for even thinking about escaping. A sudden, low womb sounding occurs as Shardik summons a powerful swirl of blue magical energy, laughing at how pathetically weak the prince's magic circle is.
Facing the overwhelming power of the young mage, Ludwig curses in despair. Shardik warns that there is no time to run as a sudden, light whoosh sounding erupts while Ludwig and Olive are caught in the blast.
A massive wave of blue magical energy surges through the alley. Looking completely stricken, Ludwig whispers Olive's name.
A sudden, loud wha-bam sounding fills the air as the magical energy detonates. Shardik raises a hand and casually notes that he accidentally hit the wrong person. A sudden, sharp zizzing sounding occurs as Shardik prepares another spell, dismissing his mistake by stating that no one specifically told him to spare the woman. Shardik smirks within a glow of blue light, deciding that his error ultimately doesn't matter. Ludwig lets out a pained groan and clutches his bloody shoulder while Olive lies motionless on the ground before him. Looking absolutely desperate, the red-haired man shouts to ask if she is okay. Ludwig stares down at the green-haired woman and whispers her name again. A dark, heavy atmosphere settles over the prince as his expression turns cold and ominous. Ludwig's hand trembles as he reaches toward her, internally screaming that this cannot be happening. Panting in a state of shock, Ludwig thinks about how he just regained his place by her side and refuses to let her slip through his fingers. An oppressive, dark figure looms over the prince, asking if he is afraid of losing her. The prince's face is hidden in shadow, revealing only a sinister, dark smirk. Ludwig experiences a sudden, sharp jolt sounding as he is snapped back to his senses. Olive groans as she sits up, complaining that she will be covered in bruises the next morning. Ludwig looks stunned as Olive expresses her relief that he is safe despite her bumping her head. Ludwig asks if she is truly all right after taking a direct hit, but Olive playfully waves it off and insists she is fine. Olive says they need to leave immediately before she suddenly stops in confusion. A sudden, low voom sounding occurs as a massive, intricate blue magic circle expands beneath them. Ludwig looks at the ground in disbelief, admitting that the magic circle is too complex for him to even identify. Shardik's gloved hand glows with a sudden, quick vwee sounding as he manipulates the energy. A sudden, sharp crackle sounding fills the air as Shardik asks Ludwig what is wrong. A sudden, thunderous kaboom sounding erupts as a pillar of blue flames engulfs the entire area. Shardik lets out a gleeful chuckle, gloating that the prince was foolish enough to fall for his trick. Shardik tells the dreadlocked man that he did the heavy lifting and will leave the rest to him, while the man trembles in a silent rage.
A sudden, heavy whop sounding echoes as the man strikes Shardik on the head, calling him a bloody nitwit. Shardik shouts that he did nothing wrong, while the leader rages about the boy incinerating the target when they needed the body as evidence.
Fuming with annoyance, Shardik insists he was being extra careful to keep the body intact. The tattooed man mocks Shardik for thinking they could paste burnt pieces back together, but Shardik shouts that the fire is just a trick to force the prince to use up all his mana. The black-haired man explains that the simplest way to kill a mage is by depleting their mana reserves.
He begins to explain the mechanics of the fiery trap.
A diagram shows how the flames force a mage to constantly use mana to maintain a defensive barrier. Shardik's narration explains that his magic circle converted part of the shield itself into flames. Shardik notes that the more magic the target uses to block the flames, the stronger the fire gets, trapping him until his mana is gone. He explains that mana is the lifeblood of a mage and is fundamentally bonded to their soul.
Ludwig grits his teeth in agony as the intense heat sears his magical barrier.
Shardik explains that by the time the fire dies down, the target will be completely defeated. The boy predicts that the prince will be reduced to nothing more than an empty, soulless shell. Shardik clears his throat with a proud there. With a sudden, dark smirk sounding, Shardik tells the group they can cut the prince's throat or chop him to pieces once the mana is drained.
Shardik continues to brag about how hard he worked to keep the body in one piece. Shardik yells in frustration when the tattooed man admits he wasn't listening because the explanation made his head hurt.
The tattooed man admits he stopped listening very early on, causing Shardik to scream that he missed the entire point. A brown-haired man summarizes that they just need to wait for the flames to die down, while the tattooed man admits he understands the theory.
The tattooed man worries that they can't wait too long since the fire is bound to attract attention eventually.
Shardik dismisses the concern, claiming it will only take 5 minutes because the red-haired man doesn't have much mana. When asked how he can be so sure, Shardik explains he can tell just by looking at the type of magic circle the prince used.
He reveals that the prince used a common, outdated magic circle designed for mage warriors during ancient times of war.
Protectively holding the green-haired woman, Ludwig maintains a golden shield, while narration explains the efficiency of common magic circles in battle.
The narration highlights the low mana consumption of these standard spells. It notes that these magic circles are exceptionally easy to learn.
Shardik explains that while they were intended as a global standard, almost no mages actually use them anymore. He notes that deeper research leads to far more effective combat spells. A sudden, sharp snap sounding. Shardik is thrilled when one of the men finally listens to his lecture on why the target is weak. Shardik looks puzzled when a member of his group questions him. The brown-haired man wonders why a member of the royal family would be wandering around alone without a bodyguard.
The dreadlocked man suggestively claims the prince simply wanted some private time with his companion.
A sudden, sharp shink sounding. Drawing his sword, the man insists they finish the job quickly before help arrives.
A sudden, low clink sounding. He worries that the target's bodyguard might already be searching for him.
A sudden, low sigh sounding. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired boy with cat-like ears senses he is in deep trouble. Clenching a trembling hand, the boy curses his inability to find his master.
A sudden, loud yell sounding. The boy named Million panics and screams for his missing master.
Standing on a rooftop, he cries out for the prince in a state of absolute despair. Million recalls how his morning started with a missing master and unhelpful maids before he discovered the prince left for a bakery. He remembers a baker jokingly suggesting that Olive had kidnapped the master. A sudden, quick tug sounding. Pulling at his hair, Million panics over how helpless the prince is when left on his own. He grits his teeth, terrified that the prince might enter a dangerous state while he is with Olive. He tries to calm himself by noting the prince had recently hunted and seemed fine the day before. He decides everything should be okay for the moment. A sudden, deep sniff sounding. Million suddenly stops as a familiar scent hits his nose. A sudden, sharp jolt sounding. Shocked, the lion-eared boy recognizes a scent that fills him with dread. Million's expression darkens as he identifies the smell of fresh blood. A sudden, slow drip sounding. Trapped in blue fire, Ludwig struggles to stay conscious while blood drips to the ground. A sudden, heavy pant sounding. He realizes his mana is draining at an impossible rate for a simple barrier. A sudden, sharp startle sounding. Ludwig's eyes widen as he senses a change in the magic.
Olive screams for him to stop wasting mana, but Ludwig insists they will burn if he lets go of the shield.
Olive warns him that a reactive formula in the flame is actively feeding on his magic.
Ludwig is stunned that she was able to analyze such complex magic in a matter of seconds.
He realizes her perfect memory allowed her to decode the pattern instantly.
A sudden, small nod sounding. Olive explains that the boy layered a new spell directly onto Ludwig's own.
Narration explains that multi-layer circles were developed to surpass the limits of standard magic.
Swirling blue energy intensifies the trap. The concept involves transforming elements, like turning water into clouds. The process culminates by using those clouds to generate powerful lightning. A sudden, thunderous boom sounding. In theory, this transformation creates energy as destructive as a storm.
The blue fire trap transforms energy.
By adding his magic circle on top of Ludwig's, the boy effectively hijacked the prince's power.
The layered circle converts the protective barrier into flames and reflects them back at the caster.
A sudden, low ha sounding. Ludwig realizes the boy is a genius who is leeching off his magic to kill him.
Olive begs him to drop the shield, but Ludwig tells her to listen to his plan.
He confirms that the boy's effortless use of such advanced magic proves he is a top-tier mage.
Ludwig admits that he lacks talent and can only use a tiny fraction of his internal mana.
He concludes that there is no possible way for him to defeat such an opponent.
He acknowledges that he cannot fight a dozen members of Nightshade barehanded.
Even if the fire is extinguished, Ludwig knows he lacks the strength to keep her safe. A sudden, sharp flinch sounding. Ludwig tells a shocked Olive to leave him behind and save herself.
Olive rages at him, insisting that he must prioritize his own royal life even if he uses her as bait.
Ludwig clarifies that he isn't abandoning her, but sending her to find help at a nearby bakery.
Olive looks stunned, questioning Million's identity before acknowledging Lithian Goldrote as a formidable force.
Narration describes Lithian as a powerful beast from a unique bloodline of elemental mages.
Lithian Goldrote is revealed as an imposing figure with white hair and glowing red eyes, surrounded by blue butterflies.
Ludwig urges Olive to get help quickly while he holds off the threat.
A close-up reveals Olive's eyes widening in realization or shock.
Olive acknowledges that leaving him violates noble rules, but admits it is their only option.
She pleads with Ludwig to survive for just 3 more minutes.
A sudden, dark smirk sounding. Ludwig responds with a chilling and confident expression.
A sudden, sharp rip sounding occurs as Olive tears her dress to prepare for her escape.
A sudden, firm squeeze sounding occurs as Olive ties her dress back to move more freely. Ludwig remains focused and sweating as the situation intensifies.
A sudden, heavy clench sounding occurs as Olive counts down for her departure.
A sudden, sharp stab sounding occurs as a blade pierces Ludwig's chest.
Dark blood splatters across the ground as the attack connects.
Ludwig is brutally impaled by a sword while Olive watches in frozen horror.
The attacker looks at his handiwork with a cold and detached expression.
Blood drips from Ludwig's mouth as he stares blankly after being struck.
The sword remains buried deep in Ludwig's torso as his life seems to fade.
A sudden, heavy tremble sounding occurs as the man's hand shakes while holding the blade. A sudden, firm clasp sounding occurs as the man grips the sword hilt tightly. A sudden, quick slip sounding occurs as the sword is pulled or moves within the wound.
Ludwig's body slumps with the blade still protruding from his back.
A sudden, low droop sounding occurs as Ludwig loses consciousness, followed by a sudden, sharp glance sounding from his dark eyes. A sudden, heavy gush sounding occurs as a massive amount of blood erupts from the wound. A sudden, heavy slump sounding occurs as Ludwig falls to the ground in a pool of blood. A sudden, slow trickle sounding occurs as the blood spreads across the stones. Olive stands motionless, her mind racing as she witnesses the prince's apparent death. She frantically wonders if the blade hit his stomach or his hump.
Ludwig lies still on the ground, his face obscured by shadow.
Olive desperately questions how long a person can survive such a traumatic injury. She continues to spiral, wondering if any survival is possible after so much blood loss. Panic sets in as she fears he will die before their backup arrives. A close-up of Olive's eye reflects her absolute despair as she questions if Ludwig is gone. A sudden, sharp shing sounding occurs as the assassin places a sword against Olive's neck. The man tells her not to make a sound, noting her noble status as he threatens her. A sudden, firm grab sounding occurs as the assassin warns Olive to keep quiet and return to her parents. Olive's expression turns dark and vengeful as she grips the blade with her bare hand. The man notes that she doesn't seem like the type to keep quiet about the situation. A sudden, heavy smack sounding occurs as she violently reacts to the threat.
The man prepares to strike again, telling her to have it her way.
A sudden, low whisper sounding occurs as a dark shadow looms, commenting that it was a close call.
A sudden, sharp startle sounding occurs as the man looks around in confusion.
A dark figure tells Ludwig he wouldn't have been hurt if they made the switch sooner, blaming his stubbornness. Olive's face lights up with joy as she shouts Ludwig's name toward the shadow. The man looks bewildered, wondering how the target could still be alive after a heart stab.
He insists it's impossible, noting the blood loss and questioning what monster could survive such a wound.
Ludwig looks up with a sinister, glowing red gaze and a chilling smile.
A sudden, heavy shudder sounding occurs as the man trembles in fear before the prince.
A sudden, slow reach sounding occurs as Ludwig reaches out, asking why he suddenly feels so cold. The man's eyes are wide with terror as Ludwig's hand gets closer, thinking he should be dead.
An overwhelming sense of dread sinks in. Light and shadow clash violently.
Relief washes over Olive as she sees Ludwig alive, exclaiming her joy and how she feared he was lost.
As she urges a quick escape, the air is split by a sudden, sharp crack sounding and a sudden, heavy pow sounding.
Olive stands frozen as fresh blood sprays across her face and dress.
A sudden, sharp glance sounding from her widening eyes. Her body begins to give way as a sudden, low wobble sounding takes over.
The prince collapses to the ground with a sudden, heavy thud sounding as Shardik watches the scene unfold.
Blood-soaked and stunned, Olive stares blankly at the violence.
A dark voice asks for her opinion on the sight. She remains paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. Ludwig offers a chilling smile as a dark voice describes the carnage as beautiful.
A blood-stained hand grips her, pinning her in place. Shardik questions the logic of jumping headlong into a fire.
Ludwig looks back with a sudden, sharp turn sounding, his chest drenched in gore.
Shardik gestures with a sudden, low wave sounding, asking why there's such a rush to kill someone who will eventually run out of mana. His foot enters a pool of blood with a sudden, wet squelch sounding as he complains about the mess being made.
He loudly demands to know who is responsible for cleaning up the scene.
Looking at the blood on his hands and blade, he remarks on the overwhelming amount.
He stares down at the gore, fixated on the sight of the blood.
Covering his mouth, he questions what could have happened to the target's head. He looks toward the prince, wondering if he was responsible for the devastation.
He smiles as he considers that the prince might have been hiding his true power, noting how different he seems.
The blue-haired man asks if the boy failed his plan again, noting the head of the target was completely blown off by an unknown magic.
The man with dreadlocks gives Shardik a sudden, soft bump sounding and mocks him for being queasy despite his experience with death.
Struggling with a sudden, low, queasy sounding, Shardik realizes he must harden himself to be more useful to Marquis Walter.
With a sudden, sharp turn sounding, he warns the others to be careful because the red-haired man has fundamentally changed.
A purple magic circle suddenly constricts the man's throat with a sudden, low vroom sounding, leaving him confused.
Shardik watches in disbelief, having never encountered a magic circle of that color before.
His body reacts with a sudden, sharp jolt sounding as the mana intensifies.
Ludwig laughs, his eyes glowing, as a dark voice remarks that he won't go hungry after all.
As the magic hums with a sudden, low vroom sounding, a dark voice notes the pleasant surprise, while Shardik screams for him to stop. The air is torn apart by a sudden, sharp crunch sounding and a sudden, loud burst sounding.
Shardik stares in absolute silence at the raw power displayed.
He looks at the blood-stained remains on the ground, questioning what just happened.
A heavy hand makes a sudden, soft bump sounding against his shoulder.
He reacts with a sudden, sharp jolt sounding and a sudden, quick whirl sounding to face the threat.
Ludwig looms over him with a sudden, low smirk sounding. A close-up reveals the prince's glowing, bloodshot eyes.
Shardik trembles with a sudden, heavy tremble sounding as a hand makes a sudden, low reach sounding toward him, his legs failing to move.
He realizes he is completely frozen in place.
The prince's hand grips his head with a sudden, heavy shake sounding, causing him to cry out in terror. A voice from above screams for the kid to pay attention. With a sudden, loud shout sounding, the man tells him to snap out of it before he is killed. Urging him to move, the man tells him to run for his life as Shardik lets out a sudden, sharp grit sounding. A hand strikes the prince's arm away with a sudden, sharp smack sounding. Shardik makes a sudden, quick dash sounding, but stumbles with a sudden, low trip sounding.
He lets out a pained cry as he hits the ground. He collapses with a sudden, loud crash sounding, groaning as the prince stands over him. A dark voice asks if he dislikes the color red, as Shardik reacts with a sudden, sharp, startled sounding.
A chilling thought emerges from the oppressive darkness. A sudden, low ring sounding occurs as Ludwig summons a glowing magic circle with a sinister smile.
He ponders the idea of using a different color for his burgeoning power. A sudden, low vroom sounding echoes as purple light reflects intensely in the boy's wide eye.
A sudden, firm grab sounding occurs as the boy is seized by his cloak to be moved.
A sudden, low hiss sounding occurs as a hooded figure escapes upward with the child while Ludwig watches from below.
The hooded woman checks on the boy's well-being, and he shakily confirms he is all right. She notes the red-haired man's persistent and nasty temper as she looks down. She identifies the boy as Con Lucas. A sudden, sharp stare sounding occurs as Ludwig looks up with an expression of blank confusion. Standing over the bloody scene, she remarks that the weaklings were no match for his overwhelming strength. She seethes with regret, wishing she had come to deal with him personally first. A sudden, low-tilled sounding occurs as Ludwig questions the meaning of her words. A sudden, sharp wish sounding occurs as Ludwig asks who Lucas is and if he is being addressed by that name. A sudden, soft pat sounding occurs as the woman confirms the boy's name with a gentle touch. The name rings hollow as a question in the dark void. A sudden, low whisper sounding occurs as the woman urgently commands the boy to teleport away. The boy questions how she could possibly know a name that even he doesn't recognize. She commands him to act immediately without further delay. A sudden, low fret sounding occurs as the panicked boy struggles to focus his mind on the spell. A sudden, sharp flinch sounding occurs as the boy spots an incoming threat and shouts a warning. A sudden, sharp jolt sounding and a sudden, sharp slash sounding occur as the woman is struck by a dark attack. A sudden, heavy slump sounding occurs as she collapses in pain, causing the boy to cry out in shock. A sudden, low vweem sounding occurs as Ludwig demands that she keep her eyes fixed solely on him. A sudden, low gulp sounding occurs as he threatens her with consequences if she refuses to answer his questions. A sudden, sharp whoosh sounding and a sudden, firm clasp sounding occur as the boy desperately grabs the woman to save her.
She asks in stunned confusion what the child is trying to do.
A sudden, sharp zing sounding occurs as the boy declares he is teleporting them both out of the area. A sudden, soft glow sounding occurs as magic begins to build around the departing pair. A sudden, loud foom sounding occurs as a massive, intricate magic circle activates on the floor. Ludwig stands alone in the silent, dark courtyard where his targets just were. He realizes with cold detachment that the woman and child have escaped his reach.
He decides their sudden departure is of very little consequence to his plans.
A sudden, sharp turn sounding occurs as he dismisses the boy's escape and focuses elsewhere. He offers a chilling smirk, noting that he saved the prettiest target for the very end. A sudden, heavy heartbeat sounding occurs as Olive stands frozen and blood-splattered in the presence of the monster. He prepares to address his remaining prey with a dark intent. Absolute terror is etched across Olive's face as she stares at the man who looks like the prince.
He beckons her closer with a dark and mocking invitation. Olive demands to know the true identity of the person standing before her.
He reacts to her question with a curious and cold hum. She insists that the real Ludwig would never smile at such horrific carnage. She demands to know who he really is and why he is impersonating the prince.
The question of his true identity hangs heavily in the air.
A sudden, low smirk sounding occurs as he admits that even he wishes he had an answer. A sudden, heavy step sounding and a sudden, low twitch sounding occur as he approaches the trembling girl. A sudden, heavy step sounding occurs as he explains that he has been in this body since he first woke up. He grips Olive's face with a blood-stained hand, describing how he awakens occasionally to enjoy himself.
His relentless and cruel pursuit of total destruction is revealed.
He vows to continue his dark path until the prince's existence is completely destroyed. The dark voice mentions that an idea occurred to him when he saw Olive covered in blood earlier. A blood-stained hand makes a sudden, soft brush sounding against her green hair. With a sudden, low giggle sounding, the red-haired man remarks that her green hair would look perfect with the color red. Olive reacts with a sudden, heavy shudder sounding as the man challenges her to show if she has what it takes to please him. He leans in close with a chilling smile, declaring he wants her to satisfy his dark desires. He makes a sudden, quick poke sounding and a sudden, soft rustle sounding as he begins to undo the knot of her dress.
He decides they need to make her green hair stand out even more.
A sudden, sharp buzz sounding occurs as glowing purple magic circles constrict Olive's body.
Pure terror fills her eyes as the magical power surges.
He wants her to look as beautiful as possible for him.
He repeats his claim that he wants her.
A sudden, sharp zing sounding occurs as the red-haired man focuses mana into a small magic circle.
He reiterates his goal of making her look as beautiful as possible for him.
Olive lets out a pained gasp as the magic tightens around her throat.
A sudden, heavy squeeze sounding occurs as the magical binds intensify.
She makes a sudden, low twitch sounding and a sudden, sharp clamp sounding as her limbs are bound and she coughs in pain.
Ludwig's glowing eye fixates on her as she faintly begs for someone to help her.
A sudden, loud shout sounding echoes through the courtyard, calling out for her.
The red-haired man looks toward the source of the interruption.
A sudden, sharp whoosh sounding occurs as an intruder arrives on the scene. A sudden, loud slash sounding tears through the air.
Sharp claws strike with deadly intent. With a sudden, quick swish sounding, the red-haired man groans as he barely dodges the incoming attack.
A vertical beam of energy strikes the ground between them. A sudden, heavy slam sounding occurs as a man with animal ears lands between the two.
The newcomer glares with feline eyes and bared teeth.
A sudden, low hiss sounding occurs as Olive recognizes Musette and asks in shock if it is really him.
The red-haired man asks what he is so upset about and wonders if he is having second thoughts after handing over the girl. Musette sternly tells him that he has done quite enough. A sudden, sharp glance sounding occurs as the beastman evaluates the situation. Looking at the carnage, Musette notes that it seems his hunger has already been sated. The red-haired man smirks and says he is far from satisfied, noting there is always room for dessert. He decides to stop for today because he would rather not spoil his appetite by getting into a fight with Musette. A sudden, sharp flinch sounding occurs as he adds the condition that he must first finish toying with Olive.
Musette warns him not to joke like that, explaining that Prince Ludwig is much more tender-hearted than he realizes. Musette recalls how Ludwig would be terrified of harm coming to his people and could not bear knowing he killed Olive with his own hands.
He fears the consequences for the prince's might.
He knows that learning the truth would utterly destroy Ludwig's spirit.
The red-haired man finds the idea of destroying the prince's mind tempting, as it would let him take over the body permanently. Olive watches the tense exchange in confusion. Musette threatens to kill him if that ever happened, stating there would be no more reason to plead with a brat. With a sudden, low giggle sounding, the man mocks Musette for not mincing words and says he enjoys getting on his nerves.
He agrees to stop and return the body to the prince since he has had enough fun for one day.
He questions if giving the body back is a good idea, leaving Musette confused. He points out the blood on the prince's chest and warns that Ludwig might die if he leaves the body now. With a sudden, low smile sounding, he challenges Musette to try and save him. A sudden, heavy slump sounding occurs as the red-haired man vanishes, leaving Musette to ask what he meant.
Musette screams out for his master in a panic.
Ludwig's body lies motionless on the stone floor.
Musette rushes to the fallen prince's side.
A sudden, quick reach sounding and a sudden, heavy shake sounding occur as Musette desperately checks to see if the unconscious prince is hurt. A sudden, low squelch sounding and a sudden, sharp freeze sounding occur as the beastman stares in wide-eyed horror at the extent of the damage. Panicked and sweating, he stares down at the fallen royalty with gritted teeth. As a sudden, heavy flop sounding echoes, Olive tearfully takes the blame for the horrific situation. She explains that the prince was stabbed while protecting her and laments that this would never have happened if not for her. A sudden, quick whish sounding occurs as Musette dismisses the blame, insisting that they must act immediately to save his life. A sudden, firm press sounding occurs as he applies pressure to the bloody wound and states they need a doctor right away. He worries that the prince has already lost too much blood to survive much longer. He asks Olive if there are any doctors nearby, but she admits her lack of knowledge about the local area. Frustration boils over as Musette curses their desperate situation.
Olive gasps in realization, wishing she possessed the magical means to heal him herself.
As Musette prepares to seek help elsewhere, a sudden, quick spring sounding occurs as Olive grabs him and declares she knows someone. She excitedly announces that a capable healer is nearby and ready to assist.
A white carriage travels down a sunlit street. Inside, an elderly man in a top hat frets over his young master's struggle with motion sickness. He offers to stop for water, but the master, Lord Planus, politely declines the gesture. With a sudden, low laughter sounding, the long-haired man claims to feel better after resting for a moment.
A sudden, low stagger sounding occurs as the master stands up, prompting the butler to suggest he needs more rest.
A sudden, quick click sounding occurs as Planus expresses concern over how long Olive has been gone.
As he decides to go looking for her, a sudden, loud swing sounding and a sudden, quick wobble sounding occur as the door is thrown open, startling him.
Planus is taken aback by the sudden intrusion and demands to know who opened the door so forcefully.
A sudden, quick huff sounding occurs as a panicked and disheveled Olive arrives, gasping for breath. A sudden, heavy shudder sounding occurs as Planus is struck by the sight of her blood-stained appearance.
He makes a sudden, firm grab, sounding as he frantically asks what happened and if she is injured, while she tries to calm him down. Olive urgently asks Planus if he still remembers the healing magic he learned as a child.
A sudden, quick falter sounding occurs as the master confirms he remembers it, but questions why she is asking.
Musette arrives carrying the injured man, prompting Planus to ask who among them is hurt.
Planus stares in stunned silence at the blood-soaked figure being carried into the room. He realizes with shock that the injured man is Prince Ludwig. Later, Planus sits alone in a grand room, lost in deep thought. He remains pensive as he reflects on the day's chaotic events.
A sudden, low creak sounding occurs as the door opens, drawing his attention.
Musette enters the room, explaining that he had to report the incident before checking in. A sudden, quick spring sounding occurs as Planus stands while Musette informs him the prince is resting in a guest room.
Musette reassures the man that the doctor diagnosed the prince with simple fatigue despite his sudden collapse.
Planus starts to head for the guest room, but Musette stops him, preferring not to disturb the prince's sleep. He notes that the doctor was amazed by the prince's incredible endurance during the ordeal.
He remarks on the prince's silent suffering during the long carriage ride despite his obvious discomfort. Planus looks confused by Musette's line of reasoning. Musette mentions hearing that Planus is uncomfortable in the prince's presence, recalling a moment of tension between them. He suggests that the prince has done little to win over Planus's brother. Musette looks down with a grim expression.
He calls out to the master with a look of concern.
Recalling the scene earlier, Musette was visibly shaken while carrying the unconscious prince. He desperately begged Planus to put aside any personal differences to save the prince's life. A sudden, loud shout sounding occurs as the healer commands him to stop talking while the prince is bleeding out. Planus angrily demanded to know exactly what had happened to cause such injuries. Musette nervously admitted that he believed the prince had been stabbed. The memory fades as they agree to place the prince in the prepared bed. A sudden, soft rustle sounding occurs as the prince lies motionless, his clothes saturated with blood from the attack. A sudden, sharp zing sounding and a sudden, quick whoosh sounding occur as Planus observes a failed attempt to cauterize the prince's wound and asks if Musette was responsible. Musette confirms that he was not the one who attempted the cauterization. Planus intends to stop the bleeding before sending the prince to the palace infirmary immediately. The beastman repeats the destination in a state of complete and utter shock. A sudden, loud rip sounding occurs as Planus tears cloth for bandages, dismissing the quality of local clinics. A sudden, quick reach sounding occurs as he notes the palace is as close as the central infirmary. Bloodstained and trembling, Olive worries whether the prince will survive the long journey. A sudden, sharp buzz sounding occurs as Musette vows to save him even if it drains all his mana. He reaffirms his absolute resolve to do everything possible for his master's survival. Musette thinks about how he didn't expect Planus to help his master at all. He admits he is surprised the man went so far out of his way for them. Olive explains that it is the nobility's duty to protect and serve the royal family. She reasons that their high status only makes sense if they fulfill such responsibilities. A sudden, bright beam sounding occurs as Musette smiles, expressing hope for the empire's future because of her. His eyes turn cold as he says he cannot forgive Ludwig for hurting someone as precious as her. Olive is visibly startled by the sudden and intense coldness in his gaze. She tries to laugh off the tension, claiming her minor injuries won't even leave a scar. Olive notices that she was led into a sitting room instead of a bedroom. A heavy, pensive silence falls over the green-haired woman as she waits for him to speak.
Musette looks at her with a deeply troubled and serious gaze.
She asks for clarification on what he meant by his earlier roundabout warning. Olive wonders why her request for an explanation in this chaotic situation would be considered odd. Musette warns her that Prince Ludwig is a cruel and sadistic freak of nature based on today's events. Recalling the red-haired man's dark markings and malice, Musette hesitates to even call him human. He advises her to return home with Planis tomorrow and never speak of this again.
Musette believes it would be best for her to immediately suspend her lessons with the prince.
He suggests she annul the contract by claiming the prince posed a threat to her safety.
He promises her that she will never have to see him ever again.
Musette tells her she is a very special person beyond just her noble title.
He believes the world needs more people as upright and unbiased as she is.
He stares at her with a piercing, unblinking, and unreadable expression. Musette warns her to stay away from Prince Ludwig for her own safety.
He urges her to consider the pain her being harmed would cause to those who care for her.
He warns that knowing his master more intimately would only open her up to too much danger.
Olive realizes that his complex phrasing is actually a direct and urgent warning. The two characters stand apart, shadowed by the dark events and warnings of the day.
She reflects that her family's safety and the well-being of her friends must come first.
She considers that if Ludwig is truly dangerous, she should stay far away from him. Olive concludes that she should have nothing at all to do with him from now on.
She looks back with a lingering gaze, unable to stop wondering about the man's fate.
She recalls the version of him who protected her and was patient with children. She recalls how he beamed at her casual remark about enjoying their date together.
Olive's eyes widen as a vivid and conflicting memory of the prince flashes through her mind.
She remembers the genuine, bright smile he gave her during their time together.
Tears well up in her eyes as she struggles to reconcile the monster with the man.
Musette stands silent, his face etched with a heavy look of regret or worry.
Musette gives a sudden, low smile as he tells her to ignore his advice.
He tells her he might have gotten carried away and asks her to ignore his advice. Confused and taken aback, Olive asks for clarification on his sudden change of heart. A hand with long, black claws grips the side of the doorframe in the shadows.
Musette asks Olive what she would like to do.
A steady hand grips the door.
The beast man offers to prepare tea for the stunned woman.
Olive remains silent and deeply troubled. She reflects on how little time she has known him. A sudden, quick clink sounding occurs as a teacup is carefully placed on a saucer.
Musette notes it has been just under 2 years, surprising Olive, who assumed they were childhood friends due to his comfort with the prince.
With a sudden, low laughter sounding, the man smiles and claims he is simply very social by nature.
A sudden, quick clack sounding occurs as he explains he can only share what he has witnessed while serving his master. He prepares to explain why beast folk were hired to work in the imperial palace in the first place.
Musette sits and promises that his explanation will make the situation much clearer for her.
Olive asks if safety concerns are the reason the palace rarely hires outside attendants. He confirms that attendants must be trustworthy, noting he was only hired because his predecessor either died or went missing suddenly.
Musette confirms his predecessor was missing when he was hired and reveals that Prince Carlos insisted on appointing him. The scene reveals a portrait of Ludwig's older brother, Prince Carlos.
A sudden, quick gasp sounding occurs as Olive asks why Prince Carlos insisted on hiring him.
Musette notes that while it seemed simple on the surface, the situation was far more complex.
He recalls that the salary Prince Carlos offered him at the time was highly unusual. The payment was far more than anyone would normally pay just to have someone look after a sibling.
In a flashback, a younger Carlos stands alone in a sun-drenched room.
A sudden, quick knock sounding occurs as the prince asks who is at the door. Mary identifies herself and announces that she has brought the specific person he requested. Carlos rests his hand on his desk.
A sudden, low creak sounding occurs as Mary prepares to enter the private chambers.
Carlos's private attendant, Mary Hawks, apologizes for the delay and explains she had very little information to go on.
Carlos smiles and commends her for completing such a difficult assignment.
Mary looks confused and starts to interject. A sudden, soft rustle sounding and a sudden, quick flinch sounding occur as Carlos asks if she was going to warn him about the danger of a beast man. Musette smiles and points out that while beast folk are stronger, they are not mindless or bloodthirsty monsters.
His eyes glow with a dark intensity as he asks if she is truly implying he is a monster. Carlos calls Mary Banim. The prince looks down with a solemn expression.
Carlos gives a bright, warm, and genuine smile to those in the room.
A close-up reveals his calm and steady gaze. Mary stands beside Musette with a skeptical expression. A sudden, low creak sounding and a sudden, quick click sounding occur as Carlos sighs about Mary's stubbornness after she leaves.
He apologizes for her lack of friendliness, noting that few humans of her age are partial to beast folk.
Musette reflects on how orphans from the war 20 years ago blame his kind for everything that happened.
A sudden, heavy step sounding occurs as he notes every kingdom, including Byzantium, used beastfolk as mercenaries.
After the war ended, beastfolk were universally despised, and the royal family used them as scapegoats to calm public chaos. Musette questions why Carlos would want to hire a beastman to work inside the imperial palace despite the public hatred. He stares at the prince with burning eyes and asks if the young man has no shame for what his family did. Carlos meets his gaze in heavy, pensive silence. Musette waits for a response with a cold and challenging stare. Narrative text explains that Byzantium exploited the beastfolk to restore order after the conflict. The war ended because it had to, and blaming another nation would have immediately triggered another bloody conflict. A blood-soaked warrior reflects the empire's primary concern, preventing more war at any absolute cost. Most of the warring kingdoms ultimately decided to shift the entire blame for the conflict onto the beastfolk. They were viewed as the perfect scapegoats because they were largely nomads without a home to defend their reputation.
Musette looks down with a look of deep sorrow and frustration.
Carlos laughs, admitting he almost lost control, and suggests Musette call the lady back into the room. Mary remains silent by the door, thinking that any conflict would only lead to more cleanup. Carlos explains he relies on Musette's leadership among the beastfolk rather than a bodyguard for his safety.
Musette asks why beastfolk don't retaliate despite their strength, and Carlos agrees it's a critical question.
Carlos considers several theories, wondering if they are a relative minority or naturally gentle. He concludes that the actual reason is Musette's orders for them to remain silent and obedient.
Blood-stained claw marks illustrate how responding with violence would only confirm negative stereotypes.
Silhouettes of the two races stand apart as Carlos warns that violence would create an unbridgeable chasm. He notes that the beastfolk would then be forced to choose between desolate northern lands or escaping overseas. Carlos praises Musette's wisdom for anticipating this and choosing to bide his time. He smiles warmly, pointing out that since an authority could propose a bill for them, killing him is unwise.
Musette stares at the red-haired man with a look of intense and silent scrutiny.
Musette is inwardly relieved that he managed to survive such a provocative conversation. Carlos laughs off the tension, while Musette wonders if the prince is fearless or just cunning. With a sudden low sigh sounding, Musette rubs his head and prepares to clarify his position. He explains that his leadership of the beastfolk isn't based on talent or special connections. With a sudden, heavy slump sounding, he reveals he is the last remaining member of their fallen royal family.
Musette admits he only leads to ease the heavy burden of guilt he carries for losing his homeland.
He gives Carlos a sharp glance and asks for the real purpose behind this summon. Carlos gives a bright, long-winded apology and prepares to finally present his offer. He extends his hand, stating he has a formal offer for the leader of the beastfolk community. With a gaze of burning intensity, Carlos promises legal rights and full support for all beastfolk. A simple message presents the core of the offer: come work for me as my servant. Carlos steps closer, explaining that this single decision could save the entire beastfolk species. He admits that while some things are unchangeable, he will gladly change them for Musette's service. A close-up of Carlos shows a wide, almost manic smile as he waits for a response. Stunned and overwhelmed, Musette is visibly shaken by the weight of the prince's proposal. Musette bluntly dismisses the entire offer as rubbish, leaving a nervous Carlos completely taken aback. With a sudden, low sigh sounding, Musette tells the prince it isn't a matter of reliability. He simply does not believe Carlos has the power to change the current status quo. Musette notes that improving beastfolk life requires a massive amount of legal and institutional support. An illustration depicts the empire's three legislative pillars: the emperor, the noble council, and the tribunal. Musette explains that only the emperor and noble council have the authority to propose new laws. With a sudden, quick plop sounding, Carlos sits down as Musette notes the prince's legal knowledge. Musette points out that the royal family cannot join the noble council, leaving Carlos to seek the throne. The conversation shifts to Crown Princess Charlotte, the most likely heir to the throne of Byzantium. Musette bluntly notes that as the second prince, Carlos lacks any direct influence on legislation. His eyes glow with suspicion as he asks if Carlos is planning to steal the title from his sister. Carlos's hand twitches as Musette makes it clear he wants nothing to do with such a scheme. With a sudden, quick clack sounding and a sudden, low rattle sounding, Musette listens as Carlos clarifies his stance. With a sudden, sharp tremble sounding, Carlos explains that if he were bold enough to openly rebel, With a sudden, sharp tremble sounding, a sweating Carlos claims his sister would have killed him long ago.
With a sudden, quick shake sounding, Musette is bewildered by Carlos's intense fear of Charlotte.
Carlos quivers with fear and offers to share an anecdote from when he was 5 years old. In a flashback, a young Carlos is held by Charlotte, who asks where he has been hiding.
The boy happily mentions his history lesson, and Charlotte asks if he is studying Emperor Corinth. Young Carlos raves about his teacher and asks Charlotte if she knows about the revolt of Nikela.
The boy explains the story is about a royal who tried to steal their older sister's imperial title. Charlotte gives a cold smirk and asks Carlos if he is afraid of being locked in a dungeon forever.
With a sudden, tight squeeze sounding, Charlotte looms over the terrified boy and tells him to listen carefully.
In a flashback, Princess Charlotte looms over young Carlos, whispering a chilling reminder that she will one day be the emperor.
She warns that any betrayal would lead to his body hanging from the castle walls, leaving present-day Musette thinking she sounds absolutely terrifying.
Carlos explains that his sister's sheer intimidation makes her the only viable candidate for the throne.
He admits he was never actually trained for the role of emperor, much to Musette's surprise.
Carlos' fingers twitch slightly as he continues his explanation. He reveals his true purpose is to gauge and manipulate the noble council as a secret operative for the crown.
Carlos reflects on his childhood when he was forced to socialize with the future leaders of the empire.
He recalls winning them over by either appealing to their convictions or offering a false sense of deep camaraderie.
He explains that his public friendship with his sister was merely a performance to convince others of his worth. Narrative text notes that those children have since grown into the current members of the noble council.
Carlos details how he used those established relationships to build a loyalist faction within the government.
A brief pause occurs as he reconsiders the terminology for his political allies.
With a bright smile, Carlos explains he prefers to call his group the Reformists. He notes his efforts to win over neutral members to secure a majority before his sister ascends the throne. Carlos tells the Beastman that controlling the majority will allow them to pass any legislation they desire.
Narrative text explains that half of the empire's legislative power rests with the emperor. Carlos boasts that the other half is firmly held by his friends within the reformist faction. A sudden, bright beam sounding occurs as Carlos glows with pride over his political influence. With a sudden, quick scratch sounding, Musette admits the prince has more power than he initially realized.
Musette asks why a man of such influence would suddenly choose to help the beast folk. He points out that his kind has always been viewed as nothing more than a nuisance to humans.
Musette bluntly asks if Carlos was suddenly moved by a random wave of sympathy for their plight. Carlos chuckles, claiming he is far more of a rationalist than a philanthropist. He clarifies that his primary motivation is simply to serve the best interests of the empire. Musette finds this pragmatic reason far more believable than a claim of pure kindness. Musette wonders if the prince is a mind reader, but Carlos explains he has simply mastered the art of humoring others.
A sudden, heavy step sounding occurs as Carlos admits he adjusted his tone to match Musette's candid nature, leaving Musette thinking the prince is just as scary as his sister.
Musette agrees to the proposal as long as the prince honors the terms of their agreement. A sudden, soft rustle sounding occurs as Musette asks about a contract and Carlos provides him with official palace documents. The prince explains the paperwork must be submitted to the palace staff office to finalize the hire. Carlos casually admits that he has falsified some of the information on the documents. He reveals that Musette will officially serve as the major domo for his younger brother, the third prince.
Musette is visibly stunned to learn that a third prince even exists within the royal family.
Carlos explains that the boy is a closely guarded secret that very few are allowed to know about. He tells Musette his true job is to monitor the third prince and report all his activities.
Carlos warns that Musette might witness his younger brother doing things that are incredibly gruesome.
He orders the Beastman to cover up any evidence and bring witnesses directly to him.
Carlos insists that he must be the only person aware of his brother's dark actions.
The prince asks if his instructions are perfectly clear, and Musette stares back with a solemn expression. The scene shifts to the grand and sunlit exterior of the imperial palace. A sudden, quick wish sounding occurs as Musette begins the process of changing into his servant's uniform. A sudden, sharp flick sounding occurs as he carefully adjusts the cuffs of his new white shirt. Musette stands before a tall mirror, looking at his new reflection with a stoic gaze.
A sudden, low sounding occurs as he examines himself in the formal attire.
A sudden quick flit sounding and a sudden sharp dart sounding occur as Musset tests his mobility in the restrictive suit. He reflects on how long it has been since he wore a suit and admits how awkward it feels.
Musset contemplates his messy hair and wonders if he should tie it back for a more professional look.
A sudden soft rustle sounding occurs as he pulls his hair back, reflecting on his unlikely new role. He considers the weight of serving the secret third son of the royal family. The warning about witnessing gruesome acts echoes in his mind as he prepares for his first day.
Carlos tells Musset to hide evidence and bring witnesses to him, leading Musset to suspect Prince Ludwig of either a dark hobby or an abuse of power.
A sudden, quick rummage sounding occurs twice as Musset adjusts his vest and worries that this new role will be quite a tough job. A thought bubble from an unseen observer identifies the Beastman as the new major domo. A sudden, sharp pause sounding occurs as Musset stops his movements, his attention caught by someone nearby. A sudden, low whisper sounding occurs twice as two handmaidens peek through a door, amazed to see a real member of the beast folk. A sudden, quick glance sounding occurs as Musset ties his hair, wondering if the girls watching him are palace attendants. Peeking from behind a door, one maid warns her companion to be careful because her mother told her beast folk are dangerous. She continues by explaining the rumors that beast folk shoot beams of light from their eyes and can kill with just the air pressure they create when walking. Sweat dropping at the ridiculous rumors, Musset wonders if people truly believe such stories. A sudden bright sparkle sounding occurs twice as the girl's eyes light up, wanting to ask him to show them his magic. A sudden, sharp creak sounding occurs as Musset opens the door, startling the two peeking handmaidens. Musset greets them with a pleasant smile, asking if he can help them with anything. A sudden, loud blurt sounding occurs as Amanda demands to see his light beams and wind blasts, but Musset gently explains she has been misinformed. A title card shows a comical illustration of Musset firing eye lasers at the two girls as a sudden, low hiss sounding occurs. A sudden, low droop sounding occurs as Amanda is visibly saddened to learn he has no magical powers. A sudden, soft pat sounding occurs twice, and a sudden, low whine sounding occurs as Lucy comforts her friend, while Musset feels guilty for letting them down. Musset invites them to sit and asks if they both work in the Garnet Palace, noting that they probably aren't here just to see a wind blast. A sudden, quick poke sounding occurs as the blue-haired girl introduces herself as Lucy and her friend Amanda, explaining that while she works there, Amanda works in the Imperial Palace. Musset asks why Imperial Palace worker is so far away, and Lucy explains Amanda was sent on an errand to find the new major domo. A sudden, quick fumble sounding occurs 3 times as the two girls search through their pockets. A sudden, sharp screech sounding occurs as they present a small, ribbon-wrapped gift box. A sudden, soft tap sounding occurs, and a sudden, quick swish sounding occurs as Musset recalls the man in glasses from whom he received this gift. He opens the box to reveal an elegant tie pin nestled inside. A flashback shows the man in glasses asking Musset to take good care of Prince Ludwig, who needs someone to rely on now more than ever. Musset stares at the gift in silence. He turns to the handmaidens and asks them what they know about Prince Ludwig. Musset explains that he doesn't want to sound like a gossip monger, but the rumors about the prince are troubling, so he came prepared for the worst. Amanda admits she has never seen him herself, but has heard rumors that he is cursed or causes trouble from time to time. Lucy is outraged by the claim and demands to know who would say such nonsense. A sudden, quick flap sounding occurs twice as Lucy vigorously defends Prince Ludwig as a delightful person. Lucy recalls a time when the prince told her to take the rest of the month off with travel expenses because she had finished her work. She highlights his forgiving nature, recalling how he told an injured, bleeding handmaiden to go to the infirmary instead of scolding her for a mistake. Lucy reveals that behind his gruff exterior, the prince is a romantic at heart who adores reading romance novels. Musset is surprised to hear all this, thinking that the prince seems like a much nicer person than he was led to believe. He thinks that this makes him even more suspicious of Carlos for asking him to spy on his own brother. A sudden, heavy stagger sounding occurs as a vision of Prince Ludwig appears alone in the woods, looking like a blood-stained hunter. A sudden, wet drip sounding occurs twice as the prince returns with a heavy bag of meat, preparing to cut it up for the palace staff himself. A sudden, quick scribble sounding occurs as Amanda begins writing a transfer request, while Musset notes that the prince sounds like the perfect master. Lucy excitedly reveals that there happens to be a vacancy in the palace staff right now. A sudden, heavy plop sounding occurs as a narration describes a new handmaiden who was picking flowers in the forest.
An image shows the girl's wide-eyed terror as something gave her a terrible fright. Narrative text quotes the girl saying she saw a blood-covered monster in the woods. An illustration depicts a menacing figure covered in blood and holding a sword. The figure gives a manic smile, and the text notes the handmaiden threw a hysterical fit and left the palace immediately.
Lucy looks contemplative as she considers the story. A sudden, quick shrug sounding occurs as Lucy dismisses the rumor, claiming the girl was probably just startled by a wild animal. Musset thinks that behind his stellar reputation, there seem to be darker rumors lurking in the shadows, like smoke without fire. He concludes that the prince is a difficult mystery to unravel.
Musset thanks the handmaidens for sharing, glad to know the prince is such a kind man.
A sudden sharp flick sounding and a sudden quick scritch sounding occur twice as Lucy insists the prince is the best employer. Musset smiles at the information as a sudden sharp clack sounding occurs. The blue-haired handmaiden explains that Prince Ludwig hasn't left his study for weeks and even takes his meals there, so that is where he will likely be found. Walking through the ornate hallway, Musset reflects that he hoped to gather more information before meeting the prince, but the rumors are so conflicting that he isn't sure what to expect. A sudden, quick fwish sounding occurs as Musset adjusts his tie, thinking that rumors can only reveal so much about a person. Standing before a set of massive, decorative doors, the Beast Man wonders if he has found the right location. Musset takes a moment to steady himself before approaching the prince's quarters. A sudden, quick knock sounding occurs twice as Musset wraps his dark-clawed hand against the wooden door. Musset calls out to the room, introducing himself as the new major domo and asking for permission to enter. The Beastman explains that while his first official day is tomorrow, he wanted to stop by and introduce himself, questioning if the prince is currently inside. Looking into the dimly lit room, Musset is puzzled by the silence and wonders why the man isn't responding. A red-haired figure remains motionless in the shadows of the library. A sudden low nod sounding occurs twice as the red-haired prince dozes off while sitting precariously on top of a tall wooden ladder. A sudden, quick scratch sounding occurs as Musset grows increasingly confused by the lack of a verbal answer. A sudden, soft slip sounding occurs as a book slides from the prince's lap and begins to fall toward the floor. A sudden, quick swish sounding and a sudden, soft plop sounding occur as Musset peeks into the room, wondering if the prince is truly absent. A sudden, soft whish sounding occurs as Musset realizes the prince is indeed inside, questioning why he would pretend not to hear. Musset's imagination runs wild with dark thoughts of kidnapping or blackmail, wondering what sort of terrible trouble the prince has managed to find. A sudden, loud bang sounding occurs 4 times as Musset begins pounding on the door, shouting for the prince to answer and demanding that he not make a mess of the palace. A sudden, loud thud sounding and a sudden, sharp crash sounding occur as a startled scream echoes from within, confirming Musset's fears that a disaster is unfolding. A sudden, violent burst sounding occurs as Musset kicks the door open, shouting in frustration because he will be the one stuck cleaning up whatever mess the prince creates. Musset is stunned to find the room in total disarray, with a pair of legs sticking out from beneath a massive mountain of fallen books. A sudden, quick twitch sounding occurs and a sudden, soft rustle sounding occurs as the legs move, followed by a muffled scream from under the pile. Still buried beneath the books, the red-haired prince grumbles for the intruder to quit playing tricks on him. A sudden, soft flutter sounding occurs as the prince peeks out with a book on his head, reminding his guest that his nanny warned it was dangerous to surprise him. The two stare at each other in a comically awkward silence while the prince processes the situation. A sudden, loud shout sounding occurs as the prince indignantly claims he gave strict orders that no one enter, but Musset notes that it is a bit late for him to be acting like a noble prince. A sudden, quick glance sounding occurs as Musset looks at the towering stacks of books, wondering exactly where the prince managed to fall from. Looking at the tall ladder surrounded by chaotic piles, Musset realizes that the prince must have simply dozed off while sitting at the very top. A sudden, quick reach sounding occurs as Musset offers a hand to help Prince Ludwig up, apologizing for entering, but noting that he had called out several times without an answer. Smiling warmly, Musset admits he was genuinely worried that something terrible had happened to his new master. A sudden, quick hup sounding occurs as Musette pulls the prince to his feet, introducing himself once more and asking if the prince had heard the news of his appointment. Musette smiles as he notes the prince must have been incredibly exhausted to fall asleep in such a dangerous spot. A sudden, quick blink sounding occurs as the red-haired prince stubbornly insists he hasn't slept because he is far too busy, though Musette tells him he should probably wipe the drool from his chin. A sudden, quick wipe sounding occurs as the prince dismisses the slobber as a personal habit he can't control, while a narration notes that a drooling protagonist is hardly an enticing premise for a romance. A sudden, sharp point sounding occurs as Prince Ludwig orders his new majordomo to make him the strongest cup of coffee possible. Musette tries to apologize for his bluntness, but the prince cut him off, complaining that his vision is a complete blur from exhaustion. A sudden, shaky wobble sounding occurs twice as the prince suggests that a ghost pepper might be more effective than coffee at waking him up, leaving Musette baffled. A sudden, low nod sounding occurs as Musette prepares to tidy the room, but he pauses to tell the prince he looks deathly pale and should probably just go to sleep. A sudden, loud yell sounding occurs as the prince snaps that he isn't sleepy, despite Musette being certain he saw him nodding off just a moment ago. Musette shouts back, asking the prince why he is being so incredibly stubborn, instead of just going to bed when he clearly needs the rest. The red-haired prince stares downward, looking deeply troubled and weary.
The prince cryptically explains that his refusal to sleep isn't just a matter of being busy, which catches Musette off guard.
Ludwig confesses that he has been having intense dreams of the past lately, and they leave him anxious that history is destined to repeat itself. The prince concludes that he simply doesn't want to sleep, while Musette thinks to himself that whatever the prince is dreaming about must be quite unpleasant. Musette scratches his head and sighs, deciding to at least bring the prince something that will help him stay awake if he insists on staying up. A sudden, loud snore sounding occurs twice as the prince passes out on a stack of books mid-conversation, while Musette warns him that coffee on an empty stomach is a bad idea. A sudden, low nyam sounding occurs twice, and a sudden, low z sounding occurs as the beastman stares at his new, sleeping master with a neutral expression. The red-haired prince finally sleeps peacefully in a proper bed, his face lit by a soft glow. A sudden, soft shuffle sounding occurs as Musette enters the room with a candle, noting the prince has been asleep for 12 hours straight, and wondering how long it had been since his last rest. A sudden, sharp click sounding occurs as Musette closes the door, reflecting that his job of monitoring the prince is much easier when the man is deep in slumber. Musette holds a candle, thinking things are different than expected, and questioning why Carlos wanted him to monitor his brother. Looking at the sleeping prince, Musette reflects that Ludwig seems normal and lacks any royal authority. Musette thinks the prince is simple. The beastman watches his sleeping master. A sudden, soft slump sounding occurs as Musette considers that if the prince is truly kind, he has no reason to complain. A sudden, quick glance sounding occurs as Musette wonders why such frightening rumors surround the man. A sudden, low pant sounding occurs twice as Ludwig begins to sweat profusely in his sleep. Musette worries about the prince's sweating. A sudden, quick spring sounding occurs as Musette stands up, questioning if the prince is ill. A sudden, soft stir sounding and a sudden, low mutter sounding occur as Ludwig begins to speak in his sleep about the past. A sudden, quick reach sounding occurs as Musette decides to wake him from what looks like a terrible nightmare. A sudden, loud jolt sounding and a sudden, quick whip sounding occur as the prince screams out in his sleep, startling the majordomo. A sudden, low mumble sounding occurs twice, and a sudden, sharp clench sounding occurs as Ludwig wakes up in a panic, calling out for his mother and Charlotte. The prince makes a distress sound. Ludwig's eyes fly wide in terror. A sudden, quick rise sounding occurs, and a sudden, sharp freeze sounding occurs as Ludwig demands to know where his brother is, while Musette explains that Carlos is at the imperial palace. A sudden, low mutter sounding occurs as Ludwig denies the truth, leaving Musette to wonder if the prince is hallucinating. Musette tries to reassure the prince that his fears were just a dream and there is no need to worry. A sudden, sharp, startled sounding occurs as Musette offers to fetch Carlos, causing a look of absolute dread to cross Ludwig's face. Musette explains he can go first thing in the morning since it is currently very late. Ludwig screams for Carlos to wake. A sudden, low flail sounding occurs as the prince grabs the majordomo, shouting for his brother to wake up, while Musette warns him he is about to fall.
Ludwig begs someone not to die.
A sudden, quick whoosh sounding occurs as Musette tries to ground the prince, insisting that Carlos is not there and no one is dying. Ludwig asks if everything is his fault, baffling the Beastman. The prince mutters about his family. Ludwig whispers about the dead around. A sudden, sharp falter sounding occurs as Ludwig claims they are all dead, and Musette notices a terrifying change on his face.
Ludwig asks if he killed them all as a jagged red mark appears under his eye.
Musette is stunned by the mark. A sudden, low wheeze sounding occurs twice, and a sudden, low mumble sounding occurs as Ludwig begs for them to live, while Musette realizes the scar looks like a curse. A sudden, quick reach sounding occurs as Musette decides he must snap the prince out of his trance. A sudden, sharp clap sounding and a sudden, loud jolt sounding occur as Musette commands his master to come to his senses.
Musette tells the prince to calm down, stating that Carlos is alive and well.
Ludwig asks if his mother and Charlotte are truly safe, and Musette confirms that everyone is fine.
The prince asks about Lithian and her family, making Musette wonder who Lithian is before assuring him they are likely fine.
Ludwig is overcome with relief that it was all a dream and he didn't kill anyone.
A sudden, soft flop sounding occurs as the prince collapses, causing Musette to shout in surprise.
Ludwig falls back into deep sleep.
A sudden, soft rustle sounding occurs as Musette reflects that the prince is only 17.
The major domo thinks the prince is too young to have seen war, but then he notices something strange.
Musette sees the scar is gone.
A sudden, soft brush sounding occurs as Musette realizes it wasn't a physical wound and reflects on how eventful his first day has been. Touching the prince's forehead, Musette realizes he has a high fever and assumes the strange talk was just a hallucination.
A sudden, low sigh sounding occurs as Musette resigns himself to nursing his new master through the night.
Musette thinks he is a maybe-sitter. Time skips forward several weeks to when Duke White arrived at the pass.
The green-haired woman asks if the scar Musette saw is the same one from before.
Musette explains that the mark appears during sudden mood shifts, appearing more like a change in personality.
The green-haired woman asks if the prince remembers his actions in that state, but Musette compares the condition to having multiple personalities.
Musette suggests that the high fever might signal a personality shift, asking the green-haired woman why she believes that.
Olive notes that Ludwig mentioned his temperature rises before passing out, which she interprets as a sign of personality changes. A sudden, low mutter sounding occurs as Olive expresses hope she is wrong, mentioning ancient documents that describe a similar phenomenon.
Olive requests the full story without any omitted details, and Musette readily agrees to recount the events.
Musette explains that after an initial calm period, trouble resurfaced when the former major domo's location was discovered. A sudden, soft whish sounding occurs as Olive identifies the former major domo, Finn, as a highly problematic individual. Musette recounts how Finn fled into hiding with stolen goods after learning he was to be arrested for embezzlement. Olive wonders if Finn stole something as valuable as gold bars, but Musette wishes the reality were that simple. A sudden, soft rummage sounding occurs twice as Musette searches his pockets, mentioning he brought a specific item from the storeroom. A sudden, soft clink sounding occurs as Musette presents a bottle of anti-fever medicine, which Olive immediately recognizes. A sudden, soft swish sounding occurs as Olive notes the medicine's popularity with children, while Musette explains Ludwig invented it himself. A sudden, sharp, startled sounding occurs as Olive is completely shocked to learn that Ludwig created the legendary fever medicine.
Olive excitedly describes the orange-flavored medicine as a household staple, while Musette reflects on the prince's sharp business sense.
A sudden, soft clack sounding occurs as Olive realizes how the prince affords expensive lessons, leaving Musette to find her quite odd. Olive questions if the former majordomo only stole inexpensive medicine, but Musette clarifies that the real issue lies elsewhere. A sudden, soft crinkle sounding occurs as Musette reveals a small paper packet containing a mysterious pink substance. Musette explains that the packet contains an extremely potent painkiller used only for very specific and rare medical conditions. Musa details how the medicine is reserved for those with incurable illnesses or extreme pain, restricted primarily to professional doctors. Musette narrates how the drug's price skyrocketed on the black market 2 years ago, becoming as valuable as pure gold. Olive seeks confirmation that the former majordomo stole a quantity of that incredibly valuable drug.
Olive speculates about the thief's original motives as she listens to the beastman's explanation.
A sudden, low sigh sounding occurs as Musette notes the thief was incompetent, having accidentally stolen the wrong substance.
Musette clarifies that instead of the finished medicine, the thief took a bag of raw materials from Ludwig's laboratory.
Musset warns that the raw compound, direthiophyll, is far from safe compared to the final refined product. Musset explains that while the powder looks harmless, it is extremely toxic unless it has been refined using magic. A sudden, sharp, startled sounding occurs as Olive reacts in horror to the potential disaster of exposing people to the toxin.
Musset rubs his head, explaining that the dangerous material was heavily guarded for exactly that reason.
Musset recounts how the prince tasked elite organizations with tracking the thief while he worked tirelessly in the library.
Olive realizes the theft caused the prince's extreme exhaustion and his stubborn refusal to rest when they first met.
Musset notes that if the thief had sold the toxic material as medicine, it would have resulted in a massacre. The investigation into the theft was personally overseen by Master Philomel of the Western Arcane Tower. Due to the massive workload, Philomel requested assistance from Duke White, the master of the Eastern Arcane Tower. A playful moment occurs between the silver-haired man and the green-haired woman as they discuss the towers. Olive asks why the Duke cares for Ludwig, and Musset explains they share research materials for their businesses. Musset recalls how the Duke has acted as the prince's guardian since childhood, despite both of them denying the relationship. Olive realizes the extent of Ludwig's high-level connections, though she remains curious about what happened after the investigation began. Musset concludes his explanation by mentioning that Duke White made an unexpected visit to the Garnet Palace. After a month of waiting, significant progress was finally made in the investigation into the former majordomo's whereabouts. A sudden, loud whoosh sounding occurs as someone walks rapidly, complaining about being overworked by the investigation. A sudden, soft fsh sounding and a sudden, quick tap sounding and a sudden, low grumble sounding occur twice as the silver-haired Duke complains about the lack of respect from younger people. An orange-haired guard greets the Duke with enthusiasm upon seeing him arrive at the palace gate. A sudden, quick step sounding occurs as Duke White offers a brief greeting to the palace guards on duty. A sudden, quick step sounding occurs as the guard notes this is the Duke's second visit this month to the palace. The guard asks why the Duke used a flying spell instead of his usual carriage, jokingly wondering if it was an emergency. A sudden, quick reach sounding occurs as the guard presents the visitor log for the Duke to sign for his royal visit. A white-haired guard looks on curiously, asking if there is any particular problem that needs addressing. A sudden, quick scribble sounding occurs twice as the Duke notes that today is the day they finally solved the mystery. The Duke explains that he has finally located the rogue who has been wasting the tower's resources for a month. A sudden, sharp twitch sounding occurs as the Duke smiles menacingly, annoyed at being treated like a common errand boy. A sudden, sharp snap sounding occurs as Duke White snaps his pen in a display of polite but intense frustration. A grand, white palace with red domed roofs stands under a bright sky. A sudden, soft scritch sounding occurs, and a sudden, sharp knock sounding occurs 3 times as the red-haired prince works diligently at a desk covered in stacks of books. A sudden, soft scritch sounding occurs as the boy continues sketching a detailed portrait of a long-haired girl on a piece of paper. A sudden, soft gaze sounding occurs as the red-haired prince pauses to look at his drawing with a pensive expression. A sudden, soft giggle sounding occurs as the boy breaks into a bright, blushing smile while admiring the portrait. The Beastman Majordomo suddenly leans over and identifies the girl in the drawing as Olive. A sudden, quick wish sounding occurs as the red-haired prince jumps in surprise, yelling at Musset for entering without permission. Musset asks his master how exactly he knows the woman and if she is just an acquaintance. The red-haired prince reacts with total shock and denial when his servant asks if the woman is his lover. The boy quietly admits that while it isn't true yet, he considers it a good way to describe her for the future. A sudden, soft poof sounding occurs as the prince hides his face in embarrassment, while the Beastman realizes his master is completely smitten. Musset smiles and suggests that since the prince has time to doodle, he should finally take some rest. The prince explains that the immediate medical danger has passed, but the search for the stolen raw materials continues. A sudden, firm clasp sounding occurs as Musset places his hands on the boy's shoulders, confusing him. A sudden, quick raise sounding occurs and a sudden, loud shout sounding occurs as the Beastman effortlessly hoists his master into the air. A sudden, quick scurry sounding and a sudden, soft flap sounding occurred twice as Musset carries the prince away, ignoring the boy's demands to be put down. The red-haired boy remains defiant, accusing his servant of acting disrespectfully toward his master. Musset silences the boy's protests by revealing he knows about the hidden fever the prince has been suffering from.
A sudden, low mutter sounding occurs as Musée warns about the dangers of human frailty, while the prince worries about his worsening condition.
Musée mentions plans for hunting, but the prince immediately forbids him from doing anything so risky.
A sudden, loud bang sounding and a sudden, soft swish sounding occur as the prince continues his lecture just as someone calls his name from the doorway.
A sudden, loud thud sounding and a sudden, soft tss sounding occur as the silver-haired Duke White bursts into the room with news from the tower. The silver-haired man explains that Philomel is requesting a status update on the production of the antidote. The atmosphere turns tense as the group reacts to the sudden arrival and the urgent inquiry.
The red-haired prince asks for confirmation regarding whether the thief has finally been apprehended.
Duke White clarifies that while the thief hasn't been caught, they have successfully narrowed down his location.
The silver-haired man emphasizes the need for speed to prevent mages from being exposed to toxins during the arrest.
A sudden, quick rise sounding occurs as the prince decides to finish a small batch of the medicine to deliver it personally.
Duke White offers to take the medicine to the tower himself so the exhausted prince can rest. The red-haired prince lets out a sharp laugh, questioning why he would trust the silver-haired man with such a vital task.
A sudden soft humph sounding and a sudden firm clench sounding occur as the prince mocks the duke's poor eyesight and clumsiness.
A sudden soft creak sounding occurs as the prince opens the door, stating he must go in person to manage any potential side effects.
The prince orders his servant to prepare comfortable clothes so he can participate in the investigation at the tower.
A sudden loud slam sounding occurs as the door closes, leaving Musette yelling for his stubborn master to listen. A sudden shrug sounding occurs as the duke sits down and remarks on how the boy has always refused to listen to adults.
A sudden low mumble sounding occurs as the silver-haired man wishes the boy would be more open and talk to him.
Musette observes the silver-haired man's familiarity with the prince and decides to ask him some questions. The silver-haired man asks for the name of the new major domo after learning he was recently appointed.
A sudden, sharp pause sounding occurs as Musette introduces himself, causing the silver-haired man to freeze in surprise.
Duke White asks if he is truly the Musette who is the youngest prince of the Beastfolk Kingdom.
Musette confirms his identity and asks how the man could possibly recognize him from his early childhood. The beast man points at the silver-haired man in shock, remembering him as the one who laughed during an ancient delegation.
Musette is skeptical, asking how many centuries ago that event was and if the man was really present. The beast man questions if the silver-haired man is even human, given how much time has passed since they last met.
A sudden, soft fwish sounding occurs as the Duke explains that long lifespans are not limited to Beastfolk royalty. A sudden, soft shake sounding occurs as the man apologizes for failing to save the Beastfolk Kingdom, but Musette tells him not to worry.
The silver-haired man is moved by the beastman's kind and understanding response.
Duke White asks Musette what he has found most difficult about his new job at the palace.
Musette sighs and admits that managing his incredibly stubborn young master is his greatest challenge.
The silver-haired man reflects on the bold choice of hiring a royal beastman, noting he is far better than his predecessor.
Musette smiles warmly while noting that, since they are in the safety of the imperial palace, he shouldn't need to fight anyone.
A sudden, soft sigh sounding occurs as the silver-haired Duke White agrees, though he warns that Ludwig is often quite a handful to manage.
The conversation turns to a serious past incident involving the raw materials used to create a specific painkiller. Musette reacts with shock, asking if another major problem had occurred 3 years ago.
Duke White suddenly looks flustered, scolding himself for his own forgetfulness regarding his current errands.
A sudden, soft rummage sounding occurs twice as the silver-haired man searches his bags for documents from the Imperial Bureau of Medicine to give to Ludwig. A sudden, quick resounding occurs as the story shifts to 3 years ago when the prince's medicinal creations first entered the public market. Narrative text reveals that a significant complication quickly arose following the release of the new painkiller. Duke White looks distressed as he recalls wondering if the medicine was defective or possessed some lethal side effect.
It is clarified that the issue was not actually caused by any flaw within the painkiller itself.
A sudden, soft flip sounding occurs as Ludwig reviews the concerning reports regarding the distribution of his medicine.
The red-haired prince stares at the documents with a grim and pensive expression, realizing the magnitude of the situation.
A sudden, loud slam sounding occurs as Ludwig strikes the desk in a fit of rage, declaring the situation intolerable.
The prince demands that all production and sales of the medicine be halted immediately to prevent further misuse. A sudden, soft sigh sounding occurs as Duke White explains that the Imperial Bureau of Medicine has decided to postpone any official action.
Ludwig is stunned to learn that the Duke has already spoken with the authorities and reached a stalemate.
Duke White urges the prince to wait, but Ludwig rejects the suggestion, accusing the Bureau of avoiding the problem to cover their negligence. The reports explain that the medicine only becomes a dangerous hallucinogen if a person consumes 10 times the recommended dose. Ludwig questions how such a massive volume of the drug is circulating if it is only sold to licensed professionals.
A hand grabs a packet of powder as the narrative concludes that hospitals must be selling the supply on the black market.
Narrative text notes that while some documents could be faked, a simple audit would have easily exposed the entire scheme. Ludwig blames the Imperial Bureau of Medicine for failing to maintain proper oversight of the medical facilities. He remains convinced that the administration is feigning helplessness to hide their own incompetence. Duke White retorts that it is impossible for any organization to monitor every individual doctor throughout the entire empire. The Duke points out the scale of the plot, but Ludwig insists on a total recall, causing a heated disagreement between the two.
Duke White stands up and challenges the prince, asking if he truly wants to see innocent patients suffer without their medicine.
He emphasizes that there is no substitute for this particular painkiller, and all other alternatives have far worse side effects. The silver-haired man asks him to consider the many happy families who are able to live normal lives because of his invention. He reminds the prince of the countless patients who were saved from the brink of death by the treatment.
The visual of a recovering patient highlights the immense human cost of stopping the medicine's distribution. Duke White stares intensely at the prince, forcing him to confront the vital importance of the drug he wants to withdraw.